Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had devilish mystic soul? Part 5. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Sirius was trying everything he could to help Harry. His correspondence with Kreno had left him with some hope that he could do something. He learned a lot more about the Mystic Soul community as he talked with him with more letters and secret meetings. Not to mention all the books they sent him. He was never able to learn much about being a Mystic Soul beyond controlling his own powers. James, Lily, and Remus had fully accepted him, as did a few others he told. But there was no information about Mystic Souls anywhere in the Hogwarts or Black family libraries. It seemed that magical Britain really did not want its citizens to learn anything about their fellow magical beings. But being a Mystic Soul actually sounded amazing from what he read and what he was told. They had a deeper connection to magic and themselves, not to mention their families and each other. Kreno certainly had a very obvious connection to nature. Mystic Soul communities were certainly different from those that use wands. For starters, while they had a ministry of their own, it was known as the Magic Council. It was the same for every other Mystic Soul community in the world and not just in Greece. They're run by 12 elected officials, representing the 12 Olympian gods. They run the higher-up levels of magical Greece, including how well the schools are doing and the safety of the students. The other parts of the government are run by the department heads at the council's headquarters, or by the Theos and Thea of the more powerful Greek families. It was from one of Kreno's letters that he learned that Olivia, his cousin, was the most recent member of their council. The Magic Council is the main form of government in magical Greece. Olivia Gardner is the cousin of the Krenos and Melody, the daughter of the sister of Jax Gardner. She is a user of time magic, making her the biggest history buff in the world. She prided herself on being a well-knowledged girl that cares about her home. And if he was being honest with himself, he thought Kreno would make a much better friend to his godson than either Ron or Hermione. Kreno seemed caring, empathetic, and he had learned that the Gardner family was known for being protective over their loved ones. Kreno also loved to talk about the friends that he's had for years, so he was obviously also very loyal. Olivia had to be the one to tell him how Kreno was top of his class every year at his school, so Kreno was also very humble about how smart he is. He was everything that Ron and Hermione weren't. When the Weasleys and Hermione had first been moved into Grimmauld Place, Sirius had to stop himself from kicking them out right then and there. But that was really only because Dumbledore had moved them into his house without his permission. The desire to kick them out only grew the longer they spent in his house. Mrs. Weasley had immediately started ordering everyone around as if they were still at the Burrow, where she was obviously in charge. And even as useless as Creature was, even Sirius noticed how annoyed and angry the house elf was when the redhead mother started doing all the cooking and was ordering everyone she could to clean the house. As dirty that he knew his house was, Sirius was pissed at how she thought that she was in control of what rooms she could go into and what she could throw away. She even tried to throw away what she called an ugly vase that is the biggest eyesore I have ever seen, when in reality, it was the sealed vase that held the ashes of Sirius's uncles. But it had been one of his favorite uncles that had not been as psycho as the rest of his family. That was the worst of her offenses. But Sirius had to stop her multiple times from throwing away things she saw as useless junk but were actually priceless family heirlooms. Creature had been watching her like a hawk to keep her away from other heirlooms in the house. Plus, it was like she was not even a witch, considering how clueless she seemed at identifying cursed objects. Sirius was getting tired of saving her and all the kids whenever they almost activated one of the objects. Like when Ginny tried on a robe she thought looked pretty and the robe tried to strangle her. And that brought him to his complaints about the kids. Fred and George were probably the most well-behaved out of all of them. But Sirius did have a soft spot for them considering how Harry seemed very fond of them and that they were pranksters. It also helped that they actually seemed concerned about Harry's home life while no one else seemed to be. Ron was definitely a person that Sirius did not think was a good friend for his godson. He will let Harry make his own choices, but that does not mean he can have his own feelings. To him, Ron was nothing but a lazy, jealous, bully that hated anyone that so much as looked like they had something he wanted. Mostly it was just money, but Ron, as well as his mother and sister but mostly Ron, also had an extreme hatred of anything Slytherin or anything else even remotely dark. Ron had found one of his brother, Regulus, old Slytherin robes from when he was in Hogwarts in an old closet, and he had actually thrown them in the fireplace, saying that the world would be better without Slytherins in it. It was basically the views of Death Eaters, but in reverse. Plus, Ron did not seem to have any type of work ethic at all. His mother may have him do chores, but that was the only thing she made him do. He knew that Fred and George had been selling their pranks to earn money, and they also told him how their brothers Bill, Charlie, and Percy all got jobs almost right out of Hogwarts. Ron, on the other hand, did not even seem to want to ever work at all. Whenever he wanted anything, he would demand it from his mom. Very bratty behavior was not fit for a 15-year-old boy. Brat was certainly how he would describe Ginny, the girl that her mother doted on so much that she was basically under the delusion that she would get whatever she wanted simply because she wanted it. Sirius had caught her multiple times trying to get into his mother's room or his father's study, probably looking for any of the black family jewelry that might have been left there. The joke was on her, though, because Sirius had Creature remove all the jewelry from the house and into the black family vault before they even entered the house. And it was obvious to Sirius how she seemed to look down at everyone around her, probably because of how her mother seemed to treat her like a princess, making her believe that she was actually better than everyone else. It didn't help when they first got here. The twins got a bigger room because there were two of them, but Ginny whined to her mother about how small her room was. So, Mrs. Weasley forced the twins and her to switch rooms, even if Ginny did now have to share with Hermione. And Sirius was seriously thinking of putting the Drought of the Living Dead in her pumpkin juice if she did not stop complaining about everything. Ginny also seemed to have a very unhealthy obsession with Harry. When she had forced the room switch with the twins, Sirius had a talk with the two when he went to secretly expand their room with a space expansion charm. They told him how even before she even met him the summer before his second year, she would talk almost nonstop about him. She had the entire collection of Harry Potter adventure books, even though all of them were fiction in reality, and had read all of them over 24 times each. Sirius knew that she was a stalker just waiting to happen. He would have to talk with Harry about her when he finally gets to number 12. If he said he was uncomfortable with her, he would help him stay away from her. And this leads to his feelings about Hermione. In Sirius's opinion, she was worse than the two youngest Weasleys. If Mrs. Weasley believed that she was the boss in every household she stayed in, Hermione believed that she was the boss in life. There wasn't a day that went by when she was shoving her opinion in someone's face and trying to make them believe it too. She just didn't seem to care if people had different opinions as her. She actually believed that she knew best in everything, no matter what the subject, whether it was about house elves, the old ways, magic holidays, and basically anything that she sees as purebloods hoarding knowledge. He was sure that if she had her way, even private family grimoires would be placed in public magic libraries. He knew that she had tried over a dozen times to break into the black family library that was in the house. She was the main reason he placed wards to keep everyone out of it. Plus, no telling what kind of damage Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley would do if they saw any books that they deemed dark in the library. She also seemed to actually believe that she was the smartest person in the room, no matter who was in it, unless Dumbledore was in the room, because she seemed to worship authority figures as if they were actual gods. He half expects to find a shrine to Dumbledore in her room if he ever goes in there after they all leave. If anyone tries to correct her to say something that she had not known about before, she will argue them the around about why they were wrong or say that whatever she didn't know was fake or made up simply because she didn't know anything about it. But Sirius knew that just because she can memorize what was in books does not mean she is actually as smart as she believes she is. What probably annoyed him the most was the other thing that happened when they had all moved into his house. Dumbledore had taken him, Ron, and Hermione aside. He ordered them not to communicate with Harry at all. He says they need to give Harry time to heal after the trauma he went through at the graveyard, as well as saying their letters could be intercepted. Sirius thought that was a load of hippogriff dung and had told Dumbledore just that. He had argued for almost 3 hours with the old man until he just gave up and decided to secretly find another way to send letters to Harry without using an owl. They did, But no way was he ever going to try and tell anyone else since his house was crawling with so many people that almost seemed to worship Dumbledore as a god. But he had noticed that while he argued with the old man, both of his godson's supposed best friends had agreed right away. Neither of them tried to argue for their best friend at all. It was like they didn't care about him at all. Fred and George certainly did. Sirius may not have told them about how he was sending letters, but they once walked into the room right as he was giving Dobby a letter to give to Harry. But instead of telling their mom or Dumbledore, they asked if they could use the elf to send their own letters as well. That was enough to tell Sirius that they were true friends of his godson. But currently, Sirius had a plan. Another meeting of the Order of the Phoenix was about to start, and he had made a plan with Kreno to finally get things moving. Sirius had constantly been telling the Greeks how frustrated he was that the Order was basically doing nothing against Voldemort. All they did was keep an eye on known Death Eaters that had bribed their way out of prison and guarding something in the Ministry that Dumbledore still would not tell them what it was. He was going to get them killed if he kept keeping all the important information to himself. But from the meetings, he also knew which of the Order to trust and who not to. Being a black made him a little paranoid, but his parents had basically slammed lessons of learning who to trust into him and his brother's heads growing up. His cousin Andromeda's daughter, Nymphadora, seemed just as firmly up Dumbledore's but as many others, so sadly he could not trust her. But her Auror supervisor, Kingsley Shacklebolt, was obviously a very loyal and smart man that looked just as annoyed with Dumbledore as he was about all the information he kept to himself. Sirius sadly could also not trust his own mentor when he had been in Auror, Mad-Eye Moody, because he never took anyone's side other than Dumbledore's. It seemed that was true for the other Aurors in the room, Emmeline Vance and Hestia Jones. Kingsley was the only one that seemed to have a mind of his own. Other members of the Order that seemed to be trustworthy were the eldest Weasley boys, Bill and Charlie. They were not at as many meetings as others because of their jobs, but when they were there, they always questioned why more was not being done. Their mother always silenced them when they tried. Arthur Weasley, the patriarch of the clan, would be trustworthy if he ever learned to stand up to his wife and not let her control every aspect of his life that was not his job or his obsession with muggles. Order members like Daedalus Diggle and Elphias Doge were two others that also seemed to think the sun shined out of Dumbledore's butt. And Mundungus Fletcher was nothing but a thief that should have been thrown into Azkaban a long time ago with how much he had stolen, especially since a lot of it was not legal to have that he had stolen from some type of black market for magical goods. Sirius did not really know what to make out of Hagrid, or his old head of house, McGonagall. Hagrid was always on Dumbledore's side, but at the same time, he was also probably one of the people that cared most about Harry. And he could not blame Hagrid for being loyal to Dumbledore since the man hired him as a groundskeeper and currently the care of magical creatures teacher. Hardly anyone else would even think to hire someone not only expelled from Hogwarts, but someone that is also half-giant. And McGonagall certainly had her own mind, and always made it known how she felt about certain things. But even with all that, she still would always end up agreeing with Dumbledore no matter what it was. Sirius also noticed how she seemed to like to place everything and everyone into neat little boxes for her to categorize. Like to her, Gryffindors always needed to be reckless and brave child soldiers. Ravenclaws needed to be know-it-all bookworms that saw books as gospel. Hufflepuffs needed to fade into the background. And Slytherins needed to be cold-hearted politicians and Death Eaters in training. If it came down to it, Sirius would trust Hagrid a lot more than he would trust McGonagall. That leads him to the Order member that he trusted the least, and he would gladly roast a marshmallow over him if he was on fire. Severus Snape. Harry had already told him about Snape's abusive tendencies in class toward him, Neville, and basically anyone not in Slytherin. How he took points for breathing too loudly from other houses, but gave points to Slytherins for being on time to class. Sirius also doubted that Snape was actually on their side. Dumbledore may say he needs to act the way he does because he is a spy, but Snape hardly ever had anything to say during meetings. Almost everyone thought that he was giving Voldemort more information than he was giving the Order, but they would hardly ever voice it since. Dumbledore would always say how he trusts Snape with his life. And with most stuck-up Dumbledores, but they believed him or just didn't argue any further. Every time Snape would insult Harry whenever he was brought up in a meeting, Sirius had to force himself not to use the house wards to kick him out onto the street. But tonight's meeting was going to be different. They were actually going to get something done whether Dumbledore wanted it to be done or not. He took Kreno's suggestion of sending Olivia over very seriously. The Time Mage was going to arrive in the middle of the Order meeting and slap as much sense as she possibly could into Dumbledore's sheep. Plus, this was going to also start to get the ball rolling with Sirius's plan of helping his godson get the block on his magic broken. And call him a little selfish, but he wanted to know what type of mystic soul powers Harry had. The Order sat in the kitchen of number 12. Once again, Dumbledore was going on and on about needing to guard that thing in the Ministry that Voldemort wants, yet still does not tell any of them what it is. Sirius could swear that he saw Kingsley's eye twitch in annoyance when the headmaster did not tell them anything once again. But once Olivia got here, things were finally going to get done around here. Chapter 3. Crashing an Order Meeting. Chapter 3. Crashing an Order Meeting. Now, does anyone have anything they would like to add? Dumbledore asked the group. Usually, no one had anything to say, and if they did, Dumbledore usually waved them off. It was like he actually believed that only he could come up with good ideas. Well, that was not going to happen this time. Sirius cleared his throat, bringing attention to him. I actually have found a very powerful ally that could be a great asset to the Order, Sirius says, shocking everyone else. Snape scoffed. As if you could ever do anything. You're as useless as ever. Mutt, maybe you need to learn to shut your mouth before I shut it for you. Devilish, Sirius glared at the Death Eater. My dear boys, stop fighting, Dumbledore says, not even bothering to scold Snape for his blatant insults. Now, Sirius, how could you have found an ally when everyone outside this house believes you're a murderer? Nice of you to bring up my illegal incarceration that you still have not done anything to correct, Headmaster, Sirius said. But just because people in this country believe that does not mean other countries believe it as well. Most of the Order looked like they wanted to yell at Sirius for his backhanded comment about Dumbledore not doing anything to clear Sirius's name. But before they could, a portal erupted open behind the head of the Black family. It was a swirling vortex of blue and white energy, and out stepped a 24-year-old woman. Out of the portal came Olivia Gardner. She was in her regular outfit that Sirius had seen from a picture that Kreno had sent him of the Gardner family. The outfit was a knee-length white lace dress with a fuzzy blue and red poncho over her shoulders. She had curled her dirty blonde hair and wore blue and red go-go boots. Over her eyes were a pair of blue shades with red rims. Wow, this place could really use a splash of color, was the first thing that came out of her mouth. Sirius had to fight to keep himself from laughing. He may have not met Kreno's sister yet, but he had a feeling that she was just as sarcastic and sassy as her brother and cousin. The rest of the Order instantly shot to their feet and aimed their wands at the unexpected visitor. But Olivia did not seem to be threatened in the least. She actually yawned and lazily flicked her hands at the Order. In an instant, all of them froze. But not in ice. More like they had suddenly been petrified, but with no time to react at all. Wow, Sirius gasped, being the only one not frozen. When Kreno said you could freeze people in time, I don't think I fully believed it until now. That tends to happen when people first learn of my powers, Olivia giggled. Glad I could be your entertainment for this meeting. Is everyone in your family this sarcastic and sassy? Sirius could not help but ask. Pretty much, yes, Olivia shrugged. Nice to finally meet you face to face, Sirius. Likewise, Olivia. He shook her hand. So, give me the lowdown of everyone here, Olivia said. Be nice to know the names of the people I am going to try and slap some sense into. Can I actually slap some of them, please? Slap Devilish as much as you like, Sirius smirked. Anyway, the two redhead adults are Molly Weasley and her husband, Arthur. She is basically a banshee without a magical scream, and he has a hard time standing up to her. The guy with lots of scars if Mad-Eye Moody. He was an Auror for more years than I've been alive, but is also very paranoid. Then there is Nymphadora Tonks, Emmeline Vance, and Hestia Jones. All of them are Aurors that seem to think all things Slytherin and dark need to be against the law. The big black man is Kingsley Shacklebolt. Olivia interrupted him, much to his shock. His son attends the same school as my cousins. That was definitely interesting to know. He will have to ask Kingsley about that later. Okay. Sirius got his composure back. The very big man is Rubeus Hagrid, groundskeeper, and care of magical creatures professor at Hogwarts. He is also half-giant. Next to him is Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape. She is the Transfiguration professor and head of Gryffindor while he is the potions professor, head of Slytherin, and downright horrible excuse for a human being. The one that you will be unfortunate enough to smell is Mundungus Fletcher. He is a known thief that is somehow not in prison. Daedalus Diggle and Elphias Doge are two that I don't know much about personally other than that they are normal wizards that believe that Dumbledore can do nothing wrong. Not the most normal of crowds you hang out with, Olivia commented. Looking around at the group of people, that leads me to the last, and definitely the worst, Dumbledore. Sirius introduced the frozen headmaster. Manipulator extraordinaire, world-class liar, and possibly one of the most annoying people you could ever meet. What a lovely bunch, Olivia crossed her arms. Wait until you unfreeze them, Sirius stated. You'll need a headache potion after just 5 minutes. I can see why Kreno's warned me before I came here, Olivia said. You know, I could just unfreeze their heads if you want. You can do that, Sirius was shocked. Sirius, one thing you will need to learn about being a mystic soul is that we can do anything, Olivia smirked. Well, anything relevant to our powers, anyway. You know what I mean. Sirius nodded, understanding what she meant. With a twist of her wrist, Olivia flicked her hand at the order, and only their heads were unfrozen. Sirius really had to hold back his laughter when he saw their shocked faces as they tried to move. What the hell is going on? Snape yelled, struggling. There's something you don't see every day, Olivia giggled. The order had their attention brought back to her when she spoke. You did this to us, Molly gasped. Quite easily, I add. Olivia giggled again. Release us at once, young lady, Dumbledore ordered. Nope, Olivia popped the pea. I was brought here to help, but I cannot do that if you attack me without even thinking to ask questions. What did you even do to us? Arthur asked. I froze you all in time, Olivia said. Your bodies, at least. Your heads are free, obviously. Impossible, most of the order gasped. Anything is possible. When you're a mystic soul, Olivia smirked. That bit of information hit the order like a ton of bricks. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to widen in both horror and shock. Moody looked like he really wanted to hex her even more than before. Kingsley looked to be fighting laughter as he saw all their faces. The rest of the order was either shocked, scared, or confused since they probably had no idea what a mystic soul was. This is a pensive-worthy memory for sure. Sirius laughed. That was when the order finally noticed that Sirius was the only one other than Olivia who was not frozen. Sirius, do something about this intruder, Molly ordered as if she had a right to. Why would I do something about her? Sirius asked, speaking as if he was talking to an idiot, which he was. I invited her. The order was once again shocked. Sirius contacted a mystic soul to aid them. How did he even know? Any? There haven't been any seen mystic souls in magical Britain in decades. There were rumors of 2 of them being born into 2 dark families, but they were never confirmed. Good thing he did, because you are all looking pretty useless from what I've learned, Olivia snickered. My dear girl, you don't know what you're talking about, Dumbledore tried to scold her. Don't call me that, Olivia glared at him. I'm not your dear anything. I am Mississippi Gardner to you, dumb Azador. Sirius had to hand it to the Gardner family. They were probably the sassiest group of people that he had ever met, and he loved it. Most of the order did not share his feelings as they all looked greatly insulted by how she just insulted the headmaster. All of them but Kingsley and Remus, anyway. Olivia here obviously sees how what you are doing is not helping at all, Sirius says. As if you can talk, mutt, Snape sneered. You're the most useless person any of us have ever met. At least I got us an ally, Sirius smirked. You barely say anything at any order meeting. Some spy you are, never getting any useful information. Here's some useful information for you. Olivia looked at Snape. There is this amazing invention known as shampoo. You should try it sometime. Sirius did not even hold back his laughter at that time. He nearly fell out of his seat, he laughed so hard. Remus and Kingsley were not much better, but being frozen helped them stay upright. Oh man! Sirius slowly got his composure back. I love your family. Gardners are known for being sassy, Olivia smirked. By the way, Kingsley, your son says hi, and we can't wait for your next visit. He speaks very highly of your cousins, Council Member Gardner. Kingsley smiled at her. Olivia facepalmed. I became a member of the council 4 years ago, and I still forget that people will call me that outside of the other council members. Please, Kingsley, call me Olivia. Of course, Kingsley smiled again. Kingsley, you know her, Tonks asked. You have a son, Hestia gasped. Indeed. I do know her and I do have a son, Kingsley tells them. His name is Chala, and he goes to school with Olivia's cousins. I like him for the single fact that he takes no nonsense from nobody, Olivia giggled. I understand that Sirius invited you, but how did he and why are you even here? McGonagall asked. How did you even get in here with the Fidelius charm still in place? Emmeline asked, or rather just demanded an answer. I am a mystic soul, Olivia said. You really think your pathetic wand user spells have any effect on us? I easily used my powers to get past your silly little charm. As for why I am here, Sirius thought that I would be able to help you actually do something against your little Dark Lord. Little Dark Lord, Tonks yelled. He's the darkest wizard in the world. Again, to you wand users, Olivia rolled her eyes. All I would have to do to defeat him is flick my hands at him. Exhibit A. To prove her point, Olivia noted a bowl of fake fruit that was used to decorate the table, even if the display also had no color to it. She flicked her hands at it, and the bowl immediately exploded in a small explosion of fire and energy. The Order all looked shocked, getting even more scared of the blonde girl. Maybe give them a little rundown of your powers, Olivia, Sirius said. Olivia nodded. My powers are known as time magic. Not only can I create portals to any time or place that I wish, but I can also alter time around anything I wish. You see that I can freeze objects and people in time, called molecular immobilization. What I just did to that bowl was speed up the time of it to the point of combustion, called molecular combustion. It is a very rare power that only shows up in select mystic souls every few generations. Sirius could only smirk as he saw the envy shining in Dumbledore's eyes. While most of magical Britain hated mystic souls because they were simply afraid of them, he knew that Dumbledore hated them because, even on his best day, he could never even hope to win in a fight against one. In his mind, he was the most powerful wizard in the world, and anyone that threatened that status was an enemy to him. I always thought your family was very powerful, Kingsley complimented Olivia. Thank you, Kingsley, Olivia smiled at him. What do you mean, Kingsley? Tonks asked him. Olivia is a member of the Gardner family, Kingsley explained after he got a nod from Olivia, telling him that he could explain. They are a very ancient and powerful family that dates back to the time of ancient Greece. Mostly, they are known for being cool-headed, but were also the fiercest of warriors when angered. Magically speaking, all generations of Gardner mystics have been known for how powerful they are. Jax and Selena, bless their hearts, were a very powerful nature witch and animal wizard when they were alive. Yes, that's my aunt and uncle for you. Olivia gave a sad smile. They were both very powerful. Everyone in my family has been. My own mother and father certainly are, even as they get up there in age. Your family sounds a lot more fun than mine, Sirius chuckled. Olivia then looked at the Order, still frozen. All right, you've all seen what I can do, she said. I am going to unfreeze you, and we are going to have a little chat. If you try to attack me, you'll be frozen again. Do I make myself clear? The Order reluctantly nodded. With a wave of her hand, they all unfroze. Moody looked to want to immediately attack her, but Dumbledore shook his head. The retired Auror grumbled as he sat down. Olivia sat down next to Sirius, him letting her sit at the head of the table. Kingsley sat down on her other side. The rest of the Order all sat back down as well. I asked Olivia to come because she has faced a lot of evil in the past, so I thought she could help us against Voldemort, Sirius said, not to mention help his godson. Olivia noticed most of them flinch at the sound of the Dark Lord's name. She only rolled her eyes as she saw that. As a mystic soul, I have been facing demons for years, she started. Most of them were very powerful and have taken many lives in the past. Bounty hunter demons, mirror demons, furies, shapeshifter demons. You name it, I've probably fought it. I have also fought a number of warlocks, evil witches, and wizards, as well as a good amount of evil creatures. Also, as a member of the Greek Magic Council, I have a wide range of law knowledge as well in case it is needed. The magic what? Arthur was confused. The Magic Council is the main government body in Mystic Soul communities, Olivia explained. Made up of 12 elected officials, just like there are 12 Olympian gods. Other than us, there are also the heads of each department with their deputy heads, as well as the Council of the Theos and Thea for the families. Translated, it means the god or goddess for each family, but it is just the term we use for the head of our family. I am not the head of my family, but I am the proxy until the real heads reach the proper age. That certainly sounds like a better system than our own ministry, Sirius says. It would definitely make it harder for officials to be bribed like everyone knows that Fudge is, Kingsley said. Be hard to bribe over half of that council at once to get what you want. There had never been a case of corruption in the council for many centuries, Olivia says. Everyone elected is chosen because they represent the noblest, honorable, and most kind-hearted people in the country. We make sure everything runs as smoothly as it can. Yep, definitely better than Fudge, Sirius said. So, tell me what you have been doing to fight against this Voldemort guy. Olivia put her hands together and looked at them with a very serious expression, ignoring them flinching again. Well, we have been trying to get the word out of whose return. Tonks was the first to speak up. Most people are not believing it, and only listening to Minister Fudge telling everyone that there is nothing to worry about, especially with the Daily Prophet saying that Headmaster Dumbledore is just a delusional old man and that Harry is just an attention-seeking brat. Recruitment is also down since few people believe, McGonagall added. Mississippi Tonks, the elder Misters Weasleys, and Mr. Shacklebolt are the only new recruits that we could get. So, you have corrupt politicians sticking their heads in the sand because they want to believe that things are all sunshine and rainbows, Olivia summarized. Idiots. Well, have you done anything to prove them wrong? Show memories of Voldemort's return, capture one of his known followers, and interrogate him. Look through newspaper articles to see if they did anything in the mundane world. They all flinch at the name again. It was now getting really annoying to the Time Mage. Well, not exactly, Diggle admitted. What have you been doing? Olivia spoke in her don't give me any nonsense voice. Our main priority is guarding a very dangerous object in the ministry that Voldemort wants, Dumbledore tells her, everyone flinching at the name again. Only he and Harry are able to get it, so we must keep it safe and out of Voldemort's hands. He may not want to be revealed as of the moment, but he will not stay like that for long. If he gets it, it could shift the entire outcome of this war. Ever thought about just taking it out of the ministry or simply destroying it? Olivia thought either idea was better than just guarding whatever it was. We cannot do that, Dumbledore says, but did not offer any reason why. And why not? Olivia narrowed her eyes. Either of those options would be a lot easier since Voldemort is still in hiding. It would also keep your members from endangering their lives by guarding whatever that objected. We just simply can't. Dumbledore once again did not offer any details. So, what I am hearing is that you're all just doing nothing useful at all, Olivia stated bluntly. Most of the Order looked greatly insulted by her statement. But from what Sirius could see, both Kingsley and Remus seemed to be on the same page as himself. They all agreed with her that the Order was not doing enough. You do not know what you're talking about, Molly glared at the Time Mage. I know plenty, Olivia says. You are all on the defensive side of this war. You are only reacting and not acting. You have people that work in your Auror office. Have them work to get proof that there are Death Eaters out there, so you can throw them in jail. You have respected teachers. Teach your students about the dangers of this world and have them able to defend themselves. You have access to the person that saw Voldemort come back. Send his memories to every newspaper in the country to reveal the truth. Actually do something instead of sitting on your butts and twiddling your thumbs. I've seen trolls do more than you people. You've known the family for longer than us, Remus whispered to Kingsley. Are all of them as blunt and sassy as her? This isn't even the sassiest that I have seen a Gardner be, Kingsley responded. My son is best friends with her cousins, and those two are about as sassy and sarcastic as a witch and wizard could be. The Order was greatly insulted. They didn't even know this girl, and she was already insulting everything they were doing and treating Dumbledore as if he was an idiot. Didn't she know that he was the great wizard alive? We are doing the best we can. McGonagall tries to make them sound competent. No, you obviously are not, Olivia argued. You're basically doing nothing. As a Time Mage, I have seen more wars than most of you have had birthdays. Never have I ever seen anybody do as little as you people in times of war. Even if you do not want to go out and attack people, there are non-violent ways to get Death Eaters off the streets. Get proof of them bribing officials, convince the goblins to confiscate their money, arrest them for any crime you can prove that they are guilty of. Really, anything other than sitting on your butts like you've been doing. Sirius would forever remember this day. The day that someone finally gave Dumbledore and the Order a good verbal smackdown. But if anyone tried to insult her, it might result in a physical smackdown as well. I am in agreement, Kingsley said, shocking the Order. We need to do more. Olivia brought up some good points. Like whatever we are guarding in the Ministry. Dumbledore, you said that only Harry or you know who could remove it. So Olivia's suggestion of having Harry remove it so that we can either hide it or destroy it is the perfect plan to keep it from you-know-whose hands. Finally, a British wizard with common sense, Olivia celebrated. You do not meet them that often. As much as I want to keep Harry safe, he would be more than happy to do anything he could to help, Sirius says. He has faced and defeated Voldemort 5 times. That is 5 times more than most others can say. Harry would gladly do anything to gain any type of win against him. Dumbledore had to fight the urge to growl. This woman, Olivia Gardner, was throwing a giant monkey wrench into his well-constructed plans. She was ruining everything by making it look like they were doing nothing. But this was all part of his plans. He was the next Merlin and only he could make good plans. Everyone else just needed to follow his plans, and then everything will be how they need to be. Once Harry died fighting Voldemort, he would step in to defeat him and gain the glory that was rightfully his. Then he could finally start ridding the world of all those horrible dark wizards and Slytherins. Light magic was the only magic that should exist. We cannot remove it, Dumbledore says firmly, fighting not to yell. Leaving there will keep us one step ahead of Voldemort, because we know that he wants it, but would have to reveal himself to get it. That makes no sense, Olivia stated. Just remove whatever it was secretly so that Voldemort still believes that it is there. It's not rocket science, people. Not everything needs to be so needlessly complicated. This is war. Sometimes the most simple of plans are the best ones. My dear girl, we simply cannot do that. Dumbledore provided no reasoning at all. Olivia was about to argue some more when the nearby fireplace burst into flames. A woman's head appeared in the fire. Olivia could not help but stare at the head in the fire. Mystic souls did not have the flu, so this was the first time that she had ever seen it in action. And if she was honest with herself, it was one of the strangest things that she had ever seen. And that says a lot when she had seen some very odd things throughout all the time period that she had been to. Albus! Sirius recognized the voice and the face of Mrs. Fig, the squib that Dumbledore had watching over Harry since he was a baby. Dementors were just at Private Drive and attacked Harry and his cousin. What? Sirius yelled. Things have just gotten a lot harder than we needed them to be, Olivia thought to herself. Chapter 4. Picking up Harry. Chapter 4. Picking up Harry. Sirius had half a mind to storm Private Drive and bring Harry to number 12 himself. The other half of his mind wanted him to strangle Dumbledore with his own beard. He was just about ready to scream at everyone that they were meant to keep Harry safe, yet this had just happened right under their noses. It was not soon enough after Fig flooded them that Hedwig flew into the kitchen. Letters were delivered to Sirius, Remus, Ron, and Hermione. In the letters to Sirius and Remus, Harry explained what had happened and begged them to get him out of there. He said that his uncle was angry about the attack and he did not feel safe. Harry never specifically said anything about abuse, but both Sirius and Remus were sure he was being abused, so this just made them want Harry out of there even sooner. Sirius looked at Olivia, and she seemed to get the silent message that he sent her. After the letters had been distributed, everyone had started shouting out again. They were all panicked. It really annoyed Sirius just how these people acted. They didn't seem to care about Harry most of the time, but whenever anything happened they acted like he meant the world to them. Did none of them realize just how blatantly fake they seemed to be to anyone who bothered to look? Olivia quickly stood up as the others started to panic. If there was one thing that being a mystic soul has taught her, is that you need to remain calm in any situation you face. You can't panic when going against demons, or it is more than likely that you will die. Plus, she was a time mage. She needed to make decisions quickly, or any disaster could cause all of time to come undone. Sirius summoned some parchment and quill and quickly wrote out a letter telling Harry to stay where he was, and that he was doing everything he could to get him out of there. He begged Harry to be patient with him just a little bit longer, swearing that if the others didn't move quickly enough then he would be coming for him. Remus added his agreement with Sirius's plan. Sirius also wrote to expect someone that he never met and gave some small details about Olivia in order to make her known to his godson. With that done, Sirius and Remus went and stood around the table and waited. Dumbledore had left to get to the Ministry to deal with anything else that could cause problems. He would be arriving back at number 12 soon. Others had left as well, probably going to the Ministry as well to see if Dumbledore might need to use their positions there. Molly was going on about how Harry shouldn't have had to deal with something like this. He was only a little boy. That got her looks from Sirius and Remus, who knew that after everything that Harry had been through, a little boy was the last thing that he was. McGonagall, Arthur, Hestia, and Emmeline were talking about what the Ministry was going to do and what Dumbledore would do in response. Fred and George and the other 3 kids were standing near the door. After all the panic started, the kids had all entered the door since the Ministry Employee Order members left it open when they had left. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny were quietly talking with each other. Harry's letters to his supposed friends were ignored. Dumbledore then returned. "What's going on?" "Dementors, how could that happen?" was asked by more than a few people in fearful voices when they saw him. "Arabella, if you would explain what you know." Dumbledore waved to the crazy cat lady that was sitting nervously at the edge of her seat. "She had come with Dumbledore when he had come back. Just after 9 o'clock, Mr. Tibbles, one of my cats, came to warn me that something was wrong," she explained. After finishing cutting the lawn, Harry had gone inside for dinner. Mundungus, who was supposed to be on guard duty, figured he would be inside for the rest of the night, so he popped off to meet with one of his suppliers. And we all see where he is right now. Sirius glared at the thief. He did find it odd that he was here and not watching over Harry when they had been having their meeting. But he had thought that Harry had just been being watched over by another Order member since Dumbledore did not like Harry not being watched. "I will deal with him later," Sirius angrily thought as he glared at him and Dumbledore. "I was warned when Harry left the house again and went out looking for him," Fig continued. "I wandered around the neighborhood, trying to figure out where Harry would go. I eventually found them, but I only got there in time to see Harry force the creatures away from himself and his cousin. I escorted them both home and then reported right to you. This never would have happened if Harry was with people that actually cared about him," Sirius growled. "Not now, Sirius." Dumbledore shushed the fugitive. "You should know, Headmaster. My position is now known," Fig says. "Harry knows I was assigned to watch over him by you. I would have tried to make up some other excuse, but there just wasn't any time, and I was so shocked by what had just happened." The woman finished her report with a dejected look. She felt like she had failed. Harry was never supposed to know about her. That was what Dumbledore always told her. Harry was to be kept in the dark about her, or he might try and get answers from her that he was not allowed to have. "Thank you for the report, Arabella. I fully understand your actions," Dumbledore tells her. "As much as I might wish that your position was still secret, it was more important to get Harry to safety. I will just have to make a few adjustments to account for this change. Now that everyone knows what has happened, I can inform you that Cornelius has ordered Harry's expulsion." It was like there was an explosion in the kitchen as everyone started shouting. Dumbledore had to set off a few loud bangs with his wand to get everyone's attention. "I should not be surprised that even the government here is full of idiots," Olivia muttered, Kingsley trying not to laugh as he stood next to her. "Thankfully, I was able to get to the Ministry quickly and remind them that they didn't actually have the ability to expel a student from Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. "Harry will instead be facing charges of underage magic, but I will handle it to ensure he isn't punished." Sirius tried not to growl when he saw how everyone relaxed at this. These people really were fools. Didn't they understand just how that man was manipulating the situation? If the Ministry followed the law, then Harry wouldn't be punished. Either way, he had every right to defend himself. Not to mention that there wasn't all that much he could do. Over the last month, Dumbledore had lost almost every position of power he had once held. All he had left was his position of headmaster. "I will help him, Sirius," Olivia tells the jungle dog mage. "I may not have as much sway here as I do in Greece. I know how to work around idiotic politicians." "Good. Because that is pretty much every member of the Ministry," Sirius says to her. "I am going to need a headache potion again, aren't I?" she asked. "You have no idea," Sirius responded. Dumbledore was off on another topic by the time the two turned their attention back to the rest of the Order. "Alastair, if you would please work up a plan to bring Harry here. I think it would be best if he stayed here for the rest of the summer." His eyes twinkled as almost everyone in the room started offering to be a part of the team to get Harry. "Harry will probably want to spend a few more days with his family after this shock, so I would recommend you take a few days to plan." I figure 2 or 3 days will be enough for both you and him. Have you completely lost what little sanity you had?" Sirius was on his feet and shouting at the man before he even realized it, taking pleasure at the shock on the man's face at being talked to in such a way. "Mad-Eye, you have less than 24 hours to have my godson here. If Harry is not sitting next to me at breakfast by tomorrow, then I will be going to get him myself, and I will not be bringing him back here when I do. I think Harry might enjoy the chance to be like any other kid and do a bit of traveling for his holidays. Since Olivia seems to have a lot of common sense, unlike most of you, maybe Greece would be a good choice to bring Harry. He deserves to have a good summer vacation." Olivia had to admit it. She liked seeing someone else calling out such blatant stupidity. Plus, it helped that she agreed with Sirius. Even from little they had told her about Harry, telling her that Harry should be able to tell her things himself, she could tell that leaving him at his relatives was a horrible decision. And considering that she had never met him before and knows that, that says something. "Are you threatening to kidnap Harry? You have no right," Molly snarled as she shot to her feet. "I have every right." Sirius snapped back. "Harry is my godson. I, and only I, have any legal right to decide where he stays. It would seem trusting the headmaster was a mistake, one I have no intention of making again. Not now or ever again." "How dare you?" Molly started before Dumbledore himself interrupted her. "Sirius, my boy, I understand that you are worried, but this is going to take time." Dumbledore hated being questioned. "Are you kidding me?" Sirius threw his arms up. "You just said that Harry was attacked. Those vaunted wards you go on and on about have clearly failed. Maybe that might have something to do with the fact that you claim they are powered by blood and love, even though there is absolutely no love for or from Harry in that hellhole. You said Harry would want to spend time with his relatives. Every time Harry has ever talked about them, he has preached how much he hates them. He doesn't want to stay with them. He wants to get out of there as fast as humanly and magically possible. Alongside that, it means that Harry's location is compromised, and your response is to leave him in an unsecured area after an attempt on his life? What else am I supposed to think except that you have completely lost it? I wish I had some popcorn," Olivia thought to herself. Anyone talking down to these buffoons is more entertaining than any show on television. Sirius is right. He could have been a little more diplomatic, but he is still right. Remus added as soon as Sirius finished. Unlike his friend, he kept his tone calm, although his eyes kept flashing amber as his wolf reacted to his cub being in danger. This was most likely done by someone in the Ministry, since they are the ones that currently have control of the Dementors. Now, whoever it was might be satisfied with Harry being charged, or they might not. Even if they are, and don't try to attack him again, there is no doubt that Fudge will at some time mention this to the likes of Malfoy, who will scurry back to his master. If Malfoy learns anything about this, he will easily be able to get Fudge to give up the address, and then Voldemort will go after Harry too. There were more than a few shrieks, as there always were whenever Voldemort's name was mentioned, but these were quickly overtaken by the panic as those at the table realized just how much danger Harry was in. "The wards are still working fine, my boys." Dumbledore tried to placate Sirius and Remus, as he couldn't have them working the rest of the order up. Harry was attacked after he had left the house. So long as he stays within the house, he is protected. No Death Eater can pass the wards. You can't honestly expect Harry to remain a prisoner in that house with those muggles, do you? Sirius glared at the headmaster. How have Harry's words not reached you yet? Harry has said time and time again that he hates it there. He doesn't ever even call it home. He calls it Durskaban because to him, it feels just as bad as he thinks Azkaban would. Does that seriously not ring any alarm bells for you? Alarm bells certainly rang in Olivia's head. Her fingers twitched as she felt the urge to blow something up with her powers. Children were sacred to mystics. It was not just a law in the magical world. It was their way of life to treat every magical child like they were nothing less than a blessing from Lady Magic herself. Before there was any more shouting and arguing, Kingsley decided that there was enough of that and whistled. It was loud enough to make the arguing stop and for all of the attention to be turned to the tall Auror. "I do believe that we are wasting time," he stated, his deep voice booming around the kitchen. "Sirius, with your permission, I will go and collect Harry with Olivia and Remus. We will make sure he is safe." "I would be more than happy to help," Olivia smirked but kept her hands ready in case she needed to use her powers. "Please, Kingsley," Sirius was now very thankful for him being in the Order. If I know Harry, he will be both angry and extremely anxious by the time you get there. Approach with caution. We will, Sirius, Kingsley says. We'll be back as soon as we can, Remus said. Dumbledore saw him losing control, especially since two of his Order members were openly ignoring his order for them to wait to pick Harry up. He needed Harry at Private Drive in order to keep Harry beaten down and starving for love. It was the best way to have control of him. My boy's Harry needs time, he tried. What Harry needs is to be safe, Sirius cut him off. Harry knows to expect those that he doesn't know, but he still will be on high alert after what just happened. It's one of the reasons why I chose Remus to come with us, Kingsley said. Harry knows him, so it will make it easier for him to relax around us. We will just need to act quickly, Remus says. Well, do I need to remind you, people, that I can create portals, Olivia said. And it is impossible for my magic to be tracked. What's Harry's address, Sirius? He lives at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging in Surrey, Sirius tells her. Olivia nods and waved her hand. A portal opened up behind them. Ignoring Dumbledore's protests, the three of them stepped through. Harry was furious as he sat in his tiny room. This was just another crappy summer in a series of crappy summers. After having to watch Cedric almost die and the rebirth of the monster that murdered his parents, Harry had once again been shipped off back to Dursley. At least he had Sirius and Remus writing to him. He thought he would have lost his mind without them. Ron and Hermione didn't even seem to try to let him know anything. Instead, they only ever talked about was themselves. It was also clear that they were together. Harry tried not to get too angry, but the resentment had been steadily growing with each letter. He almost even stopped writing to them completely because of how they responded. In the end, Harry was just angry. After everything he had been through, he was once again being treated like a kid, and he hadn't been a kid for a very long time. Now Harry was once again locked in his room. His aunt and uncle had been furious when Harry had managed to get Dudley in the house and learned about what had happened. Not that he completely understood why, since it was only because of him that they did not have a soulless shell of a person for a son. He had gotten a howler from the ministry telling him he had been expelled from Hogwarts. When he had sent letters to everyone who had been writing to him this summer, only Sirius and Remus had written him back, but he had kind of expected that. Thankfully, he had been informed that he wasn't completely expelled in another letter, but was going to have to defend himself to the ministry. It was just another thing he was going to have to deal with. He was going to have to talk to Remus and Sirius about getting some more in-depth information on the laws in their world, since the law books he had were just a basic overview and didn't have detailed information on underage magic laws. But all of his thoughts were put on hold when a swirl of blue and white energy appeared in his room. He instantly had his wand in his hand and aimed it at the portal. Shocked would be one hell of an understatement when a woman he had never met before, a tall black man that oozed authority, and his old defense against the dark arts teacher walked out of the portal. "Hello, Harry," the woman smiled at him, not bothered by the wand aimed at her chest. "My name is Olivia. I believe Sirius told you that I was coming." Chapter 5. Harry Arrives. Chapter 5. Harry Arrives. If you had asked Harry yesterday if a woman would ever appear in his room after walking out of a swirl of blue and white energy, he would have looked at you like you had suddenly grown 2 heads. But that was before that actually happened. And the fact that she knew his name, and apparently also knew Sirius, just added to his shock. "Who are you?" Harry demanded, not moving his wand away at all. "Like I just said, my name is Olivia." Olivia still smiled. "I am not here to hurt you." "I have no reason to believe you," Harry glared at her. "I could tell you a great number of things that could make you trust me," Olivia says. "But how about Remus just take things from here?" The werewolf understood what she means. If she were to say anything that she learned through her powers or through Sirius, Harry would question her. And they did not have the time for that. They needed to get out of there as fast as possible before the Muggles woke up or the ministry came to do who knows what. "Harry, she really is trustworthy," Remus says. "And this is Kingsley Shacklebolt. He's another friend." "How do I know it's really you?" Harry now aimed his wand at Remus. "I like this kid," Kingsley said. "Moody would definitely be proud of how cautious he is. My nickname is Mooney, your dad was Prongs, Sirius is Padfoot, and the traitor is Wormtail," Remus tells Harry. Breathing a sigh of relief, Harry lowered his wand and put it away. He quickly hugged Remus, holding him tightly. "I don't have to stay any longer, do I?" Harry asked. "There is a reason my portal is still open," Olivia smirked. "Seriously, who are you?" Harry still did not know anything about this woman other than her name. "You'll learn more about me as we try and fix the very broken system of this country," Olivia says. She walked back through her portal. "She's not from around here, is she?" Harry asked Remus, having noticed her accent. "She's from Greece," Remus tells him. "Sirius contacted her because she, like myself and Kingsley, do not see Dumbledore actually doing much to counteract Voldemort." "I like her already," Harry snickered. He grabbed his trunk and Hedwig's cage and followed Remus and Kingsley through Olivia's portal. Since she had gone through already, Harry did not see much reason to think that it was a trap. Plus, Olivia also seemed to have the same mischievous look in her eye that Sirius and Remus always had, like they knew how to cause trouble and get away with it. But Harry was also glad to finally get away from the horrible muggles that he was forced to live with. Harry stumbled out of the portal. Olivia caught him before he could fall onto the floor. "I apologize for that," she smiled at him. "My portals can be a little hard to get used to when you're a first-time user of them. Most people I know use their own methods of teleportation, so I tend to forget about those that have to use my portals." "It's fine," Harry tells her. "They are definitely a lot better than Portkeys and the night bus. Both of those make my stomach want to jump out of my body. I will never understand wand user ways of transportation." Olivia shook her head. "Harry will have to remember to ask her about that." She said wand user, but he always thought that wands were the only way magic could be done, especially since he had heard that wandless magic was very rare and very hard to do. But it also made him remember that from the moment he saw her come out of her portal, there was no wand in her hand. She could have put it away before using her portal, but something told him that was not the case. "Harry," Sirius said, gaining his attention. Harry looked behind Olivia. "Sirius." Harry was almost instantly in his godfather's arms, hugging the life out of him and holding on so tight that not even a crowbar would be able to separate them. Sirius was the first adult in his entire life that had shown how much he cared for Harry Potter and not the boy who lived, or the son of Lily and James Potter. Sirius cared because he was his godfather and genuinely loved him. Harry was also glad to see that Sirius had been taking better care of himself now that he was in a house of his own and not hiding inside of caves or abandoned shacks. He now looked clean, freshly shaved, and better dressed. Harry knew that Sirius was doing everything to make himself into the person that he believed that he deserved, that he did not deserve a mostly insane fugitive godfather that could not even take care of himself. Harry nearly broke down when Sirius had told him that everything he did was for him in one of the letters he sent to him. "I missed you, pup," Sirius holds him. "I missed you too, Sirius." Harry still did not let go. Olivia smiled as she watched the two. This was how her cousins treated her. She was 9 years older than Krenos and Melody, so she had been 14 when their parents had died. But even at such a young age, she took care of them as best as she could with her own parents as well. To lose your parents was a horrible thing, especially at a young age. You feel like you never got to know them properly, like you can hardly love any other adult because it makes you feel like you're replacing your parents, like you don't know what else to do with your life without their love and encouragement. But as she looked at the scene of love between Godfather and Godson, she knew that those two were going to be just what they needed for one another. "Harry, dear." Mrs. Weasley looked to also be expecting a hug, but Harry remained in his godfather's arms. Mrs. Weasley's eyes slightly twitched in irritation. She did not like Sirius, and she never would. He may be innocent, but a fugitive was hardly the most appropriate guardian for Harry. Sirius was obviously unstable and not fit at all to care for a child. He also was very immature and would constantly use those incredibly childish nicknames, insults she assumes, for Professor Snape. He also was almost always arguing with Headmaster Dumbledore. He was the greatest wizard alive and did not deserve any backtalk from a nobody like Sirius Black. Plus, Dumbledore agreed with her about how Sirius was not a fit guardian for Harry and never will be. He needed people that would keep him on the right path and not rebel against those that clearly know what is best for him. Harry knew that Mrs. Weasley believed that she had the right to mother him. She believes that she has the right to mother everyone. But that was one of the things that Harry did not about her. She was completely overbearing and never let anyone share their opinions without screaming what she believes should be their opinions. She was like Hermione in that regard. Like she could not handle that other people have different opinions than her own and constantly shoved her beliefs and opinions down their throats to force them to think like her. He also did not like how she obviously played favorites with her children. She always treats Ron, Ginny, and Percy different from Fred, George, Charlie, and Bill. She babies them all, but also never stops berating the twins, Bill, and Charlie for almost everything about them. Like constantly telling Bill and Charlie to cut their long hair, to take jobs at the ministry, and to just settle down with a girl. With the twins, it is like they can never do anything right in her eyes. She is always yelling at them for one thing or another. She also had no faith in their dream of opening a joke shop. The twins worked day and night, from weeks to months, testing dozens of versions of their pranks for their shop, and yet she ruins it whenever she destroys their joke products when she finds them. "You must be starving, pup," Sirius said. "I doubt those muggles fed you as much as you deserve, so let's get some meat on those bones of yours." "While I still have bones," Harry chuckled. "Never know if someone else will pull another Lockhart and remove all the bones in one of my body parts again." "That man should never have been a teacher," Sirius shook his head. "Whoever hired him must have been either drunk or doing drugs, since he was clearly incompetent from everything you told me, pup." "The only thing that Lockhart knew how to teach was how to run away," Harry snickered. "Also, never unleash a cage of Cornish pixies in a classroom." "As I said, incompetent." Sirius shook his head. He leads Harry into the kitchen, the other kids and other Order members still there. Moody, Tonks, and Kingsley were the only adults there that were not Weasleys. All the other members had left for one reason or another. Hagrid, Snape, and McGonagall probably all went back to Hogwarts. Sirius sat at the head of the table as he had been. Harry saw that Ron and Hermione left a seat open between them with Ginny across from the seat. He knew that was meat for him, but he smiled as he sat in the seat on Sirius's right. Remus sat down on his other side while Olivia sat on Sirius's left. Mrs. Weasley looked to want to start cooking, but Olivia beat her to it. "Harry has arrived and is at this table, so set this scene with all that is able," Olivia cast. Small flash erupted over the table, and food instantly appeared. Everyone gasped as it all appeared in front of them. Harry noticed that a lot of it was his favorite food, such as Yorkshire pudding, steak pie, cheddar cheese scones, and roast pork with applesauce. There were also dishes that he had always wanted to try, but they were not served at Hogwarts, nor did he ever get to eat it at the Muggles, like pizza, chicken tikka masala, chicken parmesan, and a big plate of American-style cheeseburgers. There were also plenty of different sodas to drink as well. "Wow," Harry gasped, looking at Olivia. "How'd you do that?" "Don't eat any of it," Hermione ordered in her bossy no-ol voice. "The laws of transfiguration says that food cannot be made." "Not when it's my magic," Olivia smirked. "Wand users cannot conjure food, but my kind certainly can." "Quite well, I add." "This is the second time you've said wand users," Harry said. "What do you mean by that? Aren't wands the only way to use magic?" "My kind, others like me, are known as mystic souls," Harry, Olivia explained. "My people are born with a different magical core that is what gave us our name. We are known to have special powers that make us more powerful than those that use wands. There are no two mystic souls in a single generation that have the same powers. A lot of us do, however, have powers handed down through our families. My family, for example, has had a lot of mystic souls in it that have powers over nature." "What about you?" Harry was intrigued by what she was saying. "I am a time mage," Olivia says, "which means that I have powers over time. I can manipulate the time around others, travel through time using my portals, and I can even view events of the future and pass through time windows." "That's incredible," Harry gasped. "But what about all this food?" "Mystic souls use different types of spells than wand users," Olivia explained. "Mostly it's just two lines that happen to rhyme. It's why we can never read poems out loud. You never know what would happen if you do." Sirius, Harry, Remus, and Kingsley laughed at that. Sirius and Kingsley certainly have experienced that downside before. "Did Sirius tell you about what I would like to eat?" Harry started piling food onto his plate. "I actually didn't, pup," Sirius tells his godson. "It's all in the wording of the spell," Olivia says. "With how I worded it, the The spell automatically summoned what you would want to eat. It's all part of the wonder that is being a mystic soul. You are quite the intriguing person, Olivia, Harry said, savoring the pizza that he was eating. I try, Olivia giggled. Hermione huffed. You should not lie like that. Wandless magic is rare, and it is impossible to do it so effortlessly. Olivia turned to look at the bushy-haired girl, narrowing her eyes. There are plenty of mystic souls that would be very much in their right to curse you for insulting them like that, she said. This may be wandless magic to you, but to me, it is simply the magic that I use. Just because you do not believe in my powers does not make them any less real. Harry smirked into his soda as he took a drink. Finally, someone standing up to Hermione's annoying belief that she is always right. It got on his nerves more times than he can count. It was about time that someone let her know that she is not always right. Not that she will listen to whoever is telling her that, since she only ever listens when it is something that she wants to hear. So, I take it from your accent that you're not exactly from around here. Harry regained Olivia's attention. Correct, young mage, Olivia giggled. I was born and raised in Greece. The mystic soul community is quite large in my country. The United States, Egypt, Italy, and Japan also have their own flourishing mystic souls as well. But we are just as common as wand users. I am surprised I haven't met any already, then, Harry says. Well, you probably know by now that your ministry is filled with corrupt idiots that care only about themselves and other rich purebloods, Olivia said, Harry nodding. Mystic souls have been born here, but since your ministry is so corrupt, they are usually either killed or have left the country soon after discovering their powers. Since they are always so afraid of those with power, it does make sense that they would be so paranoid about mystic souls, Sirius says. Taking you as an example, Olivia, you could probably wipe out the entire aura force on your own.
No offense, Kingsley.
None taken, Sirius. The aura shrugged. I do have to agree with you. Especially since Fudge has been decreasing the Aura department's budget every year since he was elected. There's barely enough for all of us to be paid. Like I have been saying, corrupt idiots that care only about themselves, Olivia stated. I'd vanquish them if it wouldn't be considered murder. So, Sirius, Harry turned to his godfather. What is this place, anyway? This is the London townhouse that my family owns, Sirius tells him. This is where I grew up. Unfortunately, you will probably have to deal with my mother's screaming. Her portrait is hanging by the stairs, and she tends to wail louder than a banshee whenever anyone wakes her up. Oh God, I hate banshees, Olivia complained. Their screams give me such headaches. You've met banshees, Harry's eyes widened. Olivia nodded. I had to deal with them quite a bit when I was younger. Since they are attracted to those in deep sorrow, I had to fight them off after my aunt and uncle were killed. Sirius's eyes widened in realization. Krenos? Olivia nodded again. He was with them when it happened, so it affected him more than Melody and myself. 1. I am sorry for your loss, Harry says. 2. Who are Krenos and Melody? They're my cousins, Olivia explains. Krenos and Melody are twins, about your age actually. Krenos can control nature and Melody has powers over music. They sound cool. Harry would be more than happy to gain some actual friends. I am sure they would be more than happy to meet you, Olivia smiled. Anyway, Harry, Sirius got Harry's attention back. Dumbledore has been using the house as headquarters for his group of anti-moldy shorts people, known as the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius Black, Mrs. Weasley yelled. Harry is just a boy. Dumbledore said not to tell him anything that he does not need to know. Well, since he is going to be staying here for the rest of summer, he should know why people keep coming and going. Sirius tried hard not to smirk as he gave her the perfect reason to tell Harry. So someone actually is doing something about that psycho. Harry thought that nothing was being done at all. Olivia scoffed. I wouldn't call what these idiots were doing as doing something about him. I've seen rock trolls move more than they do. It's why Sirius contacted me. So things can actually start getting done. Oh, Merlin. Harry shook his head. If he was honest with himself, Harry would have been more surprised if something was actually being done. But he was pretty much used to the adults in his life never doing anything until it was too late, or they simply never doing anything at all. It drove him crazy since he was usually the one picking up their slack, and that always put his life in danger. Why did he have to protect the Sorcerer's Stone? Why did he have to kill the basilisk? Why did he and Hermione have to travel back in time to save Sirius and Buckbeak? It is the adults that should be protecting their kids and students, not the other way around. But I am more than happy to lend a magical hand, Olivia smirked. If I can spend most of my life vanquishing demons, one Dark Lord will be easy enough. The Order members left in the house, plus most of the teens were visibly annoyed or angry at Olivia. There was her constant insulting of what they were doing against Voldemort, even if her words say that they are not doing anything. They were also upset over how she treated Dumbledore like he was an idiot when they all knew that the man was basically the next Merlin and did not deserve to be treated like that. Harry was getting more and more curious about Olivia. She certainly took no nonsense from anybody and definitely held nothing back when speaking her mind. Plus, her powers sounded really cool. He was looking forward to getting to know her and her family. Chapter 6. Forming a Plan. Chapter 6. Forming a Plan. So, Sirius, why is this house so dirty anyway? Harry looked around the still pretty filthy kitchen as they all ate. That bloody house elf that was supposed to be taking care of this place lost his mind. Sirius shook his head. He hasn't been doing anything since my parents died while I was in Azkaban. He has even been taking orders from my mum's portrait. I take it you never got along with him, just like with the rest of your family, Harry guessed. He is a black house elf, Sirius scoffed. That, pretty much, means that he could be as insane and evil as the human members of my family. I am suddenly very glad that I have not met any blacks beside you, Sirius, Harry said. Actually, Harry, you will find that most wizarding families are related in some way or another, Sirius tells Harry. What do you mean? Harry was curious. Well, as you know, a lot of the pureblood families want to keep themselves as pure as possible, Remus says. So they tend to only ever marry other purebloods. But that also lessens the number of purebloods that are not related to each other. They tend to think that marrying their second cousins is more acceptable than marrying a half-blood or a Muggleborn. Take your father and me as an example, Sirius said. James was actually my second cousin since his mother was Doria Potternay Black, who was my great-aunt, I think. So that means we are related as well. Harry thought that Sirius was just his godfather. It certainly does, pup. Sirius smiled and patted Harry on the shoulder. And if my memory of the Black family tree is correct, we are also distantly related to the Weasleys because I think Arthur's mother is Cedrella Weasley née Black. The Blacks have married into almost every other pureblood family in Britain. With so many magical relatives, I should never have been sent to those horrible muggles, Harry grumbled. Olivia eyed Harry as she took a drink. From what Sirius had told her and from what Kreno has managed to put together, Harry did not have the best home life. Sirius had told her that Harry had immediately jumped at the chance to live with him moments after he had learned that his godfather was an innocent man. That instantly rang alarm bells inside his head. He had thought that he was a murderer barely half an hour before, and yet he still was so eager to live with him when he learned of his innocence. He may be his godfather, but Harry still did not really know him. So his instant excitement spoke volumes about his home life. Everyone wishes things were that simple, Olivia sighed. As a member of my country's Magic Council, I see a lot of court cases involving families. What's a Magic Council? Tonks asked. It's the main government body of Mystic Souls communities all over the world, Olivia explained. All Mystic Soul communities are run by their own magic councils. We are made up of 12 elected officials, representing the original 12 Olympian gods. I was 20 when I was elected, making me the youngest ever Mystic Soul to be a part of any council. That sounds a lot better than the idiot we currently have as minister, Kingsley grumbled as he ate. He would rather stick his head in the sand than even consider that there might be a problem out there. Probably why your newspaper has nothing on Voldemort in it, Olivia guessed. Not even just Voldemort, Kingsley says. He's been like this ever since he was elected. It doesn't matter is if it about evil wizards, magical creatures, or even muggles. If there ever is a problem, he sticks his head in the sand and pretends that it's not there until it goes away. He is a peaceful times minister, so he has no clue how to handle actual problems. He's more concerned about lining his pockets and his allies with as much gold as he can. And here I thought that no one could be as bad as Bagnold. Sirius shook his head. Your previous minister, I am guessing, Olivia said. Yeah, Sirius says. She was the minister during the last war. She might not have been the most competent, but she was the only one brave enough to be the minister at the time since all other possible candidates were too afraid of Voldemort to be in a seat of power. She did make a few good decisions, though, Remus remembered. Like when she gave the Aurors permission to use more offensive spells against Death Eaters instead of just stunning or disarming them. It made fighting a lot easier. Back home, the guards always have the right to use the necessary force, Olivia says. But that is only if they see no other way. It usually results in some type of fight since magical criminals are not known for going quietly. Guards are your version of Aurors, right? Harry guessed. Your form of magical police? Right, Olivia answered. Our current head of the guards is Redis Guard. Yet there is no connection to him and the actual founder of the guards. He has the power to create force fields and other protective shields. That's so cool, Harry said. Mystic souls come in all shapes, sizes, and powers, Olivia tells Harry. No two mages in a single generation share the same powers. There are those with similar powers, but never that are the exact same. That is quite interesting, Remus said. Has it always been like that, or is it all just a coincidence? Lady Hecate grants us our powers, so it is by her design, Olivia says. She is the goddess of magic, after all. I take it that Greek magicals are very close to their gods, Sirius guessed. Olivia nodded. We are a very traditional community, but also know how to blend our traditions into modern life so that we are not stuck in the Dark Ages like some magical communities. We celebrate the Sabbaths, honor our gods, but we never forget what time period we live in. Sirius knew what she meant when she was talking about magical communities stuck in the Dark Ages. She mostly meant magical Britain. Kreno certainly had gone on a lot of rants about how most of the other magical countries thought that magical Britain was about 2 centuries behind the rest of them in terms of magical advancements. Hermione not so silently huffed and turned away from them. Sirius knew it was because she was one of those bigoted Muggleborns that thought that the old ways were barbaric and should just be forgotten about. Someone like Olivia, who came from a country where their version of the old ways were practiced by everyone, annoyed the bookworm. She was one of the reasons why Muggleborns are looked down on by purebloods in magical Britain. It's because she comes into a world that she is now a part of and does nothing to adapt to it and expects the world to adapt to her instead. She makes no effort to learn magical culture or traditions and is always saying that the Muggle world is better. Since you are a time mage, it's probably a little harder for you, right? Kingsley asked, chuckling into his coffee. You spend a lot of time in other time periods. You have no idea, Olivia sighed. Not to mention I have to be careful about how much of an impact I make in the time period that I am in. Too many unforeseen consequences can occur from what first appears to be a simple act. I had a run-in with Blackbeard and I pretended to be a greatly feared pirate to get him off my back, and when I got back to the present, I was somehow now the mascot for an American brand of rum. You wouldn't happen to have a bottle of it on you, would you? Sirius asked, smirking. Sirius? Remus playfully slapped his shoulder, making Sirius laugh. What? He laughed. Rum is a lot better than fire whiskey to me. You are a strange bunch, Olivia stated. Nothing wrong with that, Harry chuckled. Who wants to be normal when you can be magical? As my cousin would say, being normal is vastly overrated, Olivia giggled. I do have to agree with him on that, though. I am now really curious about your cousin, Harry admitted. I'd love to meet him. I'm sure that can be arranged, Olivia smirked. Kreno and his sister Melody would both be happy to meet you. They finished dinner soon after and packed up all the leftovers into the cold box that was enchanted with a freezing charm for the freezer and a cooling charm for the fridge. Harry had yawned, so Sirius sent him up to bed. He had some things to discuss with Olivia and Remus, anyway. He wanted to wait after they did some more planning before they brought Harry into the fold and told him what they were up to. Kingsley, Tonks, and Moody all left to go to their own homes, while Mrs. Weasley sent the rest of the kids up to bed as well. She did think that it was late and that it was time for bed. As Harry got up, Sirius had whispered to him where his room would be. Dobby had already brought his trunk into the room and made sure that only he, Sirius, Remus, and anyone invited by them could enter it. Dobby might not be the sanest house elf in the world, but his loyalty was something to admire. Harry was definitely looking forward to having his own room. When Mrs. Weasley had told him that he would be sharing with Ron, he was very glad when Sirius told him that a separate room had been prepared for him. He had barely gotten any sleep because of constant nightmares, night terrors, and the pain in the scar. So being in the same room with Ron's foghorn snoring would not have helped him at all. Besides, both of his supposed best friends had shown that their loyalty to him was fickle at best and non-existent at the worst. And being in the same room as Ron would give him even less privacy than he already had, since Sirius had told him that Order members had been spying on him at private drive on Dumbledore's orders. Harry had never been so glad that he had a room all to himself, one that was actually a decent size instead of Dudley's second bedroom that was mostly just his broken stuff. Sirius had also told him that his room was on the family floor of Grimmauld Place. The building was actually 7 floors in total. There were 5 floors above ground, a basement, and a sub-basement. The 2 top floors and the sub-basement were all invisible to those outside of the family. They would never know that they were there even if the door or stairway to them was right in front of their eyes. The top floors also held the 2-story family library. The one that was on the normal floors had to be unlocked to stop all of the complaints from Hermione, and because Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley would also not stop badgering him about what types of books were in the library. So he had Winky move all of the dark books to the family library. The only ones he left in the downstairs library were plenty of history books, the leftover school textbooks that used to belong to him in Regulus, and other normal books. It served as a way to keep Dumbledore away from black family magic books, but also annoyed Hermione, since there was nothing interesting in there for her to read. Didn't stop her from continuously looking around the library in hopes of finding something that was even the least bit interesting. After Harry went into his room, Sirius led Olivia and Remus onto the family floor. They were only able to come up with his permission, which was how Remus also had his own room on the family floor. The 3 of them gathered in the family library for extra privacy. Can I just say that insulting those egotistical British wizards probably added years onto my life? Olivia giggled. That was so much fun. I would be offended, but as a fellow mystic soul, I'm obligated to be on your side, Sirius smirked. Very true, Sirius. Olivia crossed her arms and snickered. I take it that you two have already started forming a plan, Remus guessed as they all sat in different chairs in the room. I'm a time mage, Olivia reminded. I always need a plan, or a lot worse things could happen than me becoming a mascot for rum. Olivia and Krenos have been working on things on their end of the country, Sirius explains to Remus. We needed to find a way for Harry to become surrounded by those that will protect him, while also keeping Dumbledore out of the loop of what is really going on. And that is only the beginning, since we are still trying to find a way to unbind his powers. That would require a bit of planning. Remus leaned back in his chair. There are plenty of mystic souls back home that could help Harry with his powers, Olivia says. Healers, alchemists, potion masters, even some that literally have the power to control magic energy. I'm not trying to be insulting, but I can see why most wand users are terrified of your kind, Remus stated. Trust me, even we know that we can be scary, Olivia said. I once saw my cousin, Krenos, turn a demon into a tree that had other demons running away from him for a solid month before they got up the courage to start trying to kill him again. I can see why that would scare them, Sirius said. Demons typically avoid magical Britain for reasons that nobody in the mystic soul community ever understood. So Sirius never had to deal with any of them. It also helped that most of his training with his mystic soul powers happened at Hogwarts in abandoned classrooms. The wards around the school would have kept out any demons that tried to attack him or the school. What do you guys think of the first part of your plan? Remus asked. Surrounding Harry with protectors? Well, Dumbledore has been failing to gather allies since he has no actual proof that Voldemort is back, Olivia says. If I can make it seem like other mystic souls would help him, the hope of getting powerful allies will force him to agree with me. What does that have to do with protecting Harry if any allies you get would be forced to continuously go on missions for Dumbledore? Remus saw a flaw already. We all know that with the Ministry sticking their heads in the sand, they would stop all obvious attempts of Dumbledore to gather allies, Sirius explained. So we will be tricking Dumbledore and the Ministry by making the Ministry think that it is a simple field trip, while Dumbledore will think that it is an ally. Collecting trip. I'm not following, Remus admitted. Crystal Rose, Olivia said. My old school and the current academy where my cousins attend. We make it so the Ministry thinks that the students are going there for a year of foreign education, combined with keeping Dumbledore out of Britain for a while. Dumbledore will also be led to believe that the teachers and older students would be willing to help him against Voldemort. It might be a bit of a long shot, given how the Ministry feels about mystic souls, but we have to try, Sirius says. We do plan on keeping that detail away from the ministry when the field trip is getting approved, but it will get back to them at some point. We just need to make sure that the trip cannot be canceled and that Crystal Rose is properly protected from them. You want to take a school filled with wand users to a school of mystic souls all the way on the other side of the continent. Remus summarized the plan. Olivia nodded. Mystic souls are very protective of each other. If Sirius is right about Harry being a mystic soul that has had his powers bound, we will do anything to keep him safe. Untrained mystic souls have been known to cause disasters, like that fire that Kreno's told me about, Sirius guessed. Like the weather mage that caused Mount Vesuvius to erupt and destroy Pompeii, Olivia deadpanned, causing both men to gasp. Mystic souls are that powerful. Remus could not help but stare at the time mage. You have no idea how powerful we can be, Olivia said. Merlin, Sirius gasped. There were a few moments of silence before they all got their composure back. Are you sure that Dumbledore won't be able to just do to your school as he does in Hogwarts? Remus helped them see any possible flaw in their plan. He has been manipulating people for over 100 years. I am not doubting the intelligence of those in your school, but even some of the brightest people at Hogwarts have fallen to his manipulations. I would never send anyone to Crystal Rose if I was not 100% sure that they could take care of themselves, Olivia stated. I have already had a number of meetings with the staff and headmistress. They are all aware of his manipulative tendencies and will all be sure that they stay on their toes around him. Kreno has also made it clear that those outside of magical Britain are far more likely to not fall for Dumbledore's kind grandfather act, Sirius says. And honestly, I see no reason to doubt him. Once he is in the school, Harry will be surrounded by other mystic souls, Olivia says. They will make sure that not only that he is safe, but also learns to think for himself and not try so hard to fit into the boy who lived image that so many try to force onto him. I also hope for some good food for him. Sirius crosses his arms. Harry is way too skinny for a kid his age. He obviously needs a full medical checkup to see what types of potions he will need to fix any damage that those horrible muggles have caused. I watched Harry a lot when I was teaching in his 3rd year, Remus admitted. In the beginning, he would eat smaller meals and work his way up to more full-sized portions. But nearing the end of the year, he would decrease the amount that he ate. It was like he was preparing himself for a time that he would not be able to eat very much. I will ask Kingsley to help, Sirius stated. As an Auror, he will know some healing spells. That might be enough until we can get Harry to a real healer, and not someone like Pomfrey, who only ever does anything when Dumbledore tells her to. We have some healing mages as Crystal Rose that could help, Olivia offered. So now all we have to do is convince Dumbledore, the ministry, and the school board to allow the trip, Remus said. If it helps, that black book of black family blackmail has to be around here somewhere, Sirius said, looking around the library as he did. That can be Plan B, Olivia says. Chapter 7. Godfather-Godson Bonding. Chapter 7. Godfather-Godson Bonding. Harry did not know when was the last time that he had slept as well as he did that night. There was no nightmare, no uncomfortable mattress, no night terror that caused him to wake up screaming, no Dursleys waking him up at the crack of dawn to start him on his mountain of chores. Nothing. And the room he was in was not that bad. It was about 1/3 of the size of his dorm at Hogwarts, which made it a decent size since his dorm was made to house 5 boys at once. While the room could have used a splash of color, it was a nice shade of green on the walls with a few pictures here and there. There was also a Slytherin rug that was somehow still soft to the touch. The bed was also very comfortable with blankets as smooth and soft as silk. It was a canopy bed with a king-sized mattress. They also had a Slytherin color scheme to them, but Harry had actually always liked the color silver. There was also a big desk, a large wardrobe, and even 2 bookshelves. Harry figured whoever this room used to belong to was probably quite the good student in his days. While most of the colors and decor he would want to change, Harry was sure that Sirius would let him. Even if he wanted the room to be entirely pink, Sirius was the only adult that Harry knew that he could trust with anything and everything. The one adult that never let him down. He sent him letters even when Dumbledore ordered a mail/information block on him. He told him stories about his parents when no one else in his life even attempted to. He gave him the first ever bit of family love that he had ever felt. He treated him as just Harry Potter, his godson, and not as Harry Potter, boy who lived. And most of all, He listened when he would talk to him. Most others he met would just be pretending to listen, and then just force their own opinions down his throat without even trying to listen to what he thinks himself. Sirius never pretended. He actually listened to his opinions and anything else he had to say, and was actually interested in what he had to say. Harry was also now very glad to not only be away from the Dursleys, but also finally be getting some information out of people. Olivia seemed like a good person that actually wanted to do something against Voldemort. She also talked about demons, and he really wanted to ask her about them. They sounded dangerous, and since he was Harry Potter, that usually meant that they would endanger his life at some point. It seemed that was usually the natural order of things when it came to his life. And this whole thing about her being a mystic soul also sounded really intriguing. He didn't know what they were, but they sounded very interesting. Olivia described herself as a time mage, so he wondered if other mystic souls were like her or were different. Out of curiosity, he opened the wardrobe. He was shocked by the nice clothing inside of it. There were a few Slytherin robes, which he expected given the carpet. There were also silk shirts, velvet coats, nice pants, and a variety of amazing cloaks. There were even some dress shoes and dragonhide boots on the floor of the wardrobe. Whoever this room belonged to before, he had some very expensive tastes in clothing. There was a knock on his door as he was looking inside the wardrobe. "Come in," Harry said. "Hey, pup." Sirius smiled as he came in. "Morning, Sirius," Harry smiled back. "Had a good sleep, I hope," Sirius said. "First time in months, actually," Harry sighed. "How have you been, Sirius?" "I am much better now that you're here," Sirius smiled at Harry. "Is Olivia still here?" Harry asked. "I wanted to ask her some questions." "She had to go back to Greece," Sirius answered. "She will be back, maybe with one of her cousins, but she still has responsibilities as a council member. She can just pop back and forth between here and Greece just like that." Harry was curious. "Portal creation is part of her powers," Sirius tells Harry. "While she mostly does portals to different time periods, she can use them for teleportation as well. I really want to learn more about being a mystic soul." Harry was very intrigued by her powers. Sirius called that a very good step toward their plan to unlock Harry's powers. Sirius did not want to force Harry to be what he did not want to be. If he did not want to be a mystic soul, then he would not force the unlocking of his powers. But it also wasn't like they knew what his powers would be anyway. They could be powerful, or even something non-violent. But what mattered most to him was that he did only what he knew that Harry would want, and what would make him happy. Sirius then noticed that Harry had been looking in the wardrobe. "You seem to have taken a liking to my brother's clothes," Sirius says, sitting on the edge of the bed. "You have a brother?" Harry was shocked. "Had," Sirius corrected, a little sad. "Regulus joined Voldemort right out of Hogwarts, certainly making my parents proud. All I know is that he died while in service to him. I don't know if he made Voldemort mad or he was just on a dangerous mission, but he died because of Voldemort and that's all I know." "I'm sorry." Harry sits next to Sirius. "I didn't know. I didn't expect you to," Sirius comforted his godson. "Regulus was my little brother, and as much as I loved him, our parents were not the nicest people and would never have let both of their sons not take the dark mark." "Your mother is that large portrait above the stairs, right?" Harry asked. "Unfortunately," Sirius sighed. "I warn you that when anything wakes her up, she screams louder than a banshee." "I feel a headache forming already," Harry chuckled. "Trust me, you will get one," Sirius said. He then went over to the wardrobe. "You know, you would look really good in these." "In your brother's clothes?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Creature used to be Regulus Nanny Elf," Sirius says. "He has an almost obsession with my brother. So all his clothes are still as nice as the day they were originally bought." "Would he mind?" Harry asked. "He probably will, but he is still a nanny elf at heart, and I don't think he could stand seeing you in those rags you currently call clothing," Sirius said. "They're Dudleys." Harry rolled his eyes. "I think the Dursleys would literally rather die than actually buy me something new." "Remind me why you keep telling me not to go over and kill those worthless muggles." Sirius clenched his fists tight. "Because killing people is wrong and I am not going to let you be sent back to Azkaban." Harry tried not to give in to the temptation to sick his godfather on his relatives. "Besides, we both know that karma will come after them at some point." "Karma cannot work fast enough," Sirius stated. Harry then started looking through the wardrobe. "So, was anything planned for today?" he asked his godfather. "Molly, as usual, will be having most of the others cleaning after breakfast," Sirius tells him. Did she even ask if you wanted them to clean the house? Harry did not like that Mrs. Weasley seemed to think she could rule over this house like she did at the Burrow. She didn't, but it wasn't like Creature was doing any cleaning before I let the Order use this place. Sirius shrugged. My guess is that Winky would be very territorial if you allowed her to be known. Harry chuckled. Sirius and Harry both knew that it was better to keep Winky and Dobby a secret until they had no other choice than to show they had house elves. Both were mostly doing it mostly because they did not want to deal with any rants about house elf slavery from Hermione, Mrs. Weasley, or anyone else that was ignorant about house ELD magic. In truth, house elves need to be bound to a wizard or a wizard family in order to stay as sane and stable as they could. Dobby might not currently be the most sane of house elves, but he was definitely a loyal one. But most house elves start to slowly go insane and lose control of their magic if they remain free for too long. And if they are not bound soon, then their loss of magical control would kill them. But people like Hermione, despite her reputation as the so-called brightest witch of her generation, never even thought about that. She never bothered to do any research into the bonds that elves have with their masters or families. She never even thought that the elves would need to be bound in order to stay alive. She believed that something was a problem and decided to do something about it without even trying to see if it was actually a real problem or not. In Harry's point of view, he would look into something to help with abused house elves. That way they can happily be bound and not just bound to stay alive. What use was living for over 100 years if you're miserable and abused the entire time? Everyone deserves a happy life, or things will go south for them. Do you think it would be a good idea to let Winky start doing work around here? Sirius asked him. She loves working and really has only been delivering letters for me. Ask her, Harry shrugged. Besides, I will love seeing the looks on Hermione and Mrs. Weasley's faces when they see that you have another house elf. One that you bound yourself, I add. They would probably lose it even more if they ever find you with Dobby, Sirius chuckled. We will probably both need some headache potions, Harry snickered. Sirius then got up and pulled out some things from the wardrobe. He gave them to Harry. Try these on, pup, he smiled. I think it's time for you to finally dress in clothes that fit you. Thanks, Padfoot, Harry smiled back, going into the bathroom to change. It took a few minutes for Harry to come back out after he changed and got ready for the day. Sirius had chosen a nice silver silk shirt with navy green pants that matched with it. He also wore black shoes with it. For a Gryffindor, you sure chose a very Slytherin outfit for me, Harry chuckled. Most of my brother's clothes are silver and green, Sirius laughed. But we will get you some new clothes that you can pick out yourself at some point. Could it be with Olivia? Harry requested. I want to ask more about Mystic Souls. Let's go to the library then, Sirius offered. The family library is on this floor, and I am sure there must be something on Mystic Souls in there. Harry actually perked up at the sound of a library. Throughout his time at Hogwarts, Harry has always made himself appear dumber than he actually is. Part of his act was because he suspected that an independent and smart boy was not what the people would want in their boy who lived. Plus, there was also how he did not want to lose his friends, and both Ron and Hermione affected his grades in their own ways. With Ron, he never cared about his grades or schoolwork and would goof off the entire time. And with Hermione, she prided herself at always being the smartest person in the room with the best grades. Both of them he had feared he would lose if he showed how smart he was. But since they chose their side and it wasn't his, he no longer cared if his good grades would upset them. It was really their own fault for their lack of loyalty. Anyway, Sirius happily showed Harry to the library. It was just down the hall and around another corner. The library was not exactly hidden, considering the large wooden doors with a bunch of runes carved on them. The doors also had large ring handles made out of silver that is pulled in order to open the doors. He pulled them open and showed Harry inside. Harry almost gasped as he saw the large library. The room definitely showed that it could be accessed on both top floors, considering that two different sets of spiral staircases that lead to the second level of the library. The walls were lined with many bookcases as well as other cases that were not on the walls. There were so many that the library could almost be considered a maze of bookshelves. There was also a nice sitting area with a burning fireplace, perfect for reading a book with a comforting fire and a cup of hot chocolate. Hermione would be so jealous. Harry smirked as he looked around at the family library. I do have to warn you, pup, Sirius says. As this is the Black family library, Some of these books can contain some very dangerous information. The only reason you can even come in here is because you have black blood in your veins. Okay, Sirius. Harry knew that Sirius would know more about this place than him. But this thing might help you. Sirius directed Harry over to a metal stand thing that looked like what could hold up music sheets for a singer or band member. This stand is enchanted to act almost like a magical version of Google. You know that Google is. Harry raised an eyebrow, looking at his pureblood godfather. Your mother wanted to have a computer when she and James moved in together. Sirius smiled as he remembered. So she did teach your father and me how to use it. Wouldn't being near magic cause the computer to explode or something? Harry asked. Your mother learned that when magic is used directly on it that it would. But just being in a magical household would not mess with the technology, Sirius said. She definitely was the smartest witch of her generation. Harry chuckled as that was probably a jab at Hermione. His mother definitely seemed to fit that title more than the bushy-haired know-it-all did, even when they come from different generations. So, I take it that you can ask this stand for a book, and it summons it from the library, Harry guessed. Correct, pup, Sirius said. It can be a specific book, or even a number of books that mention the subject that you request. Try it. Cool. Harry went up to the stand. Mystic Souls. He requested it as he placed his hand on the stand. It took a few seconds, but multiple books lit up on their shelves and floated toward the stand. About a dozen books in total landed near or on the stand. Harry picked up the nearest book to him. Mystic Souls Around the World. He read the title. Sounds like just the book I need. Olivia and her cousins are only from Greece. Sirius smiled at his godson's curiosity. So that book can give you an insight to mystic soul communities outside of their home. Harry smiled as he went over to the sitting area with a few of the books and sat down by the fire. It may be summer, but reading by the fire was just so comforting. Sirius grabbed a few books and sat down as well. You were the one that brought Olivia here, weren't you? Harry suddenly asked after a few minutes of quiet reading. What was that, pup? Sirius looked up from his book. Olivia, Harry repeated. She was only here because you got her here, didn't you? Sirius smiled. You always have been able to read me, pup. Yes, I was the one that originally invited Olivia here. As a pureblood, I knew that mystic souls existed, so I went to the only two that I knew about. Olivia's aunt and uncle. I did not know that they had passed on, so my letter ended up with their son instead. Kreno's was the one that got me into contact with Olivia. I think we both know that she will be a lot more helpful than Dumbledore. I couldn't agree more, Harry said. Plus, it was nice to finally meet a person in politics that wasn't just a corrupt and money-hungry moron. You just described every British politician to a T, pup, Sirius laughed. Harry went back to reading his book. He started at the chapter about Greek mystic souls in order to learn about Olivia and Kreno's culture. He was amazed by the pictures that were included of Crystal Rose Academy, the school for mystic souls in Greece. He read about how the place was known as the top mystic soul school in the world, and that students came from all over the globe in order to attend. The school itself was hidden from Muggles and was outside of Athens. The school was disguised as the ruins of an old Greek castle, and anyone that tried to go near it were immediately sent away as the wards would make them think they had a date, or doctor's appointment, or that they left their bathtub running, anything that would make them turn around. The wards spread for miles, so there wasn't a Muggle anywhere near 100 miles from the school. Their school looks incredible, Harry says, and the name itself, Crystal Rose, is beautiful. Quite the coincidence given what Kreno's own powers are, Sirius chuckled. When I met him, he showed me that he could control nature. Guess a school with a name like that would be perfect for him, Harry grinned. You will learn a lot about mystic souls, pup, Sirius says. Some of it good, but those in magical Britain are known to hate them. The way they all reacted to Olivia at last night's meeting spoke volumes about how they felt even without saying it. Sirius was going to tell Harry about his wild dog magic at some point, but he was going to wait for the right time. He trusted his godson, but he was hoping for more when he was able to use his own powers to help Harry train with his when they were unlocked. Why are wizards here so prejudiced? Harry asked. Dark families hate Muggleborns, light families hate dark families and Slytherins, and now everyone hates mystic souls. We all have magic, and that should be the only thing that matters regardless of where it comes from and what type it is. I wish everyone thought like you, pup, Sirius sighed. My own family has been known as dark for centuries. We certainly have plenty of Death Eaters in our tree. I guess you would be considered the white sheep in the Black family, Harry joked. Sirius laughed. You have no idea. I was the first to be sorted into Gryffindor in centuries. Not to mention that I befriended Muggleborns, half-bloods, and purebloods alike in my time at Hogwarts. My mother blasted me off our family tapestry when I ran away this summer after 5th year to live with your father and his parents. You knew my grandparents? Harry had heard nothing about them before. Doria and Charles Potter. Sirius smiled as he remembered the two. They were more my parents than my birth ones ever were. Charles was an Auror, and probably considered to be the best that there ever was. During Grindelwald's reign of terror, he once took out 20 of his followers before he was too injured to continue and was forced to get medical attention. Good thing that Doria was a healer and still has a plaque up at St. Mungo's to honor how many lives that she had saved. They died of dragon pox a few months before you were born. They sound like wonderful people, Harry smiled. A little sad that he would never be able to know them. They were. Sirius wiped a tear from his eye. You could never meet any kinder people than them. I'm sorry, Harry apologized. I shouldn't have asked. It's all right, pup, Sirius said, comforting him. You deserve to know about them just as much as you deserve to know about your parents. They're your family. So are you, Padfoot. Harry smiled at his godfather. Sirius gave his hand a squeeze, showing that he felt that way as well. Chapter 8. Heart of No, Flower of Gold. Chapter 8. Heart of No, Flower of Gold. Harry spent a lot of time reading in the family library. He was beginning to think of the family floor as his safe space. Everyone else was just getting on his last nerve and driving him crazy. He was ready to get out his wand and start rapid-firing spells at the next person that irritates him. If it wasn't Ron or Hermione trying to order him to forgive them over them not writing him, it was Ginny following him around like a lost puppy, or it was Mrs. Weasley trying to order him around as if he was her child. The only ones at the house that weren't trying to annoy him to death were Sirius, Remus, Fred, and George. He was especially happy when the twins would take him aside to tell him about their rising joke business. The money that he had given them from the Triwizard Tournament had been exactly what they needed in order to really get their business off the ground. Before, they had been selling their pranks while in Hogwarts, helping students get out of tests or classes that they did not want to take. But what Harry loved most about that was how the two were so sneaky that even though the professors knew that it was the twins doing all of that, there was never any actual proof. The twins made him smile no matter what he was feeling, and that was something else that he loved about them. Sirius would pop in every once in a while, or he would just be sitting in another chair reading right next to him. That was another thing that he loved about Sirius. He did not try and pry into his life. He did not interrogate Harry about his feelings or his trauma. He was just simply there. He did not do anything except be there when Harry felt like he wanted to talk. Nobody else ever treated him like that, and Harry would forever be grateful to Sirius for that. Harry was currently in the family library once again. He wanted to read more into mystic souls and their culture. He was already almost done with his third book about them. The one he was reading at the moment was called Mystic Soul Schools Worldwide. It was all about the different schools that mystic souls can go to all over the globe. He read how the most popular schools were Crystal Rose in Greece, Academia Olympica di Incantesimi in Rome, Guardians de Secretos in Spain, the House of Mystery in America, and the Aladdin Academy for Magical Beings in India. They were the top 5 schools for mystic souls in the world. House of Mystery, Crystal Rose, and Guardians de Secretos were all even founded thousands of years before Hogwarts was. It was incredible that there were magic schools around for so long. There were no pictures of the schools, but Harry did not doubt for a single second that they were probably even more amazing than Hogwarts. Sure, Hogwarts was an ancient castle that was right out of Camelot, but other places had their own unique architecture that was specific to them, like the Taj Mahal in India and Shirkuh/temples in China. Curious about my people, are you? Harry heard behind him. The sudden voice made Harry nearly jump out of his skin. He turned around and saw a kid his age, standing there with a smirk on his face. Harry immediately took notice of how he had the same silver eyes as Olivia. I am guessing that you're Olivia's cousin. Harry closed his book as he looked at the other teen. That's me, he smiled. Kreno's garden is the name, and nature magic is my game. He offered his hand and Harry shook it. He just met him, and he already liked Kreno's playful attitude and general kindness. How did you get in here anyway? Harry asked. Sirius told me only family members could get on these floors and into the library. Sirius, as head of the Black family, is allowed to invite people outside the family onto these floors if he wishes, Kreno explains. It is the same as the library. I am also not able to read any of these books unless he personally hands me one of them to read. I guess I will need to study up on wards, Harry said. Especially family wards from what I have been learning about the Potter family. It is the same for most magical families, Kreno says. Like how the Gardner family has a family spellbook that has dozens of protection charms, spells, and curses on it. They are all meant to keep those without Gardner blood from touching it. As a nature mage, I was unable to add to the spells, but I can still touch and read the book. Nature magic, huh? Harry was curious. That is my mystic soul power. Kreno smiled as he took a seat next to Harry. The proper name for my magic is nature's heart. I can make nature do whatever I wish by my will alone. From the time that I was little, nature has always done what I have wanted it to no matter what it was. That's incredible, Harry gasped. Nature magic has been in my family for generations, Kreno said. Generally, one Gardner every generation is born with some form of power over nature. Talk about flower power, Harry commented. Kreno laughed. If I had a drachma every time that I heard that pun, I'd never have to work a day in my life. I take it that drachma is your version of gallons, Harry asked. We use gallons, sickles, and nuts over here. Drachma might have gone out of style for mundanes, but we still use them in the magical world, Kreno said. Mundanes? Harry tilted his head to the side. Oh, that must be what you call muggles. I admit, your word sounds a lot better than muggles. Well, mundane is also used to describe something really normal, Kreno says. And it's basically the motto of magical Greece that being normal is vastly overrated. Haha, more people need to think like you, Harry chuckled. My muggle relatives want to be as normal as possible. They refer to the magical world as for nobody but F. Harry stopped himself before he could say too much. Kreno seemed like a good person, but he still just met him. He was not about to start spilling his guts to someone who was essentially a stranger. In magical Greece, we generally stay away from mundanes. Kreno changed the subject, not prying into Harry's business. We believe that while first-generation mages need to be trained, the magical and mundane worlds need to stay separate. First generation, Harry was confused. We do not use terms like muggleborn, half-blood, or pureblood back home, Kreno says. They're demeaning and a source of bullying. We use other terms. First generation is for those that are the first to use magic in their families, or the first in many generations, but those are also called redeems. Second generation is for those of one magical parent and one mortal parent. Third generation is our own term for what you call pureblood. Those actually seem like a lot better terms than the ones we use here, Harry said. I guess that the differences between wizards and mystic souls are plenty. I've always loved being who I am, Kreno smiled softly. There is nothing like being a mystic soul. We feel so connected to magic and those around us. There are even those that are known as magical clans, types of magic that are different, but related to one another in a different way. What kind of magical clans are there? Harry asked, loving that he was learning about mystic souls from a mystic soul. There are two main clans, but there are others, Kreno explained. The first is known as enchanted djinn magic. There are 10 gems that are all crystal elemental magic. Sapphire ice, ruby fire, emerald earth, amethyst air, pearl water, diamond light, rose quartz nature, tiger eye animals, opal sound, and tourmaline electricity. Wow, Harry gasped. Those sound so cool. I have never heard of any type of magic like that before. I know that there are potions that can be used to create gems, plus there is alchemy, but never gem-focused magic. There are many types of unique mystic soul magic, Kreno says. The other clan is called the Mystical Nations. It is many types of species of a magical realm known as Cray. There are 23 of these species: Royal Paladin, Gold Paladin, Shadow Paladin, Neo Nectar, Oracle Think Tank, Aqua Force, Great Nature, Spike Brothers, Dark Irregulars, Pale Moon, Gear Chronicle, Mega Colony, Nova Grappler, Dimension Police, Link Joker, Angel Feather, Genesis, Kajiro, Nabatama, Tachikes, Murakumo, Narukami, and Bermuda Triangle. And They are based off of the clans of the card game and anime Cardfight Vanguard. I do not own them. That is certainly a lot. Harry was mentally trying to file away all this information into his brain. All those types of magic sound incredible as well as unique. Each of them are special in their own way, Kreno smiled. Even with clans, they are connected, but there is also a lot of differences between them. The magical world is very different in other places, Harry realized. We only ever learn about local history and magic. And by history, I mean the Goblin rebellions and wars. Our history of magic teacher is not the best. We have a history class for local history, but we also have an international magic class back home, Kreno says. We could definitely use one of those. Harry crossed his arms. Sometimes I feel like the egos here are so big that it's like the politicians and teachers actually think that there is no other place that is worthy to learn about. It drives me crazy. I may still go to school, but I leave politics to my cousin, Kreno chuckled. There is a reason why Olivia is the youngest person to ever be made a member of the Magic Council. Just based on the politicians here, she might be the first good one that I have ever met, Harry said. I met Minister Fudge a few times, and my impressions of him have changed every time. When I first met him, he told me that I was not facing charges when I had a burst of accidental magic that blew up my Aunt Marge like a balloon. Then, I met him at the end of my 3rd year, and he took the words of a spiteful bastard as truth and refused to believe that Sirius was innocent of the crimes he was accused of. The last time I met him, he had a criminal have his soul sucked out of him before any investigation could be done and refused to even entertain the idea of Voldemort being back. We never had a council member like that, Kreno says. They are all elected after a previous one retires. But things are very different for us since anyone that wants to run is not allowed to do anything other than what they do in their day-to-day lives. What do you mean? Harry was confused. Like they are not allowed to run campaigns? No posters, charity drives, or anything else that could be like a vote for me kind of thing? Correct, Harry, Kreno grinned. By the way, what was up with all the drama I saw before I came up here? They're all freaking out over not being able to find you. Harry groaned. They're all being idiots, that's what they are. Kreno chuckled. I don't doubt that they are idiots, but why are they? I have been spending a lot of time up here since only Sirius can invite people up here, Harry explains. But since they all think they need to always control everything I do every second of the day, they panic whenever I am out of sight for more than 5 minutes. If you ever need to really hide, we could always go outside and I could turn you into a tree, Kreno suggested, chuckling. If they keep annoying me, I might actually take you up on that, Harry smirked, then caught on to what Kreno had said. Wait, you can actually do that? I've done it to a demon, so a wizard is probably easier than that, Kreno chuckled again. Harry stood up. I will be asking about what demons are in the future, but I have to go calm down the idiots. Kreno laughed as he stood up as well. This I have to see, he grinned. Harry kept the book he was reading in his hand, as the two of them left the family floor to the regular floors. He did not think that it was a book that would be considered dangerous enough to warrant a problem with the Order, but he was mostly bringing it to annoy Hermione that he was reading a book that she had not heard of before. It was nearing lunchtime, anyway. So the two of them headed into the kitchen. The yelling started pretty much right away. Harry James Potter, Hermione shrieked. Where have you been? Harry could have sworn that Kreno mumbled something along the lines of, what a harpy, under his breath. He had to fight not to laugh. Harry chose to ignore the know-it-all and took a seat next to Sirius. His godfather smiled at him and gave him a plate of pizza that was still left over from when Olivia had conjured it when Harry had first gotten there. They had leftovers for days with how much Olivia had created with her spell. Kreno sat on his other side. I have never had pizza before I came here, and I don't think that I will ever be able to live without it now. Harry savored the cheese pizza. Well, magical beings have a higher metabolism than mundanes, Kreno smirked. So it is easier for us to eat things like pizza more often. Don't ignore me, Harry Potter, Hermione yelled. Maybe if you spoke like a normal person instead of yelling, I would answer you. Harry didn't even look at her as he said that. He took another bite of his pizza, smirking as he knew that Hermione was probably turning red in the face. I asked where you have been, Hermione growled through clenched teeth, but did not yell. We have been looking for you for hours. Not very well, apparently, Harry said. I have only been in the library, reading, since this morning. The fact that he purposely left out that he had been in the family library only made it more fun as he messed with his wannabe puppet masters. Why would you ever want to be in a library, mate? Ron was still tired from being forced to look for Harry for so long. It's so boring. Because I want to be plain and simple, Harry said. I wanted to read more than school textbooks, so I went there right from my room. No, you didn't, Ron argued. You didn't even come into our room at all. I went to my room, Harry said, since Creature actually bothered to keep my younger brother's room clean all this time. I gave it to Harry, Sirius says, having his own bowl of leftover chicken tikka masala. Why would you do that? Mrs. Weasley glared at Sirius. Harry should be sharing with Ron. Harry, dear, I am sure that you will be much happier with Ron. I am happy right where I am. Harry did not budge. I sleep in the same room as Ron for the entire school year, so there is no need to make me suffer through his snoring for longer than that. I don't snare, Ron protested. Yes, you do, responded Harry, Fred, George, and Mr. Weasley. I would actually like getting some sleep, and last night was probably the first good night's sleep that I have had in weeks, Harry said. If you need help with that, I could bring you some enchanted poppy pollen, Kreno offered. Poppies normally make people sleepy when they smell them, so enchanted poppy pollen is like a sleep aid that also blocks bad dreams. And it's non-addictive, so there is no need to worry. That sounds great, Sirius smiled at Kreno. We have dreamless sleep potions, but they are highly addictive, so they can only be used once or twice a month at most. I will grow a pot for you, Kreno looked at Harry. I will make sure you have enough blossoms to last until you return to your school. Thanks, Harry smiled at the nature mage. Who even are you? Ginny demanded to know. Are you two the only non-bossy people in this house? Kreno asked Harry and Sirius. Remus and Kingsley are not very bossy, but they are currently not here, Sirius shrugged. So, the answer to your question is technically yes. Why am I not surprised? Kreno rolled his eyes. The magical beings in this country have bigger egos than that demon of fear I faced last year. His powers seem straightforward, Harry commented. Demons have always been straightforward, Kreno says. They are beings literally made out of pure evil. They have no souls. They kill without remorse and for no other reason than for the pleasure of the kill. It is part of a mystic soul's duty to take care of them. We protect innocents from being killed. You're putting the statute of secrecy in danger by doing that, Hermione screamed. That's against the law. Wow. You're rude for interrupting our conversation like that, Kreno scoffed at her. Besides, we keep to the shadows and use our powers only to vanquish demons and then vanish as if we were never there. You guys are almost like superheroes, Harry grinned at him. Well, we aren't from Gotham, but we try, Kreno smirked. But to answer your question, Ginny, Sirius looked at the annoying redhead female. This is Kreno's. He is Olivia's cousin, and the reason why I was able to get into contact with her in the first place. You sell yourself short, Sirius, Kreno tells him. You are the first British person that I have ever met that would ask for help from another country's magical community. So you are definitely more helpful than most others in this stuck-in-the-18th century country. Probably the best description of this place that I have ever heard, Harry mumbled. Just be patient and everything will work out in the end. Kreno grinned as they knew of their plans for the future. Maybe you can teach me more about your own powers, Kreno. Harry looked back at the nature mage. I would be more than happy to, Harry. Kreno smiled at him. I have the perfect place for you then, Sirius grinned. Chapter 9. Setting the plan in motion. Chapter 9. Setting the plan in motion. You have a garden in your house? Harry could not help but raise an eyebrow. Well, it's not exactly in the house, but it is surrounded by it, Sirius said. But it's not like I spend any time in it. It's also not like there has been anyone in the house to take care of the garden for the last 12 years. With me around, there is no need for anyone or anything else, Kreno chuckled. Just prepare yourself for a horrible graveyard of plants, Sirius said. I cannot wait to see your powers in action, Kreno. Harry smiled at his new friend. I will try not to disappoint, Kreno smirked. Sirius had led his godson and the Greek nature mage up to the second floor of number 12, turning the opposite way of the bedroom hallways. Unfortunately for Harry and Kreno, they were followed by Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. While Harry wanted to try and salvage his friendship with the three, but they still needed to learn that he was not going to just forgive and forget every time they wronged him. While he may have forgiven both of his best friends, both Ron and Hermione still do not seem to get what they did was wrong and hurt him. First was in his third year when Sirius had sent him his firebolt. When Harry gets his firebolt, which Sirius sent but none of them knew for sure, she went right to McGonagall instead of asking Harry to do it himself. And she did it behind his back, and he almost lost a gift from his godfather. You could argue that she was trying to look out for him, but she could have looked out for him by not going behind his back and talking to him. Harry had just wanted to forget about the broom for a bit and have fun with his friends, but Hermione did not even wait an hour before she betrayed his trust and went to McGonagall. And did he even have to explain why he was wary of Ron? The dude betrayed him last year and spent over a month being nothing but a giant bully toward him and anyone that did not believe that he did not place his name in the goblet. He even wore one of those pathetic Harry Potter stinks badges. Ron has always been so obsessed with fame and money that he forgets that Harry only got his because his parents were murdered and he survived a murder attempt. He barely even said that he was sorry and has been acting like he never did anything wrong at all. And in terms of Ginny, he had done plenty of thinking while locked up at Dursley. He discovered that she was incredibly selfish. When he reflected on his second year, he remembered everything that both Voldemort's memory had told him and things that he had happened at certain times. Harry had the diary for about a month before Ginny had stolen it back, and yet another month had passed before Hermione and Penelope had been petrified. All she had done was just go back to writing in a book that talked back to her. And according to Riddle, Ginny had known that something was wrong with her and that she was involved along with the diary. But even after being out of its influence, she still did nothing. She was so selfish about her own chance of getting expelled that she was willing to let lives be put in danger. Sirius led them to a wooden double door. Opening them, there was a metal gate on the other side of them, but they could all easily see the dead vines twisted around the gate metal bars. It hurts my heart already, and I can barely see anything. Kreno dramatically placed a hand over his heart. Harry patted him on the back while chuckling. Sirius then pushed the gates open, and they all entered a courtyard-like area filled from wall to wall with dead plants. Trees, bushes, flower bunches, vines, and even a vegetable and fruit patch were all nothing but dark brown, gray, and even black plants. There were also a couple of benches, tables, chairs, and a fountain with a raven statue on it. All of them were covered by the dead plants that had obviously grown out of control before they had died. The ceiling over their heads was a glass dome similar to what would be over a greenhouse. Your family doesn't go halfway, does it? Harry chuckled as he asked his godfather. I never said that they didn't, Sirius laughed. Now, this really hurts my heart. Kreno held his hand over his heart again. But I can fix this to look brand new once again. I have been waiting for this. Harry was excited. I cannot believe that you believe in something so fake, Hermione huffed. He is our age, so that only makes it more impossible for him to be able to use wandless magic. Kreno simply rolled his eyes and let his magic do the talking for him. Nature's breath, he cast. He put his right hand up to his mouth and blew over it as if he was blowing something off of his hand. Shiny green dust flew off of his hand, also seeming to come out of his mouth. Turning around the garden, he spread his magic dust all over the area. As the plants were hit by the dust, they almost instantly sprang back to life. The plants all turned their natural colors once again. Trees turned golden brown with bright green leaves. Bushes turned a brilliant green as well. The vines, fruits, and vegetables all gained their life back as well. The entire garden was returned to its former glory. Wow, Harry and Sirius gasped. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny just looked annoyed. Hermione looked to want to explode as she saw the impossible magic being done. Nature has always been what I love the most. Kreno smiled as he then made another tree grow with a wave of his hand. Thank you, Kreno. Sirius thanked the Greek mage. The garden has never looked better. It was my pleasure, Kreno smiled back. My plants also last for years, so that will make it easier for these to be taken care of. Your powers are incredible. Harry looked at all the revived plants. You literally bend nature to your will. It took me years to master my powers, and they still grow in power until I turn 18, Kreno says. Your magic definitely is different from ours. Harry sat down on one of the benches. Your magic reaches its maturity at 18 instead of 17. You also obviously will have different classes in your school compared to our own. They would have to be different since they can't have general classes because mystic souls do not share the same types of powers. Kreno nodded. True, mystic souls do not share the exact same powers. We do, however, share similar abilities that work with similar elements. So if you take your powers, for example, others can work with nature, but work with it differently, Harry says. Like you work with all plants, but others can work with just flowers while others work with just trees. Exactly. Kreno was impressed by the amount of knowledge that a wand user figured out about his people. I have a few friends that also have their own versions of nature magic. My friend Lily has nature's enchantment magic, which allows her to mix enchantments with plants. There is also my friend White, who has nature's beast magic. It allows him to shapeshift into animals that have been fused with plants. Definitely is so different from what can be done with a wand, Harry said. Honestly, Hermione huffed. Harry, you cannot believe such obvious lies. Kreno snapped his head in her direction. His eyes momentarily glowed as he tried to suppress his desire to turn the annoying girl into poison ivy. But then he might get complaints from a certain someone over in Gotham about disrespecting plant life by turning such a horrible girl into a plant. Hermione, he just showed us two things that he could do with his powers, Harry said. He is a mystic soul. They don't need wands. My God, Harry, Hermione complained, rolling her eyes. It's obviously some kind of trick since wandless magic is rare. These mystic soul people don't exist. One is standing right there, Harry pointed at Kreno, and his cousin, another mystic soul, helped rescue me from Dursley. They obviously are using things like power-amplifying potions or amulets, Hermione argued, as stubborn as ever. That is the only way they could do things like the things they did. Harry could not help but notice that Kreno seemed to subconsciously reach up and touch the emerald flower pendant that was around his neck. He was not going to ask about it with the others around, but he made sure to remember to ask about it later. You are lucky that I am from Athens and not from Sparta, little Miss Delusional. Kreno glared at the bushy-haired Noah. I know a lot of people curse it for things not as offensive as insulting the entirety of the mystic soul community like you just did. Don't talk to her like that, Ron glared back at the nature mage. I will talk to this idiotic girl any way that I wish. Kreno crossed his arms. She should not pretend to know anything about my people when she clearly knows nothing at all. How dare you? Hermione screamed at him. I am the brightest witch of my generation. In Britain, maybe, Kreno countered with a smirk. Considering that I have female friends back home that can bend water to her will, turn into any animal that she wishes, conjure fairy tale elements from an enchanted book, and many others, you are nothing but a single grain of sand compared to them. Harry was of two minds at that moment. His first one was all about wanting to meet Kreno's friends. They all sounded extremely powerful and their powers certainly sounded amazing. They would probably be as fun to be around as Kreno himself. His other mind was actually thinking that Hermione was getting what she deserved. She always acts so high and mighty because of how smart she is, and now she has met someone that is finally not putting up with her horrible attitude. Don't speak to Hermione like that, Ginny yelled. Kreno's eyes glowed again. The plants around him moved. Vines grew to a giant size and thorn-covered vines snaked close to them. Both sets of vines grew and moved to be around Kreno's, almost looking like they had grown right from his back. And what makes you think you can stop me? Kreno asked, his arms crossed. I am a mage of nature inside of a garden. This is my domain and I doubt you pathetic wand users can do anything against me in here. As much as Harry wanted to see what would happen, he would rather not have his new friend become a murderer on the day that they met. He would rather be alone with him anyway since he obviously could not trust the other three to keep their opinions to themselves. Just leave, guys, Harry told the three annoyances. What? The three yelled. How can you even possibly think that we would leave you alone with him? Hermione screamed. Look at him. He's dangerous. He is only reacting to you insulting him and his people when you called them fake. Harry glared at his supposed friend. We are still not leaving you along with him, Ron yelled. Leave or I will finally get to see how mystic souls use their magic in offensive ways. Harry did not mind the idea of forcing them out of the garden. It would be my pleasure, Kreno had on a sinister smirk. the vines creeping toward the trio. The look on the nature mage's face and the approaching vines were enough to get the three to leave. Olivia said that she was coming by for a bit, so I will be with her and Remus in the kitchen if you need anything, Sirius told the two. All right, Sirius, Harry said. Sirius closed the gate behind him as he left, knowing that the paranoid people that were his family had charmed the gate with a silencing charm to activate when it was closed. So his godson and Krenos were perfectly able to freely chat now. He went back to the kitchen, which was thankfully empty except for himself and Remus. Mrs. Weasley was probably somewhere else trying to clean this disgusting house. He swore to himself that when he cleared his name and got custody of Harry, he was going to get them a much better house to live in. And currently, a house in Greece sounded like a great idea. But as Olivia stepped out of her portal and into the kitchen, they had a plan that they needed to get started. Headmistress Jaiwei and all the teachers have agreed to a field trip being hosted by Crystal Rose, she told the two men as she sat down. Do they know the real purpose? Remus asked. They do, Olivia nodded. Headmistress Jaiwei has had a few run-ins with Dumbledore while at gatherings for worldwide school headmasters/mistresses. She hates him and is definitely willing to help us pull the rug out from under him. I now really want to meet her, Sirius stated. Thank her for us. Olivia giggled. I will pass on the message. How is it going on your end? Dumbledore hasn't been by, so we have not had a chance to try and trick him, Remus admitted. But we have gotten other Order members into agreeing that having Mystic Soul allies would be great for the Order, Sirius says. We have been adding a few lies about Voldemort killing Mystic Souls in the last war, so your kind would be more open to our side than his. Very clever, Olivia nodded in approval. They will never know that none of us would ever fall against a wand user, even if he is a so-called Dark Lord. I am beginning to really enjoy your smack talk against all wand users, Sirius chuckled. No offense, of course, Moony. From the point of view of a mystic soul, I get why she smack talks us, Remus chuckled. I mean, have you met Fudge and those that he personally employs? The man ordered a kiss on sight, for me, even when I still have not received a single trial, Sirius said. You don't need to meet him to know that he's an idiot. It's people like your minister that make my cousins question why I chose to go into politics, Olivia stated. What can you do? Sirius shrugged. There is always be idiots in the world, no matter what you try to do. Considering the people in this order, I believe that, Olivia said. They should call themselves the Order of the Sheep, since all they seem to do is follow their precious Dumbledore. They are the sheep, and he is their shepherd. There is no way that Britain would survive the amount of sass and sarcasm that comes from your family if you guys lived here, Sirius laughed. The Floo suddenly came to life, and out walked Dumbledore himself. Speaking of said shepherd, Remus mumbled under his breath. Ah, Mississippi Gardner. Welcome back, Dumbledore greeted the time mage. To the untrained eye, Dumbledore was his usual kind grandfather self. But Olivia was a politician and easily saw through the mask that he was wearing. He was irritated with her being there since she had done nothing but question and argue with him since the moment that she first got there. But since he was here now, probably to try and manipulate Sirius or Remus, they were able to get the rest of their plan in motion. Gia, Mr. Dumbledore, Olivia greeted back, purposely not calling him headmaster or professor, since he was never her teacher or headmaster. Did you need something, headmaster? Remus asked, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. Molly sent me a letter, Dumbledore said, all three of the others resisting the urge to roll their eyes. She was concerned about how much time Harry was spending alone. You know that after everything he has been through, he needs his friends. Strange that you say that now, yet you were the one that forbid all of us from contacting Harry for almost a month. Sirius crossed his arms as well. So all of a sudden he needs his friends. Make up your mind, Dumbledore. You know that owls could have been intercepted, Sirius. Dumbledore tried not to look annoyed with the fugitive. Now that Harry is here, he needs his friends. Harry can make his own choices, headmaster, Remus said. If he wants to spend time alone, or in the library, or with his friends, then he is allowed to. That reminds me, I will need to talk with him later, Olivia says. I can help him with his hearing at the ministry since I know the most about the law. That is not any C, Dumbledore tried to say. That sounds great, Olivia, Sirius said, interrupting Dumbledore, which he was happy to do. Thank you. Of course, Olivia smiled, then smirked as she decided to move toward manipulating the manipulator. Given Mystic Soul history with this country, It would be my pleasure to stick it to your pathetic ministry. Olivia's mention of a bad history between mystic souls and magical Britain intrigued Dumbledore so much that he forgot about how offended he was at Sirius interrupting him the way that he did. Bad history? Dumbledore asked, curious just like they wanted him to be. What do you mean, Mississippi Gardner? I did a little more research since the last time that I was here. Olivia rather enjoyed that he was falling for their trick. Your little Dark Lord might have done it in a cowardly way, but he still managed to kill a few of my people. Mystic souls that were simply being magical tourists, as they had been visiting magical Britain during your war. Voldemort somehow found them, and would have his Death Eaters fire-killing. Curses at their backs. He never let them even fight back. Guess he would rather be a coward than face down a mystic soul in a fight. Olivia almost smirked as she saw that the headmaster was actually believing her tall tale. He fell for the lie. Hook, line, and sinker. Guess this is what happens when you get an ego as big as his. You lose brain cells. I see. Dumbledore got that annoying twinkle back in his eyes. Your people must be very angry that they lost some of their own to Voldemort. Inside, he was celebrating. Maybe this was the opening that he had to make it known even to mystic souls that he was a lot more powerful than them. He was the strongest wizard ever. Stronger than Merlin, stronger than the Hogwarts founders, stronger than everyone. And he was going to prove it to even mystic souls. Some of them were even former students of my school. Crystal Rose. Olivia continues tricking the headmaster. Headmistress Jaiwei is most upset about losing students that she helped to nurture and come into their powers. They could see the hamster wheels in Dumbledore's mind turning. The three shared looks that silently celebrated how they were fooling the old man. Would your headmistress and her fellow mystic souls be willing to help us? Dumbledore asked, thinking that he could use them to further his own agenda. The ministry watches you like a hawk, headmaster, Remus said. You leaving the country would look like you trying to gain allies from other countries. They would never allow that. Makes me wish for the days where students were able to go on field trips for certain classes. Sirius sighed. I still remember that one trip we took to a magical creature reserve when I was taking care of magical creatures in my 5th year. Unlike Dumbledore, whose manipulations were about as subtle as a bull in a china shop, they were very good at tricking him. They were actually subtle. The old man looked at Olivia as he asked the question that they had been waiting for. Does your old school accept foreign schools for field trips? He asked. The three had to suppress their smirks at a job well done. Chapter 10. I hate politics. Chapter 10. I hate politics. You wouldn't know anything about winning a trial against egotistical politicians, would you? Harry asked Kreno suddenly. The nature mage froze as his hand was halfway up to pick an apple from a tree. He had just turned into an apple tree. He then looked at Harry. I might need some more information, Kreno requested. Well, you know that our ministry is not exactly the best, Harry says. The entire magical world knows how corrupt the British ministry is, Kreno said. Even those on Gotham make fun of how corrupt it is, and they have had 2 crime families feuding in their streets for decades. I've never been to Gotham, but I think I would prefer any place over here, Harry admitted. Trust me when I say that we would happily welcome you to Greece. Kreno smiled at him. You have no idea how much I would love to accept that offer, Harry sighed. Do you want to talk about it? Kreno asked, softly. My friends and sister have often told me that I am an excellent listener. Ironic, given that plants do not have ears, Harry awkwardly chuckled. You're stalling, Harry, Kreno said. I know, Harry sighed again. Kreno placed a comforting hand on Harry's. He gave the most comforting smile that he could. My parents were killed right in front of me when I was 5 years old, he tells Harry. What? Harry gasped, looking right at the nature mage. In Greece, things are quite different in terms of who will become the head of their family, Kreno explains. Our government has a special council of the Theos and Thea of the more powerful Greek families. Think of it like the lords and ladies of your country. Okay, Harry nodded as he followed everything that Kreno was saying. Every family is different with how they handle who leads the family, Kreno continued. Some follow the traditional patriarchy, which a man being the head of the family, while others go with a woman leading them, which is a matriarchy. Others just go with whoever is the oldest child, regardless of gender, while some have their own traditions. Like what? Harry was glad to be learning, but wondered what this had to do with his parents' deaths. Well, I know that the Apollo and Huntress families both make magical twins the heirs of their families, Kreno says. And then there is how the headship of the Gardenia, Domino, and Solaria families goes to whoever marries first. Some families even have the heirs of their families be whoever gets certain powers. I don't know much about stuff like that for here, but maybe I should learn about that as well, Harry says. Kreno nodded and then continued. My parents had made Melody and me co-heirs of the Gardner family. Olivia is our proxy until we come of age. But making the two of us the heirs also meant that our parents passed over our older brothers, Red and Black. They named them after colors. Harry raised an eyebrow. Yeah, we don't know how Melody and I escaped that pattern, Kreno said. Red and Black were actually passed over because even at that age, they were extremely abusive toward Melody and me. Oh, Merlin, Harry swore. Having experienced plenty of his own abuse at the hands of the Dursleys, Harry knew what it was like to be hurt by your own family. If he wasn't being beaten by Vernon or Dudley, then he was being screamed at and pushed around by Petunia, not to mention the countless number of chores that he had to do to an unachievable level of perfection, or he was beaten and had his food privileges taken away until he completed them the way that they wanted them to be done. So he sympathized with Kreno's over having to live with people that obviously seemed to be just as bad, or even worse, than his relatives. They were probably worse considering they were magical. So that meant they could torment Kreno's and his sister worse than how the Dursleys treated him. Red had the power of earth manipulation, meaning that he could bend rock and stone to his will. Kreno's continued. Black was able to control shadows. The two actually believed that they were more powerful than anyone else in the entire family. I mean, like they believed themselves to be the most powerful Gardeners in history. Jess, talk about egos. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. Tell me about it. Kreno's rolled his eyes. They would constantly use their powers to torment Melody and me. We would have to place protective spells on our bedrooms to keep them from attacking us at night. Red once threw Melody off a cliff while we on a family hike, and he caused an earthquake right under her feet. Black once created snakes out of shadows, venom included, and sent them after me simply because I grew a garden at the snap of my fingers. Dear Merlin, Harry swore. Your brothers sound like the most insane people that anyone could ever meet. No one but their fellow prisoners will ever meet them now, Kreno said. What did they do? Harry was sure that he was not going to like the answer to his question. They were really jealous of Melody and I getting to be the heirs of the family instead of one of them, Kreno says. As I said, they truly believed that they were the strongest Gardeners to ever be born into the family. It was a couple of weeks before my and Melody's 6th birthday. Our parents were going to start teaching us about how to be the best heirs we could be after then. Melody had been with Olivia and her mom during that afternoon while I had been with our parents. Red and Black hated that, and they took their anger out on our parents. No, Harry's eyes widened in horror. It wasn't even accidental or emotional magic, or them losing control. Kreno's looked to be holding in his tears. They did what they did because they wanted to. They killed our parents. They would have killed me as well if my magic didn't lash out in pain and anger. They were sent to Tartarus prison before they were even teenagers because even to this day, the prison guards still say how they are always trying to plan to escape for no other reason than to kill us. Hearing leaves and other plants moving, Harry looked around. The plants were reacting to Kreno's emotions. They were wilting and turning dull and lifeless. It was definitely obvious to Harry that Kreno's powers were tied to his emotions, and feeling so sad was causing all of this to happen. But Harry also understood why Kreno's had told him that. He was opening up to him as a way to help make him more comfortable so that he could open up to Kreno's. It was a very heartwarming gesture that Harry greatly admired. Placing his hand back on Kreno's, Harry looked at him as the nature mage wiped the tears from his eyes. My life has always been about fighting for survival in a world that does not appreciate anything that I do, he said. I've had to deal with possessed teachers, cursed broomsticks, giant spiders, mountain trolls, a 60-foot basilisk, soul-sucking dementors, bullying teachers, mother dragons, psychotic mermaids, Death Eaters, and have dealt with Voldemort 4 times in the past. I know I've faced demons, but you are barely even 15, Kreno's looked horrified. You should not have faced all of that. Tell that to the people of this country, Harry scoffed. One minute I am a hero that they want to save them from everything that puts them in danger, and the other minute I am the next Dark Lord that they need to torment and constantly beat down. Everyone around me is constantly changing their opinion of me based almost entirely on that rag known as the Daily Prophet and events that I have no control over. They hardly ever even try to actually ask if I have actually done anything. I have saved Hogwarts every year that I have attended, and nobody ever cares that I do. If you excuse me, I am going to go out and turn all those people into trees. Kreno pretended to get up to leave. I would not disagree with you doing that, Harry sighed. Other than my third year, nearly everyone at school has turned their backs on me every year. In my first year, I was trying to help a friend avoid charges of illegally having a dragon. I, along with Hermione and my friend Neville, were deducted 50 points each even though it was only our first time being caught after hours. In my second year, they all feared me because I was revealed to be a Parseltongue, someone who can talk to snakes, and they all believed that I was the heir of Slytherin and attacking Muggle-born students. And last year, everyone but a few believed that I entered the Triwizard Tournament just to have more fame and fortune, bullying me relentlessly because of either lying about entering or stealing glory from the Hufflepuff champion. Loyalty and trust are two of hardest things to gain but the easiest to lose, Kreno said. Tell me about it. Harry crossed his arms. I have never done anything but help them, but they turn on me faster than a merry-go-round gone wild. Now that is a metaphor I have never heard before. Kreno tried to make light of the situation. I just want to be normal. Harry clenched his fists tightly. I want to be a regular wizard that doesn't have to constantly worry about whether he was going to live for his next birthday. I don't want to have to always test those around me to see if they will betray me in the future or not. I just want to be me. Kreno looked at the frustrated and sad teenager. This was not something that anyone his age should have to go through. Even for a wizard, he had his life put on the line more times than probably anyone else in magical Britain put together. He definitely didn't deserve to always be looking over his shoulder to see if someone would be trying to kill him. Mystic souls might be constantly fighting demons, but it was their choice and a part of their way of life. They also loved that with every demon they vanquish, that meant another innocent life would be saved. There is also the ridiculous lack of loyalty shown to the teenager in front of the nature mage. To treat him as a hero one minute and a villain the next was a completely horrid thing to do to a teenager. Equality was a big thing at Crystal Rose, given that they even have children with creature blood attending. So they would not even react that much even if one of their schoolmates was famous in any way. Sure, there were popular students and students that were avoided, but that was based more on personality and how they got along with others than anything else. I will help you any way that I can, Kreno promised the glasses-wearing teen. Harry gave him a soft smile. I appreciate that more than you could ever know. So, tell me more about the politics in this country. Kreno sits back in the chair he was in and crosses his legs over the knee. It will help me help you form a plan of defense for your hearing. Harry nodded as he did understand that other than the corruption, Kreno would not know how the ministry here works. He might know the basics because of Olivia being involved in politics, but that was probably it. As you know, the ministry here is very corrupt, Harry said. The only time things ever get done is through bribery, threats, or someone in charge being extremely selfish. Sounds like these people would literally faint if they saw how functioning the Magic Council is back home. Kreno chuckled. Probably, Harry shrugged. Other than that, I know that a meager part of the ministry is the Wizengamot, which is the governing body of all the lords and ladies of magical Britain. Does the Potter family have a seat on the Wizengamot? Kreno asked. I truthfully have no idea, Harry admitted. Sirius has just started teaching me this stuff to help me with my hearing, especially since we are both sure that Minister Fudge and his lackeys are going to try something that will make the decision that I am guilty before I even arrive. Okay, Olivia will definitely be a great help then, Kreno says. She has had a lot of meeting with a lot of different types of politicians, slapping egotistical and corrupt politicians with her power of common sense is basically more life-giving to her than oxygen. Harry had to laugh at that. Olivia totally seemed like the type of person that would get a kick out of showing up corrupt politicians and beating them at their own game. She would be even better at the game than them because she beats them without even having to stoop to their level and break the law. Harry was starting to like her more and more with every single new thing that he learns about her. So, I am guessing that even though she is a council member, Olivia is still your proxy for your and Melody's seat, Harry guessed. Yeah, Kreno nodded. Though, We might keep it that way even when we come of age." "Why is that?" Harry asked, curious. "For the simple reason that we hate politics," Kreno sighed. "Doesn't everyone?" Harry joked. "Meh." Kreno did a so-so hand gesture that meant that it may or may not be true. "What about if a member of the Magic Council is also the head of their family?" Harry asked, suddenly curious about that. "The Council of House Theos and Thea is a separate part of our government than the Magic Council," Kreno explained to him. "Only the head of the Magic Council is actually involved with them and not allowed to hold their own family seats at the same time. So even if they are the head of their family, they would have to use a proxy if they are also the head of the Magic Council," Harry guessed. "Correct, Harry." Kreno smiled at how quickly he picked up knowledge. "Olivia is still allowed to be our proxy since she is not the actual head of the family, so she is allowed to be our proxy. You're a lot smarter than you let people know, don't you?" Harry nervously chuckled as he reached up and scratched the back of his head, a nervous twitch that he had developed. "You can say that," Harry admitted. "My Muggle relatives are not the nicest people, and it just would not be normal for someone like me to do better in school than their idiot of a son." Kreno could tell that Harry was not saying everything about what was going on at his relative's home, especially given that he always seemed to call them his Muggle relatives and never referring to them as his family. But he would allow Harry to tell him more as he got more comfortable telling him. "Mystic souls all believe in keeping magic and mundane separate. Anyway," Kreno says, "we do not think that the world should ever mix beyond mortal parents that fully embrace their magical child." While not wanting to say it out loud, Harry agreed with Kreno. He knew that people like Hermione's parents and Seamus's dad were Muggles that were open to magic, but that was not the same for all Muggles, his own relatives being prime examples of that. There was a reason why the statute of secrecy existed. It was meant to keep mystics safe from mortals, not the other way around. The proof was certainly in horrible events like the Salem witch trials. "I had to learn quickly to not ever do better than Dudley," Harry continued his story. "It was actually a lot harder than you'd think, because I've met rocks smarter than that moron. Considering the rock trolls, stone mages, and enchanted talking rocks that I have met, I believe that," Kreno chuckled. "I just got used to having to hide how smart I was, and by the time I realized that my relatives wouldn't care about my magical grades, it was too late," Harry said. Everyone had the image of how their precious boy who lived was in Hogwarts, and anything that destroyed that image would have caused chaos. Plus, I admit that I had been desperate for friends that I would do anything to keep them. "Ron and Hermione, I am guessing," Kreno said. Harry nodded. "From the moment I met those two, it was obvious that both of them had very different issues. With Ron, he has made it clear that he only cares about Quidditch, food, and chess pretty much in that order. Grades in school are number 0 on his list of priorities. It is a miracle that he actually passes his classes at all." "No kidding," Kreno snorted. "From what I have seen of him, he has the intelligence of a fish with breath, just as bad." Harry actually laughed at that. It was definitely an unspoken rule in Gryffindor that if you wanted to actually keep your meal in your stomach, to never look at Ron when he is eating, because it is so disgusting that you would never be able to keep yourself from throwing up. He had the table manners of a rabid dog. No offense to Sirius and his canine form, of course. And Hermione, don't even get me started on how she feels if anyone does better than her in class. Harry rolled his eyes. She actually believes that she is the smartest person in the entire school, not just our year. And if anyone does better than her in any class, no matter what class it is, she immediately says that they are cheating. And her only reason to accuse them of cheating is simply because they were doing better than her. "You need better friends," Kreno said. "I apologize for being blunt, but you really do need better friends." Harry sighed. "I think that I actually agree with you on that." Chapter 11. Olivia showing who is boss. Chapter 11. Olivia showing who is boss. Harry slowly opened his eyes as he groaned, the magical alarm that Sirius set up for him going off. Waking up the morning of his hearing was probably one of the most stressful mornings of his entire life. He wanted nothing more than to pull the covers back over his head and go back to sleep, but he knew that he couldn't. Kreno and Olivia were basically godsends to him the last few days. Kreno was like a breath of fresh air, and not even just because of his powers over nature. He had this calming nature about him that made it easier to focus on the law books that they were looking through. and they really needed to know these things in order to keep Fudge and his lackeys from ambushing Harry with expelling even through illegal means, thinking that he would not know that it was illegal in the first place. Olivia had also been a big help. She was not just knowledgeable about the law, but she could be considered a law prodigy. She was able to learn really quickly even when it was the laws of a different country than her own. Plus, she was also able to use the system just as easily as she did her powers to get what she wanted in a legal way. It was certainly a nice change from how others usually use illegal means to get what they want, but she does not do that. Everything she did was for the right reasons and getting it through the right way. She certainly was also good at finding laws that may have been either forgotten or ignored that would be of great help to him. Plus, there was also the flaws in some of the existing laws that would also be of great help to them. The loopholes that they could use in order to help Harry keep his wand and not be expelled. She also kept her eyes out for loopholes that others could use in order to get Harry in more trouble than he already was. But she was going to make sure that things went as smoothly as magically possible. Kreno had actually explained that the reason she was so good in a courtroom was not even because she was a member of the council. Before she became a member of the council, she had actually been a lawyer that worked in a big firm that the council actually employed when they needed a prosecutor for any trials that they held. Olivia winning a lot of cases with her knowledge, justice-focused attitude, and noble heart was what helped her gain the votes that she needed to be elected as a council member. Sirius had also been a great help even before they had gone full into the research needed to help with Harry's trial. Since Sirius was from one of the oldest magical families in Britain, he knew a lot about other pureblood families just from what his parents forced him and his brother to learn growing up. So he had been teaching his godson about the legacy and the power of the Potter family, how they were about 1,000 years old, even going back to the time of the founders, and were greatly admired for always doing what was right for their family. They had started out as just a family of pottery makers, but grew over time. They had family members that were potters, duelists, enchanters, politicians, teachers, Quidditch players, business owners, farmers, wand crafters, magical zoologists, and even magical fashion designers. The Potter family was large and proud. They could have been their own private army if they wanted to be, but that changed during the number of wars where Dark Lords tried to take control. And since the Potter family has always been about equality, anyone that followed any of the Dark Lords saw them as a threat. So with each war, the Potter family shortened until only the main branch had been left. And it was thanks to Grindelwald and Voldemort that Harry was now the last of his family. Grindelwald had been the one that killed off James's uncles and aunts. Then his own parents died of dragon pox, and that left him and Lily to be killed by Voldemort. So, Harry and Sirius had been looking into Harry claiming the title of Lord Potter in order to help him gain a foothold into the Ministry and the Wisengamot. If Harry were to get his family title, he could also get much-needed power. Also, they hoped that if he was able to claim the lordship, it would also give him emancipation. It would give him power in the Ministry as well as help him get away from Dumbledore's manipulations. Olivia had been helping to also handle all of the illegal things that the Ministry had been doing to try and keep up their delusion that Voldemort was not back. It seemed something that she was a little too excited about. She just looked a little scary as she had on a Cheshire Cat smile at the thought of suing egotistical politicians, especially after she took one look at the Daily Prophet and immediately needed a headache potion for the migraine it gave her. She described the so-called newspaper as nothing but a waste of time that I would rather use to start a fire if I ever went camping. Sirius certainly agreed with her. To also prepare for his future lordship, Sirius had also given Harry a book on all the laws of magical Britain, not just the justice system-related laws for when they were preparing for his trial. As Harry read it, he had thought the book was more like a horror story than a book of laws. It was horrible, and he could hardly imagine that any human being could do things like this to other people regardless of who or what they are. There were just so many laws that restricted the rights of others that were not purebloods. Like for werewolves, it was illegal for them to get a job where there was contact with the general public, which was most jobs. There were also laws that forbid them from marrying and having kids. Vampires also all had the same laws against them, but there were also laws that stopped them from hunting for blood and stopped people from donating blood to a vampire. It was basically illegal for them to eat. Since vampires only needed about a bottle of blood a week, they did not need to kill or turn someone in order to feed. And that was not even touching about the laws against Muggleborns. The worst law was probably the law that forbids any Muggleborns from owning a shop, store, or even a restaurant in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade. And since all businesses already there are family-owned, they don't hire anyone outside the family. So most Muggleborns were out of luck for a job unless they get hired at Hogwarts or the Ministry. Hogwarts does not hire assistants or apprentices, so they would be stuck with jobs like secretary, maintenance, janitor, or any other low-paying job. There were no laws that stopped Muggleborns from actually getting the more higher-paying jobs, but that was more the unspoken law since all those that handle promotions are those that believe in blood purity. It drove Harry crazy how no matter how much people like Dumbledore preach about equality, they don't even bother to actually do anything about it. He knew that Dumbledore had been kicked out of his chief warlock position over the summer because of how he preached about Voldemort's return, but he did not do much even when he was chief warlock. He keeps saying he wants equality among all magical beings, but never once did anything to actually make it happen. He put forth no laws to make Muggleborn or creature lives easier. There were no motions to remove the laws that make their lives harder, and some of the laws against creatures even had unanimous votes to get them installed. But Harry did notice the laws that the light section of the Wisengamot got through were almost all about destroying the old ways or just making them illegal. They believed that it was either black magic or just out of style. There was also the reason that it was probably the only thing they ever did to try and make Muggleborns more comfortable. But at the same time, that was all they did. If anything, that only made Muggleborns bigger targets because of how those types of laws piss off the blood purists in power. He knew that this was the reason why magical Britain had 2 Dark Lords in a single century. Because no one has the common sense to figure out that it was because they all refused to change. Werewolves, vampires, and other creatures join the dark because they are promised better lives without the law restricting everything that could make them want to live as normal lives as possible. Purebloods join because they do see the continuous destruction of their culture. The more people try to make Muggleborns more comfortable, the Dark Lords say what appeals to them, which is anything better than what the current system gives them. But right now he had to focus on his current issues with the law. He forced himself out of bed, having woken up at 6 in the morning in order to have plenty of time to make it to his appointment with Madame Bones at 8. Especially he was sure that Fudge or any other of his lackeys tried anything, which they were all sure would happen. He made his way to the kitchen so that he could try to eat something even with how nervous he was. He was relieved to see that Olivia was already there, and that Sirius and Remus were also awake. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were also there, but he just took his seat across from Olivia and next to Sirius. "Harry, dear, let me make you some breakfast." Mrs. Weasley was about to make him a big breakfast. "No, thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said. "Here, pup." Sirius gave his godson a plate of plain toast. "This will probably be one of the few things you would be able to keep down on a day like this." "Thank, Sirius." Harry took the plate and smiled at his godfather, neither of them acknowledging the huff that Mrs. Weasley let out. "It's okay to be nervous," Remus reassured the teenager, "but we will make sure that everything goes fine and that you will keep your wand in place at Hogwarts. And if those corrupt idiots do manage to expel you, the Greek schools will be waiting with open arms." Olivia giggled and winked at Harry. Harry smiled at Olivia's attempt to lighten the mood. Plus, every law he had learned about was making staying in magical Britain look like a mistake. And I would like to point out that there is no shade to mortal Britain. It is a lovely place that my sister-in-law is actually from, so I hope I do not accidentally insult actual British people. "Arthur will take you to the ministry when he goes there for work, Harry dear," Mrs. Weasley says, but it sounds more like she is making an order. "There is no need, Mrs. Weasley," Olivia said. "As his lawyer, I will be the one taking him to the ministry." "Which I still greatly appreciate, Olivia," Sirius thanked the woman again. "Of course," Olivia said. "Anything to drive egotistical politicians up the wall." That is not necessary." Mrs. Weasley did not like the thought of someone so disrespectful to Dumbledore around Harry. "Albus will do nothing," Olivia interrupted her. "I read that pathetic excuse of a newspaper. He has lost all sway that he has in the ministry. Plus, when dealing with the law, you need to be a tiger. He would not do what is necessary. I, on the other hand, have no problem beating those egotistical narcissists into a bloody pulp, but with my words and not my fists. Does everyone have violent tendencies where you're from?" Remus raised an eyebrow. Avoid the mystic souls from Sparta, Olivia tells him. There is a reason why the sacred god of that city is Ares. Thanks, Olivia. Harry was grateful that such a ruthless lawyer was on his side. Really, Harry, I don't think Albus would. Mrs. Weasley was cut off again. Harry wants her as his lawyer. Olivia is really skilled, so just deal with it, Molly, Sirius said. Harry ate as much toast as his nervous stomach would allow before going back to his room and choosing the best outfit from the closet as he could. He figured that a nice silk shirt, dress pants, and dress shoes would be a much better choice than the 4 sizes too big hand-me-downs from Dudley were. He met Olivia in the living room, and she opened up a portal for them to walk through. The two walked out of the portal into some type of giant fireplace. Sirius had told him that the first place he would end up would be the atrium. It was a large hall with fireplaces up and down both long walls. Down the left-hand side of the hall were gilded fireplaces that witches and wizards used to arrive at the ministry. The right-hand side contained gilded fireplaces as well, and these were used for departures. The floor was polished dark wood. The ceiling was peacock blue with golden symbols moving across it. The Fountain of Magical Brethren was halfway down the atrium. A group of golden statues depicting a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf spouted water into the surrounding pool of water. At the end of the atrium was a set of golden gates, next to which was a security stand. If this place was not filled with idiots, it could actually be considered quite amazing, Olivia said. Harry had to agree with her. Olivia and Harry walked through the ministry. Harry kept his head down, using his hair to hide his scar. It seemed to help them not be recognized by anyone. Not that Olivia would have been recognized unless there were people from magical Greece at the British ministry for some reason. Thinking that it would be good form to arrive early, Olivia knocked on the office door of Madame Amelia Bones at about 7:15. But before she could even hit the door with her knuckles a second time, the door opened to reveal the head of the law enforcement department. Only, she looked like she was about to leave. Mr. Potter. She actually looked confused to see him. Yes, that would be me, Madam Bones. Harry nodded politely. Hello. I am Olivia Gardner. Olivia shook the woman's hand. I am Mr. Potter's lawyer. We are here for my client's hearing. There was a moment where Madam Bones was shocked, but she soon put on her mask, what she uses to make sure that she always looks stern and serious even when she is annoyed, happy, or pissed off during a trial. She was usually annoyed or pissed. Nice to meet you both, but I was actually on my way to Mr. Potter's hearing, Madam Bones says. But we were informed that it was a simple hearing in your office. Olivia stayed as professional as she could. They had expected something like this to happen, but that did not mean it still did not annoy them. I got an owl half an hour ago, Madam Bones tells them. His hearing has been moved to a full trial in courtroom 10. It starts at 7:30. And why was neither I nor Harry informed of this? Olivia crossed her arms. We received no owl or letter about the change in location or time. Madam Bones looked to also be noticing the illegal actions taking place that day. I will look into it as soon as I can, but we must get to the courtroom before we are late, she said. As they walked, it was clear to all of them the plan that had just failed. Harry's meeting had been supposed to take place at 8, but was moved up with no letter to inform Harry of the change. That would mean if they showed up only a few minutes before 8, like what probably would have happened if Mr. Weasley had taken him to the ministry with him, he would have been late to the meeting or missed it entirely. They would have immediately found him guilty. Another reason that Harry was really thankful for Olivia. She seemed to be 10 steps ahead of the ministry before they even planned their next illegal action against him. When they entered the courtroom, it was certainly dark and dreary. A large group of people sat in the courtroom. There were about 50 of them, all, as far as he could see, wearing plum-colored robes with an elaborately worked silver W on the left-hand side of the chest, and all staring down their noses at him, some with very austere expressions, others looks of frank curiosity. In the very middle of the front row sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Fudge was a portly man who often sported a lime-green bowler hat, though today he had dispensed with it. He had dispensed, too, with the indulgent smile he had once worn when he spoke to Harry. Madam Bones took her seat at his left. On Fudge's right was another witch, but she was sitting so far back on the bench that her face was in shadow. As much as he tried to hide it, Fudge hated that Harry made it on time, and also that he obviously brought a lawyer. Fudge soon started. The accused being present, finally, Let us begin. Are you ready? Yes, sir, said an eager voice that Harry knew who it belonged to, seeing Percy Weasley sitting there. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, said Fudge in a ringing voice, and Percy began taking notes at once. Into offenses committed under the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Sr., Under Secretary to the Minister. Court Scribe: Percy Ignatius Weasley. Council Member Olivia Gardner. Olivia prided herself that she interrupted the walking bowling ball of a man. Heir Potter's lawyer. There was a murmur among the gathered people when she referred to Harry as Heir Potter. It seems most were under the impression that Harry was unaware of his heritage. Yes, said Fudge again, shuffling his notes. Well then. So, the charges. Yes. He extricated a piece of parchment from the pile before him, took a deep breath and read. The charges against the accused are as follows: that he did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions, having received a previous written warning from the Ministry of Magic on a similar charge, produce a Patronus charm in a Muggle-inhabited area, in the presence of a Muggle, on August the 2nd at 23 minutes past 9, which constitutes an offense under paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, and also under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy. You are Harry James Potter, of number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey? Yes, Harry said. You received an official warning from the Ministry for using illegal magic 3 years ago, did you not? Yes, but— And yet you conjured a Patronus on the night of the 2nd of August? Said Fudge. Yes, said Harry. But, knowing that you are not permitted to use magic outside of school while you are under the age of 17? Yes, but, knowing that you were in an area full of Muggles? Yes, but, fully aware that you were in close proximity to a Muggle at the time? Yes, said Harry angrily, but I only used it because we were— Madame Bones cut across the minister in a booming voice. You produced a fully fledged Patronus? Yes, said Harry, because— A corporeal Patronus? A— What? Said Harry. Your Patronus had a clearly defined form? I mean to say, it was more than vapor or smoke? Yes, said Harry, feeling impatient and annoyed at how he is continuously interrupted. It's a stag. It's always a stag. Always, boomed Madame Bones. You have produced a Patronus before now? Yes, said Harry. I've been doing it for over a year. And you are 15 years old? Yes, and you learned this at school? Yes, Professor Lupin taught me in my 3rd year. Because of the— Impressive, said Madame Bones, staring down at him. A true Patronus at that age. Very impressive indeed. Some of the wizards and witches around her were muttering again. A few nodded, but others were frowning and shaking their heads. Olivia was getting seriously annoyed at how no one was letting Harry get more than a few words out. Madame Bones even interrupted him, and she was probably the one with the most honor in the room. Guess even the honorable people can be a pain in the behind. It's not a question of how impressive the magic was, said Fudge in a testy voice. In fact, the more impressive the worse it is, I would have thought, given that the boy did it in plain view of a Muggle. Those who had been frowning now murmured in agreement, but it was the sight of Percy's sanctimonious little nod that goaded Harry into speech. I did it because of the Dementors, he said loudly before anyone could interrupt him again. He had expected more muttering, but the silence that fell seemed to be somehow denser than before. Dementors, said Madame Bones after a moment, raising her thick eyebrows so that her monocle looked in danger of falling out. What do you mean, boy? I mean there were 2 Dementors down that alleyway, and they went for me and my cousin. Ah, said Fudge again, smirking unpleasantly as he looked around at the Wizengamot, as though inviting them to share the joke. Yes, I thought we'd be hearing something like this. Dementors and Little Whinging? Madame Bones said in tones of great surprise. I don't understand. Don't you, Amelia? Said Fudge, still smirking. Let me explain. He's been thinking it through and decided Dementors would make a very nice little cover story. Very nice indeed. Muggles can't see Dementors, can they, boy? Highly convenient, highly convenient. So it's just your word and no witnesses. I'm not lying, said Harry loudly, over another outbreak of muttering from the court. There were two of them, coming from opposite ends of the alley. Everything went dark and cold, and my cousin felt them and ran for it. Enough, enough, said Fudge with a very supercilious look on his face. I'm sorry to interrupt what I'm sure would have been a very well-rehearsed story. How about you shut up and let my client finish? Olivia snapped at Fudge. Keep interrupting him, and I will have no choice but to bring charges against you for obstruction of justice. Most of the court gasped at her audacity. No one had ever talked to the minister like that before. Madam Bones was slightly smirking as someone was finally not putting up with the minister's awful attitude. Thank you, Olivia, Harry smiled at the Greek witch. As I have been trying to say but have been continuously interrupted, it was a normal day before the skies went dark. It got suddenly cold, and two swooping figures flew down from the sky and attacked my cousin and me. After being attacked several times by Dementors in my 3rd year. Now see here, Fudge tried to interrupt again. One more interruption and I will sue everyone in this room for everything they got for trying to stop justice from being handled. Olivia yelled at him once again. Really, Minister? Madam Bones rolled her eyes. Let the boy speak. As I was saying, I knew what Dementor attacks felt like after being attacked several times in my 3rd year when Dementors were stationed at Hogwarts, Harry continued. So I told my cousin to run, but he ran right into one of the Dementors. He nearly had his soul sucked out before I managed to chase both Dementors away with my Patronus charm. And according to subsection B of the underage magic laws, all acts of self-defense are deemed a proper reason to use magic outside of school, Olivia says. And there is also no breach to the statute of secrecy, as Harry Potter's cousin is fully aware of magic existing. Look, while I am sure you are a good lawyer, Fudge looked at Olivia like she was an idiot, but the Dementors are under ministry control. So whatever tall tale this boy has told you, I have viewed my client's memories of the event in a special pensive that prevents any tampering with the memory. Olivia gave her best glare to the minister. My client is willing to show this entire court his memory, take a vow that he is telling the truth, as well as also take truth potion. Enough of this nonsense, the other woman next to Fudge snapped. This boy is obviously just an attention-seeking liar. Expel him already. Olivia nodded to Harry. If they wanted to try this the illegal way, then they were going to make it impossible for them to do so. Harry stood up and took out his wand. I swear upon my magic and my life that everything I said was true, Harry said. Expecto Patronum. The end of his wand lit up and the silver stag Patronus leapt from the wand and started to gallop around the courtroom. Many were amazed at the sight of such a young boy accomplishing the spell, while others looked pissed that now there was nothing they could do to expel him. Now that matter has been settled, Olivia said, taking some papers out of the bag that she brought with her. You have been served. She handed the papers to the minister. What the bloody hell is this? Fudge demanded, shooting up from his seat. It's a lawsuit for slander, defamation, and use of a minor's name without permission of his guardian. Olivia did not even try to hold back her smirk. My next stop is to that rag attempting to impersonate a newspaper, the Daily Prophet, to give them their lawsuit. But keep trying to slander my client, and you will see just how ruthless a Greek witch can get in the courtroom. She basically sashayed out of the courtroom with a flip of her hair. Harry had to force himself not to laugh as he followed her out. The looks on the faces of those egotistical politicians would give good dreams for weeks. The two walked right past Dumbledore as he looked about to enter the courtroom. But he was about 5 minutes too late. But his habit of always arriving late to things worked in their favor for once. Chapter 12. First Sign of Powers. Chapter 12. First Sign of Powers. He got off. He got off. He got off, Fred and George sang after they heard about Harry getting off from his charges. They danced around the dark-haired boy, much to the enjoyment of Harry and the annoyance of their mother. Olivia, Sirius, and Remus stood at the side of the room, smiling as they watched how much Harry enjoyed Fred and George's antics. It's so sweet how much those two obviously care for Harry, Olivia tells the two men. Since the day I met Harry, it has always been clear that he has the biggest heart, Remus said. Despite how he grew up and little love was shown to him, his capacity to love is boundless. He is probably the most selfless person you could ever meet, Sirius said. He cares more about others than he ever will himself. The more I learn about him, the more I question his home life, Olivia says. Remus cursed under his breath. He should not have let that slip about Harry's home life. Harry always made it known how much he hates the Dursleys, but he hardly ever gives any actual details about his life with them. All he ever says that they make him do a lot of chores and that they hate magic. He does not talk much else about them. He and Sirius were both aware that it was most likely that he was being abused. Most abused children do not share their abuse with others because they had basically been conditioned to believe that no one would ever help them. Harry has spent years with those horrible muggles, and even though he is aware that what they were doing to him was wrong, he had always failed to actually get help. And it did not help that in almost every situation he had with adults, they had proven themselves untrustworthy to him. From the neighbors and primary school teachers that looked at him and never suspected abuse, choosing to instead believe the lies the Dursleys told about him, to even the teachers at Hogwarts that never did anything against bullying or discrimination. Sirius, Remus, and Olivia were probably the only adults that he actually trusted. But telling others about the abuse they go through was a lot harder than non-abused people think. Harry does not like to talk about his relatives. Sirius tried to steer Olivia away from the subject. Sirius, I know a victim of abuse when I see one, Olivia tells him. Did Harry? Sirius tried to ask but stopped himself. He knew that even if he trusted Olivia, Harry would not reveal anything on purpose to someone he only met a week ago. But he might have said something by accident, or just reacted to something in a way that made her suspicious. Sirius certainly noticed things that Harry did that told him more about the abuse that Harry suffers, like how he almost subconsciously jumps whenever a sudden loud noise happens. The first time that Harry had heard his mother's screaming portrait, he basically had jumped 5 feet in the air. There was also how Harry hated having anyone approach him from behind. Remus was in the family library with him once and tapped him on the shoulder to ask if he was hungry. But he had done that from behind and Harry had jumped away from him and looked to be reaching for his wand, as if he needed to immediately defend himself against something or someone. I worked a lot of cases when I was an assistant lawyer, Olivia said. And if a case is serious enough, the Magic Council also deals with family court cases or abuse accusations. Child abuse is a lot more common than people like to believe. It is. Remus had been a teacher, even if only for a single year, and he hated the idea of more children out there being abused. Modern statistics say that roughly 6 million children every year are abused, but only 6 million of those children actually have their cases investigated. Olivia hated reality sometimes. And over 90% of those children are abused by someone in their own family, or at the very least by someone they know. Sirius and Remus were definitely both horrified by that bit of information. That certainly beat out Dumbledore's usual point of view of family always loves each other. But they all knew that was more of his excuses to keep ignoring the obvious problem with Harry's relatives. It certainly hit Sirius since his own parents had definitely been horrible to himself, and even to Regulus. Sirius was the white sheep of the Black family, and that put a target on his back for his blood purity, obsessed parents. If they were not hitting him with stinging hexes or low-powered bludgeoning curses, they were using bone-breaker curses or even the Cruciatus curse. They were not going to let themselves have anything less than the perfect Death Eater children. And it certainly got worse once he had been sorted into Gryffindor and not Slytherin. They would skip their usual punishment charms and hexes and go straight for their favorite dark curses. Regulus saw what they did to him and tried his best to be everything that they wanted him to be. Sirius could never blame his brother for that. He would always blame his parents for the death of his precious little brother. Sirius knew that if he had not run away and started living with the Potters the summer after his 5th year, his parents would probably have killed him once he refused to join the Death Eaters. His only real regret was that he left Regulus behind and could do almost nothing to help him, especially since with how both Bellatrix and Narcissa were still in Hogwarts as well, they would immediately tell his parents if he tried to approach Regulus during Hogwarts. That would only make life worse for his brother. It must be hard when you get cases like that, Sirius says to Olivia. I think the hardest thing is when the children are nothing but collateral damage between divorced parents, Olivia sighed. There was once a case where a pair of twins were being fought over by their divorced parents, but it was not even because their parents loved them. It was proven that they wanted custody of the twins, just so the other would not have them. Merlin, Remus gasped. What kind of horrible people would do that to their own children? Members of the Bronze family, Olivia huffed. A family of hotheads that care nothing about each other and only themselves. So, the entire family is bad. Sirius thought they sounded almost like Greek versions of the Malfoy family. He would compare them to his own family, but the Blacks were more known for dark magic and general insanity. The Malfoy family were the ones known for their selfishness. Combining the Black and Malfoy traits is what created the spoiled brat known as Draco Malfoy. He was selfish, but Sirius definitely saw some black madness in his eyes when he saw him while sneaking around Hogwarts in his dog form. Not everyone in the family is bad, Olivia says. Generally, the Bronze family are masters of enchanted ruby magic, which is a powerful form of fire magic. Not the best combo if they are a family of bad apples, Remus said. But as I said, there are those that are not as bad as the rest of them, Olivia says. My cousins have a friend named Mason back home. He is a member of the Bronze family, along with his parents. But he and his dad are actually alright people. The mother, story for another time. Noted, Remus nodded. Guess even mystic souls are not exempt from being able to abuse children, Sirius says, seeing that even such powerful people are still human. Sadly, human nature prevents such perfection from existing, Olivia sighed. There will always be people that abuse others, just like there will always be those that are good, evil, or neutral. We may be magical, but we are still human. Human for the most part anyway, Remus growled. You know, there is no shame in being a werewolf, Olivia tells him. There are a number of students at Crystal Rose that are werewolves, cat creatures, and basically any other were-creature that exists. Really, Remus was shocked as he had barely been allowed to go to school, and that was only because no one knew he was a werewolf. Creatures of all kinds attend Crystal Rose as well as every other mystic soul school in the world, Olivia says. Just the friends of my cousins include 2 harpies, a werewolf, a butterfly girl, a bumblebee boy, a were-snake, and a shapeshifter. And that is only those off the top of my head. I hope our plan works just so I can meet these people, Sirius said. Well, helping Harry is my #1 priority, but you cannot blame me for wanting to meet more of you people. No, I cannot, Olivia giggled. All right, enough. Mrs. Weasley screamed to finally get the twins to stop their little concert. Harry pouted a little as the twins stopped there. He got off, song, and just settled on either side of him. But he certainly was preferring them over any of the other school-age kids in the room at the moment. Thanks for the help again, Olivia, Harry smiled at the time mage. It was my pleasure, Olivia smiled back. Anything to stick it to egotistical politicians that only use their positions to further their own agendas. Justice means everything to those on the Magic Council, be it from putting away criminals to vanquishing demons, Kreno said. His sudden appearance made most of them nearly jump out of their skin. Kreno snickered as he brushed some leaves and flower petals out of his hair. You always did enjoy doing that, Olivia giggled. It's something I picked up from Madison, Kreno chuckled. Who? Harry asked, always liking to hear about Krenos's mystic soul friends. She's a friend back home, Kreno explained. She originally came from America, but attended the Japanese Mystic Soul School before transferring to Crystal Rose. Part of her magic allows her to turn invisible, so she likes to sneak up on people a lot. I remember reading about the Japanese school, Harry said. It's at a combat magic-focused school, right? Yeah, Kreno said. Senshi no Kokoro is known for the warriors that graduate from there. Their houses are named after their most well-known graduates: Beowulf, Achilles, King Arthur, Attila the Hun, and Robin Hood. But wouldn't all of them be from different eras in time? Harry was confused. One of their founders was actually a time mage like me, Olivia explained. He had also had the ability to look at a person and watch their specific history. So when they opened the school, he used his powers to find 5 warriors from different time periods. He had them all attend at the same time, and that was why. All of them were such great fighters when he had returned all of them to their correct times. And since the world has not gone all to hell, it is obvious that it did not affect the timeline, Kreno said. Oh, I get it, Harry says. All of them had to train for each of their destinies, so that was the loophole that the founder used in order to bring all 5 of them together. You catch on quick, Olivia smiled. I knew I liked you. Nice to see you back, Krenos, Sirius smiled. I knew that Harry's trial was today, so I wanted to hear about how much Olivia was able to yell at the idiots in your ministry, Krenos chuckled. You were that confident that she would be able to help him, Remus raised an eyebrow. My cousin has been practicing law for almost as long as I have been alive, Kreno smirked. She has known that she has wanted to go into law since she was 10. I had no doubt at all that she would be able to help him. She was definitely the best person to help me, Harry said. And when she called me Heir Potter, it looked like some of them were about to wet themselves. They probably thought you were as ignorant as they believed anyone raised by muggles would be, Sirius said. I still do not like that word. Olivia crossed her arms. Muggles. What a degrading word. There is a reason why mystic souls prefer to use the term mundanes, Kreno said. Oh, I almost forgot. Harry turned back to the twins. You guys have to see the garden that Kreno's brought back to life. It's amazing. Not some of my best work, but I appreciate the compliment anyway, Kreno's chuckled. Harry just took a hand of each of the twins and basically dragged them up the stairs and to the garden. Kreno's chuckled again, and with a nod of permission from Olivia and Sirius, he followed after the three boys. Harry took Fred and George into the Black family garden. Harry had always liked the twins. They were probably some of the best friends that he has ever had. Even when he was being bullied and attacked over people suspecting him of being the heir of Slytherin, the twins had made the entire thing a joke to cheer him up. They had playfully bowed to him, jokingly called him the heir, and would even pretend that they were his evil, loyal servants. They made him smile even when almost everyone else was running away from him. The way that they knew when to take things seriously and when they could make everything a big joke was probably what he liked most about them. They always made him smile no matter what else was going on in his life. Bloody hell, Fred gasped as they saw the garden. Incredible, George followed up his brother's gasp. I told you that it was amazing. Harry laughed at their reactions. Kreno soon joined them in the garden, happily sitting down on one of the chairs. He snickered as he looked at the three boys. You three going to make out for what? He asked as he noticed the three looking at each other. Harry, Fred, and George all immediately blushed and took a step away from each other. Kreno snickered again. I suddenly feel pity for any boy that your sister dates, Harry tells Kreno. Hey, I could have said something a lot more embarrassing than what I just said. Kreno shrugged and smirked. You are a very odd person, Fred stated. And that says something coming from us, George added. Meh, I've been called worse, Kreno shrugged. They were all soon interrupted by Ron, Hermione, and Ginny barging into the garden. They did not look any happier than they did during Fred and George's little song. Hermione looked especially annoyed. She had probably heard that Harry had not accepted any help from Dumbledore, nor was there any chance given for Dumbledore to even attempt anything as well. Even Olivia and Kreno knew that she worshipped authority figures, and they barely even knew her. Harry James Potter, the know-it-all, almost instantly yelled when they got into the garden. Here we go again, Fred groaned. I have a headache already. George pinched the bridge of his nose. Does she ever stop yelling? Kreno asked, only getting head shakes in response. What? Hermione? Harry was annoyed already, not wanting to deal with the complaining of his so-called friends again so soon after his trial. Why did you not let Headmaster Dumbledore help you? Hermione yelled. He would have helped you loads better than that fake. Excuse me. Kreno got back onto his feet. I had asked Olivia to help me, Harry tells the bossy girl, crossing his arms as he did. She has years of experience as a lawyer and as a member of her country's magic council. Dumbledore is not even on the Wisegamot anymore. It's Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione continued to yell. The headmaster is the greatest wizard of all time, and he would have helped you much more than she did. Dumbledore did nothing, Harry yelled back. He was not even in the room when Fudge and his minions had tried to steamroll me and declare me guilty without even trying to listen to me. They only wanted to listen to the voices in their heads and the voices that give them more gold in their vaults. How dare you say that about him? Ginny screamed. He is loads better than that Greek nobody. I dare you to continue insulting my cousin, Kreno growled, his eyes glowing green once again. The plants started to react around them. Fred and George, having not witnessed his powers before, were both excited and nervous at the same time. If you get your heads out of Dumbledore's but long enough, you will see that he would not have been able to do anything, Harry yelled at the three. If the three had not been insulted before, they sure were now. Harry had never felt freer, though. He was letting out some of his pent-up rage against the headmaster. He had grown up since he had been held prisoner at Durskabin. He was no longer the golden boy that the headmaster wanted him to be. He certainly was never going to see him as anything less than the selfish narcissist person that he was. He found child abuse acceptable, and that alone made him hate the headmaster. Harry James Potter. How dare you? Hermione screamed once again. Yep, I have a headache, George said. I think the whole house does, Fred says. Kreno was still trying not to lose control as he still remembered their insults against Olivia. They were lucky he didn't vanquish them right then and there. Headmaster Dumbledore is a million times better than that lying freak, Hermione screamed. Kreno was really about to lose it that time. Even Fred and George looked like they were about to start yelling at the three in defense of Olivia. All of them missed the flash in Harry's eyes, but they did not miss when the glass dome over their heads shattered when a bolt of lightning came, shooting into the garden and struck between Harry and the annoying trio. That certainly got their attention. Chapter 13. Change of Weather. Chapter 13. Change of Weather. The shattering of the glass dome was heard all around number 12. The sound of multiple feet was heard as they came rushing up the stairs and toward the garden. The kids all stood there, silent as they were, shocked both literally and figuratively. Even Kreno was gobsmacked, and he was used to these types of things. Sirius, Remus, Olivia, Mrs. Weasley, and Mr. Weasley all came bursting into the garden. There was a very noticeable scorch mark on the ground, as well as the shattered glass all around them and the small fires where the lightning had touched. Small fire burned on the ground, one of the nearby trees, and a bush. What is the name of Merlin, Morgana? And the founders happened in here. Mrs. Weasley screamed at the top of her lungs. A lightning bolt came out of nowhere, Mom, Ron tells her. It destroyed the roof and nearly got us, Ginny added. Of course, such a selfish person like her would make it all about them without even mentioning Harry or me, Kreno thought. Sirius and Remus pushed past Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, heading right to Harry to check and see if he was okay. Olivia ran right up to Kreno to check on him. Pup, are you hurt? Sirius started patting Harry all over to see if there were any spots that hurt his godson. I'm fine, Sirius. Harry laughed a little as some of the spots that Sirius tested tickled him a bit. You can. Stop seeing if I am hurt. Now, relax, Padfoot. Remus had to basically pull Sirius off of Harry since he was still worried for his godson. I cannot help but worry, Sirius says. Olivia, after making sure that her cousin was not injured, looked at the scene around her. There were not two things that she was sure of. One, that Kreno was probably slightly pissed that his brand new garden was ruined. And two, that there was definitely some form of magic at work since there had been no rain or rainstorm predicted for that day. She looked her cousin right in the eye. Skeftes ti skeftamai, she asked him in Greek. Translation. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? En skeftest odio shari ichmia ekrixi apo mysticistiki psyche magia, totnai, Kreno responded. Translation. If you are thinking that Harry had a burst of mystic soul magic, then yes.
Αυτό που συνέβη να τον κάνει να αντιδρά έτσι, Olivia asked.
Translation. What happened to make him react like that? On Krainzer sas apocalypse semita, Kreno answered. Translation. Granger called you a lying freak. Olivia growled as she stole a glare at the bushy-haired bossy girl. Sirius and Remus noticed the glare right away. That also made them notice that Harry also looked just as upset at his so-called friends as Kreno, and Olivia seemed to be. What happened, pup? Sirius asked Harry. While I may not know about why the lightning came, I think it was just karma punishing Hermione. Harry crossed his arms as he glared at the know-it-all. Guess karma doesn't like it when she calls someone a lying freak, based entirely on her own opinions. Kreno growled again, his eyes glowing green. Hermione, Remus scolded the girl. Just because you do not believe in the power of mystic souls does not give you the right to insult Olivia like that. But she has to be lying. Hermione looked ready to explode. Wandless magic is rare, so that means that mystic souls are fake. Wandless magic is rare for wand users, Hermione, Sirius tells the annoying girl. But mystic souls are entirely different types of witches and wizards from those that use wands. To you, it is wandless magic. To them, it is simply the magic they use since they have never had the need for wands. They have been around for just as long as wand-using magical beings have, Remus said. Any pureblood or magical-raised half-blood would tell you the same thing. Mystic souls are known in magical communities. Probably the only exception to not needing a focus to our magic would be the difference between heart and holder-type mystic souls, Olivia says. Huh. The Weasley twins dud. Heart-type mystic souls are witches and wizards that use magic that flows through their bodies, Kreno's explained. Holder-type mystic souls need focuses in order to use their magic. They do not use wands, but they have been known to use amulets, keys, weapons, and even clothing for their magic. Harry had to hide his smirk as he saw Hermione's eyes twitch with annoyance. Even when there were mystic souls that needed objects to use their magic, they still did not use wands. That has definitely got to annoy the hell out of her. He knows that he should not take pleasure in the annoyance of another, but she knows how much he despises the use of the word freak. And even with that knowledge, she still used that word. Shows how little she cares about his feelings. So that pretty much gave him permission to not care about hers, even if it was for a second. Sorry about the garden, Krenos. Harry apologized to the nature mage. Well, not like you can control how karma works, Kreno shrugged, keeping his theory about Harry's powers to himself and Olivia. If you want, I can always make an attempt to make contact with Olympus for you. After all, Adrestia is the minor deity of revolt and equilibrium between good and evil. In other words, he is the god of karma. Just be careful when you try. Olivia tried not to giggle. You might accidentally contact Nemesis since she is the goddess of revenge. Revenge is not justice, though, Harry pointed out. A lot of people mistake revenge and justice as the same thing, but they are really completely different. You are wiser beyond your years, Harrykins, Fred chuckled. You need to show that more, George added. Harry blushed a little as he was complimented by the twins. Krenos made sure to remember that since it would definitely be fun to tease his new friend about his obvious crush on the two redheads. Well, it was obvious to everyone but the two youngest redheads, the annoying bossy girl, and the adult redheads. I can fix all of this up easily anyway, Krenos smirked. I am not a nature mage for nothing. Nature's breath. He blew his magical breath once again. The enchanted pollen flowed over all of the burned areas, putting out the small fires and bringing the plants back to life. And since he was fixing one of the trees anyway, he just changed the tree into a mango tree while he was at it. Mangoes, Sirius raised an eyebrow. I have a friend back home who is from Hawaii, Kreno shrugged. He got me addicted to them. Not like it is a bad thing, anyway. He chuckled as he picked a mango from the tree. Hermione huffed again and glared at the nature mage. She was still in denial about his powers even when this was about the third time that she had seen them being used, and each one being done without a wand. Krenos just rolled his eyes as he saw her glaring at him again. That girl really just needed to get over herself and see that she does not know everything about everything. Yeah, White was always a very unique individual, Olivia giggled. Ironic that he comes from Hawaii, and yet he hates both coconut and fish. Haha, I cannot blame him, Krenos shivered. I despise fish. Remind me to never take you to a fish and chip shop while you are here, Harry chuckled as he looked at Krenos. Considering that the glass dome above them was still broken, they all left the garden. They would all wait a while just in case of another lightning attack. There would be no use in repairing the dome if it was just going to be destroyed again if there was more lightning. Much to the frustration of Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and Mrs. Weasley, Harry soon disappeared again as he went back up to the family floor so that he could do some more reading. His trial may have come and gone, but that did not mean that he was going to stop learning. Because of all his chats with Krenos, a person that was his age and actually listened to him, Harry did not want to hide who he was anymore. He was not going to pretend to be their precious savior or their Gryffindor golden boy anymore. He had actually always been intrigued by international magic. Sure, there were wand users and mystic souls all over the world, but that did not mean there were not traditional types of magic or abilities common in other countries. It was almost like how there were samurai in Japan, ninja in China, animal-themed warriors in Mexico, and the Valkyries of Norway. Maybe these warriors were all based on magic users that each country had. Meanwhile, Sirius gathered in his room with Remus and Olivia. They needed to discuss what could have happened in the garden. So, you and Krenos believe that Harry caused the lightning, Sirius summarized when Olivia translated the rest of what the cousins had talked about. Olivia nodded. Magic comes from emotions, so it was only natural that his anger and protective nature would cause such a thing to happen. I thought that Harry's mystic soul magic was blocked, Remus said as he looked at Olivia. How could he access any of his powers? I remind you too that mystic souls are some of the most powerful beings on the planet, Olivia says. As Harry grows older, the stronger his powers get even when they are blocked. And since wand user magic was used to block them, that makes it easier for Harry to get bursts of mystic soul magic when he gets emotional. Harry always did have more accidental magic when he was a baby, Sirius remembered from before. James and Lily were killed. Before his parents died, Harry had used magic a lot more than most magical babies his age could do. What were the things that he would do? Olivia asked. Might give some clues to what his mystic soul power could be. Well, Harry had always been a calm and quiet baby, Remus says. He was also very low maintenance. He could summon his own toys, conjure blankets if he was cold, or make a room cold if he was hot. He once even levitated me into the air and put me into his crib next to him when he didn't want me to leave after I visited them one time. Sirius chuckled at the memory. It was like I had been picked up by a burst of wind before the wind gently let me down into the crib. Wind, you say? Olivia was in deep thought. You think he might have some type of wind magic? Remus guessed Harry's power. Considering you also said that he could make a room cold, plus the lightning bolt from earlier, I think it is more likely that he has storm magic, Olivia says. Harry might be able to have the power to control the weather. That was certainly a shock to the two adult males in the room. Sure, mystic souls were known to be very powerful, but controlling the weather was an amazing power to have, especially given that the only wand user in history that was said to be able to even slightly manipulate the weather was Merlin himself. There were tales of how he could summon dust clouds and windstorms in battle even when he had been just a teenager. Harry will definitely need to be trained if he really does have a power like that, Remus says. It is a good sign that his power is showing, Sirius said. It means that his body and magic are breaking through the block on their own. While he may require help to fully unblock his powers, this is still a good sign that Harry is on the right track. We will have to be careful, though, Olivia warns the two. Magic in the hands of teenagers is dangerous enough. Add in the sudden ability to control the weather with an untrained teenager controlling them, and you get a very dangerous combo. Are there any other weather or storm mages at Crystal Rose that might be able to help him? Sirius asked her. Not exactly like him, Olivia says. As I have said that no two mystic souls in the same generation have the same powers. But mages that can control water, nature, air, and even sound would be able to help him. Sound? Remus was confused. Well, thunder is as much sound as it is the weather, Olivia shrugged. Just ask my cousin Melody, who is a music witch. We will need to prepare more for when Hogwarts goes to Crystal Rose, Sirius says. The other two nodded in agreement. Kreno has been spreading the news to all his friends at Crystal Rose, Olivia says. Once they all meet Harry and form their own opinions, they can be the loyal friends that he deserves. Form their own opinions, Remus raised an eyebrow. Are they not taking Kreno at his word that Harry is a good person that they would like? Kreno has the trust of all his friends, but we are not going to force them to participate with the plan, Olivia explains. They deserve to see if they like Harry on their own before they put their life on the line. We would be dealing with a Dark Lord and a fake Light Lord when we are doing this. You know, Sirius nodded. I understand, Olivia. While Remus and I want Harry to be safe, neither of us are willing to put more children at risk. Unlike Dumbledore, Remus growled. He started recruiting Sirius, James, Lily, and I into his Order of the Phoenix when we were all still students. Okay, I know that mystic souls of many ages fight demons, but that is all kinds of messed up. Olivia did not like the sound of that. We fight them because we want to, and because we do not want to die. We are not recruited by someone else. Not to mention how he always uses his position to make himself seem like everyone owes their loyalty to him, Sirius snarled. Look at Hagrid. Dumbledore knew that no one would want to hire someone that was half-giant, let alone someone expelled from Hogwarts. So he gives Hagrid a job, and that pretty much turned the man into Dumbledore's biggest supporter. We know that he cares about Harry. Hagrid does have a really big heart, but he would never hear anything against Dumbledore even with a mountain of proof, Remus added. I don't think I can ever come to this country and not get a headache, Olivia groaned as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Let's just pray that our plan works, Sirius said. It better, Olivia says. Because when I was making the plan work on my side, The council made it clear that it was war against magical Britain if any mystic soul was killed or greatly injured by anyone from here. Both men gulp at the thought of that. If it did come down to war, magical Britain would have no idea that it would basically be their doomsday. Chapter 14. Birthday Blow Up. Chapter 14. Birthday Blow Up. To say that Olivia was weirded out when she got a message from Sirius asking her and Krenos if there was such thing as mystic souls with baking magic would be the understatement of the century. And that says something considering that she had been to a lot of different centuries. Sirius was lucky that there was a 2-hour time difference between Britain and Greece. But that did also mean that Sirius had been calling her when it was only 6 in the morning back in his country. Why he was up at that time, she was about to find out. Since Krenos had gotten Harry a birthday present anyway, she decided to bring him along with her. He could have gotten to England on his own, but traveling together was more convenient than traveling separately. When they got back to number 12, imagine their surprise to see the normally not panicking Sirius Black in a complete mess. It was like a tornado had struck inside of the kitchen and destroyed every bit of food that they had. There were over a dozen dirty bowls in the sink as well as dirty whisks, spoons, butter knives, and spatulas. There were also broken eggs on the floor and countertop as well as butter melting on the floor from the room temperature. Flour was also everywhere, and empty bags of sugar were scattered about as well. What in the name of Demeter, Hestia, and Priapus happened in here? Krenos swore, naming the goddess of agriculture/food, the goddess of home/cooking, and the god of animal and vegetable fertility spoke volumes about how much a disaster the kitchen was. Especially since as Greek magical beings, they never used the names of the gods in vain like others would. Swearing with their names was pretty common where they were from. They did not consider it taking their names in vain the same way a person that goes to church can still say, "Oh my God." They saw Sirius frantically taking what was probably supposed to cake out of the oven. It looked really burned and was smoking. "I think we are about to find out," Olivia said. The frantic man quickly put the burned cake on the closest counter to him. Then he turned around and saw the 2 mystic souls standing there. "I don't think I have ever been so happy to see you two in my life." He looked so relieved. Sirius." Olivia approached him slowly as if he was a wild animal about to attack. "Mind telling us what in the wide world of witchcraft is going on here?" "What is going on is that I found out that just because I can cook does not mean that I know how to bake," Sirius exclaimed. "I am both confused, worried, and a little amused," Krenos stated. "Okay, how about you turn off the oven, sit down, and try to relax," Olivia tells the fugitive. "You're going to give yourself a nervous breakdown." Sirius took a deep breath before turning off the oven, and all 3 of them sat down at the table. Well, sitting in the few remaining chairs that did not have a layer of flour on them. Sirius did end up face planting right onto the table as he groaned in frustration. "I'm almost afraid to ask, but are you okay?" Krenos asked. "I was just trying to give Harry a more memorable birthday." Sirius did not even take his head off of the table. "Oh, I get it," Olivia said. "You wanted to bake Harry a birthday cake, but failed miserably. I think that with how this kitchen looks, he failed more disastrously than miserably." Krenos looked at all of the baking ingredients on the floor. "Not helping, Krenos," Olivia told her cousin. "Hey, I'm a gardener, so being sassy and sarcastic is pretty much in my blood," Krenos chuckled. "This definitely explains why you were asking if there were any mystic souls with baking powers." Olivia could not stop herself from giggling. "You are both enjoying my suffering a little too much." Sirius looked at them as he moved his head to be laying sideways on the table. "Well, you're acting like this is the end of the world," Olivia giggled again. "Ever thought of consulting a cookbook or something?" "I was always able to cook really well." Sirius finally took his head off the table. "When I first ran away from my parents to live with James and his parents, I would actually cook for them just to show my gratitude for them letting me stay. Charles and Doria constantly tried to tell me that I did not need to, but it was better than taking advantage of their kindness. I once even made a full Sunday roast dinner for them, and yet I cannot bake a single cake." "Well, baking and cooking are different things," Kreno says. "There are even some people that can bake, but are actually terrible at cooking. Basically the opposite of your problem, Sirius. But, unfortunately for you, there is no such thing as baking magic," Olivia tells the man. "There are those that use their powers to help them in the kitchen, but not specifically culinary magic," Krenos says. such as those with telekinesis moving pots and pans around, or those with fire magic using it as their heat source. That second one usually does not end well for those that do not like their meat on the well-done side. "Oh, Merlin," Sirius complained, looming ready to face plant into the table again. "The closest that we could probably get to a baking or cooking mage is probably Wyatt," Kreno says. "But the food he makes is not exactly the most edible of cuisine." "What does he do to it?" Sirius could not help but be curious. "Wyatt is an alchemy mage that specifically deals with mystical herbs and spices that change regular food into spells, curses, and other magical things," Krenos explained. "He has specific spice and herb families, where each influences a different magically affected area. The body, the mind, emotions, time, the elements, you get the idea." "That actually sounds very cool." Sirius was getting more and more relaxed as they talked. "Only when he actually can control what the food does," Kreno says. "Wyatt can sometimes go a little overboard and usually ends up blowing up a few cauldrons a week when experimenting. Plus, there was the one time this jerk stole a drink Wyatt had made called Noteworthy Horchata. He wanted to play a prank on a girl that rejected his request for a date. He ended up accidentally using the drink on the whole school when he put the drink in the special cauldron in the kitchen that magically sends it to all the goblets in the dining hall." "Why would a cauldron like that even be in the kitchen?" Sirius raised an eyebrow and actually thought that would be a cool thing to have used for pranks back in his own days at Hogwarts. "It's for when there is a contagious illness going around," Olivia tells him. "Whether it is a serious one or just a simple one that could take students out of class for a day or so. The cauldron is used to quickly spread out the proper medicine to either help those infected or to vaccinate those not infected yet." "The wannabe prankster even had no idea what the drink would even do," Krenos continued. "He didn't even read the card that Wyatt usually puts with his dishes to remind himself what each dish does. What the Noteworthy Horchata ended up doing was turning the entire school into one giant musical for a day. The drink made everyone sing." Sirius could not stop himself from laughing. "You laugh now, but you were not there," Krenos said. "You try learning in class when the teachers cannot finish a sentence without bursting into song. It's not like you can complain much since most of your classmates describe you as having the voice of an angel." Olivia smirked at her cousin. "It's a blessing and a curse since now they want me to sing at every holiday event at Crystal Rose." Krenos shook his head. Olivia snickered as she knew that her cousin really could sing really well. And as much as mystic souls stay away from the mundane world, they did enjoy plenty of mundane music. Krenos tended to lean more toward pop and country music, being a fan of those like Kelly Clarkson and Blake Shelton. Krenos had more of a natural talent with his voice, even some calling it extraordinarily since he was able to sing so many different types of songs with ease. Melody might be a music mage, but she preferred to play instruments than sing. When she did sing, it was usually duets with her twin brother. "I just wanted to make Harry's birthday really special," Sirius said. "He has not had a proper birthday since he turned only a year old. I am his godfather, so I know that he would appreciate it if I was the one that made him his cake. Plus, I know what he would want in a cake and in a birthday meal. Mrs. Weasley would want to do it all, but she would not even bother to do any of Harry's favorites and just do what she wants to." Olivia and Krenos both rolled their eyes at that. That woman got on both of their nerves with how she always wanted things done to how she wants them to be done. She does not listen to anyone but herself, and does not seem to care if anyone wants to do anything in another way. She was extremely selfish in that regard. "We can still help you," Olivia tells Sirius. "Really?" Sirius looked at the two with hope. "We're no pastry chefs, but we know our way around a kitchen," Krenos says. "But first things first. Gotta clean up this mess." He proceeded to cast a spell to clean up the whole kitchen at once. "Let the object of objection become but a dream, as I caused the scene to become unseen." When he finished the spell, a wave of magic seemed to flow right over the kitchen. As the Ave passed over everything, it all became clean in an instant. The whole kitchen was spotless in seconds. There was no sign of any mess in the least. "Much better," Olivia grinned. "I really need to read more Mystic Soul spellbooks," Sirius said. "Our spells are both simple and yet complex at the same time," Krenos says. "That is what makes them so difficult." "Anyway, what did you have in mind for Harry's birthday feast?" Olivia asked. "I have a few ideas." Sirius gave them a Cheshire Cat smile, making the Mystic Souls both worried and excited. "Pad food," Olivia and Kreno's heard screamed from the floor above them. Remus soon came walking down from the family floor. He was chuckling, making the two of them very curious. "What happened up there?" Kreno's asked. Sirius decided that the perfect way to wake up Harry for his birthday was to change into his grim form, jump onto Harry's bed, and start licking his face. Remus chuckled again. "Why am I not surprised he did that?" Olivia giggles. "Sirius loves Harry more than anything else in the world." Remus softly smiled as he looked back up the stairs to the family floor. Those two not only deserve each other, but they also need each other. Olivia and Kreno's could not agree more. The two had been through a lot, and if there was one thing that mystic souls appreciated, it was those that kept their good hearts even after hardships. It was a hard thing to do, especially if you have nearly died. It took a few more minutes for Harry and Sirius to come downstairs. Both were dressed and Harry had cleaned up the dog's saliva that had probably been all over his face. "Hey, Kreno's!" Harry smiled as he greeted his new friend and saw the present in his hands. "You didn't have to get me anything. I'm a nature mage, so get used to my generosity," Kreno's chuckled. "I'm the fruit tree that never runs out. Please tell me that there is fruit in that box," Harry jokes, making Kreno's laugh. "Maybe next time," Kreno's grinned. "Happy birthday, Harry." "Thank you, Kreno's." Harry gave him another smile. "We also have a surprise for you in the kitchen, pup." Sirius was definitely looking excited. He put his arm around his godson's shoulders as they all made their way down to the ground floor. Everyone else was either just getting up or still getting ready for the day. Fred and George were the only other ones that were already up and about, ready to celebrate their friend's birthday. Entering the kitchen, Harry's jaw dropped. Years of starvation at the Dursleys, with most of his meals being cold and canned soup, stale bread, some water, and maybe some slices of cheese if he was lucky, could never have prepared him for the feast in the kitchen. There were 2 giant cheese pizzas with some sweet Italian sausage, a big pot of chicken curry, fresh naan and ciabatta bread, a platter of American cheeseburgers, and a finish of a big bowl of chicken Caesar salad with a second bowl of a classic red and green cabbage slaw. But the real showstopper was the cake that Sirius nearly had a panic attack over. It was a 3-tier chocolate fudge cake with raspberry cream frosting and a strawberry jam filling. Each tier was decorated with tempered chocolate collars, as well as chocolate raspberry truffles. Harry looked just about ready to burst into tears as Sirius hugged him from behind. There was something about what he was seeing that told him that it was his godfather that had done it all for him, even if he did probably have some help. There had never been anyone that had done anything like that feast for him. All Sirius ever did was prove again and again how much he cared about him. "It's all for you, pup," Sirius tells him. "Thank you, Sirius." Harry smiled brightly at his godfather. He gave him a big hug, probably one of the sweetest scenes that most of them have ever seen. "I will do anything for you, pup," Sirius says into Harry's hair as they hug. "Oh, well, so cute that it makes my sweet tooth hurt," Kreno's chuckled. "Please, your sweet tooth is sweeter than an entire chocolate factory." Olivia playfully rolled her eyes. "Nothing can make it hurt." "Way to ruin the joke, Liv." Kreno's rolled his eyes. It was soon that the rest of the house started to wake up and then come down for breakfast. As they all came into the kitchen, they were all shocked at the feast that had been prepared. Fred and George, who actually had presents for Harry in their hands, were the first to recover as they then hugged Harry and wished him a happy birthday. Kreno's giggled a bit as he gave Harry a wink as he blushed while the twins hugged him. Harry blushed even more, playfully glaring at the nature mage. Did Kreno's care? Not in the least, but it did not escape the mystic souls that neither Ron, Hermione, or Ginny had presents for Harry as they came in. Sure, they could just be keeping their presents for him in their rooms to give to him later, but they had a feeling that was not the case. All 3 of them had displayed nothing but selfish behavior since they had both met them. So, it was reasonable that they were probably also selfish long before they had met them as well. One was a human garbage disposal that wanted everything given to him on a silver platter. The other was a know-it-all with a superiority complex that wanted everything to be her way, or it was the wrong way in her world. And the last was a silly little stalker girl that wanted her life to be a fairy tale and everything to go her way and acted like it was some big conspiracy against her when it didn't go her way. So yeah, Kreno's and Olivia doubted that any of them had gotten any presents for Harry. If anything, the 3 were so selfish that they probably believed that their friendship with Harry was enough of a gift to him. Who did all this? Mrs. Weasley screamed like a banshee when she came into the kitchen. And now I have another headache, Kreno said, quickly pulling out a headache potion and downing it. Can I have one too? Olivia asked, Kreno's handing her a potion. Thank you. She downed hers as well. They both knew that this was gonna be another very annoying rant by the Banshee lady. Let's see who could have done all of this. Sirius sarcastically looked around the kitchen. There's the kids that hardly get up before 10, the godson that I would never let do all of this, the werewolf that would have made all of this out of chocolate, the mystic souls that do not have cooking magic, and the owner of this house that is allowed to cook in his own kitchen. You did all this. Mrs. Weasley continued to scream. Merlin, Molly, there is no need to shout. Remus rubbed his ears, as being a werewolf gave his heightened senses. What? You actually think telling her that would stop her? Olivia raised an eyebrow. It's never stopped her before. No kidding. Kreno shook his head as if he had swimmer's ear. Of course I did this. Sirius talked to her as if she was an idiot, which she was. It's Harry's birthday, and he deserves all the food that he has told me that he has never gotten to try. But he wants to try. Well, get rid of it, Mrs. Weasley ordered. If you made it, we'd probably all be poisoned. Hey, Harry protested. You never even had Sirius's cooking. Remus told me how much my parents and grandparents loved his cooking. I trust their taste buds and will gladly eat anything Sirius makes for me. I would even eat fish if Sirius was the one that cooked it, Remus says. And I hate fish more than I hate those laws against werewolves. A few of them raised their eyebrows at Remus, but just decided to let that go. Kreno and Olivia helped a lot, Sirius added. But that was more because as much as I can cook, I cannot bake to save my life. So, that burned smell I got when I first came in here wasn't just my imagination, Remus chuckled. Get rid of it and I will make us something actually edible. Mrs. Weasley continued to order them. She was even more angry as she found out that Kreno and Olivia had helped Sirius. She actually looked at the food as if it was about to come alive and attack all of them at any second. It's his birthday and Harry should choose what is done, Kreno says. I do not understand why anything other than what he wants should matter when it is his birthday. Nobody wants to hear the opinion of a mystic soul monster. Mrs. Weasley basically growled at the nature mage. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and it wasn't even Olivia's fault. Everyone seemed to freeze after Mrs. Weasley so bluntly insulted not only Kreno but his entire kind as well. After seeing the plants being controlled by Kreno, plus the lightning bolt, even the annoying trio did not say anything against Kreno. Something in Harry snapped as he heard that. How dare you? He yelled at Mrs. Weasley. Just because he is a mystic soul doesn't mean he is a monster. Kreno is one of the kindest and most amazing people I have ever met. He has so much power, and yet he uses it to help people. There is nothing about mystic souls that makes them monsters. Being afraid of their powers does not mean they are bad people. You are always shoving your opinions and your desires down everyone's throat to make them do anything you want, and I am so sick of you doing that. So for once in your life, shut up and leave them alone. Harry stormed out of the kitchen after blowing up like that. Sirius was up and out before anyone could say anything else. It was Godfather duty time. Chapter 15. A True Friend. Chapter 15. A True Friend. Harry slammed the door to his room when he got back up to the family floor. Hedwig, who had been taking a nap, screeched when her owner/friend had so loudly and angrily came back into the room. She took notice how Harry was both upset and angry over something. Sometimes, she curses that she cannot talk to him since she was an owl. All she could do was provide some silent comfort. So she flew out of her cage and landed next to Harry as he sat on the ground with his back against his bed. Harry started to pet her, almost unconsciously, when he felt her next to him. Hardly anyone knew, but Harry would always go to Hedwig whenever he just needed to talk. He could not understand owl speak, but Hedwig was more a friend than she had ever been just an owl. And even while Harry could not understand her, he knew that she understood him and was actually listening whenever he talked. She was everything that he wanted in a human friend. She was loyal, knew how to listen, and certainly never judged him on things out of his control. He would always go to her to either be soothed by her gentle whoos or just to rant about how unfair that the world was sometimes. He went to her a lot during his 2nd and 4th years when he was attacked a lot over being a Parseltongue and a Triwizard champion. I don't think that I will ever understand it, Hedwig, Harry says as he pets her. People are so quick to judge others just because they are different. It would be so much easier to just accept everyone for who they are without any issues at all. Anyone that doesn't is just stupid. Harry had spent his entire life being called a freak by his relatives, and it was for no reason other than just because he was a wizard. But even after years of knowing that he was a wizard, Harry was always so amazed by magic and all of the things that it came with. Like, if not for the giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, he would go in there more to talk with the centaurs or to check in on the unicorns to see if they were okay after Voldemort had been hunting them in his first year. And even though the dragons and merpeople terrified him while he was doing the tasks for the tournament, they were still very amazing creatures. He always thought that Charlie Weasley had an amazing job, since he was around such incredible dragons all the time. Magic did not make him a freak. Magic was an incredible thing that held some of the most amazing things that he had ever seen. Flying on brooms, meeting magical creatures, traveling in the blink of an eye. Magic was the farthest thing from freakish, and anyone that saw something wrong with being magical was the real freak. There was a knock on his door, making Harry look up from where he was blankly staring. "Come in, Sirius," he said. His godfather came into his room. Sirius could easily see just how angry and sad that Harry was. Even behind glasses, his eyes told him everything he needed to know. He sat down next to the now 15-year-old. "That was some speech, pup," he tells Harry. "Kreno's powers are beautiful," Harry said. "You saw the garden that he created. He bends nature to his will, and yet while he is so powerful, he does not act like he is invincible or a god. He's confident, but not cocky. But he has also done nothing to them to earn them calling him a monster. I am not excusing what Molly called him, but I am afraid that is how mystic souls are normally treated by wand users, pup." Sirius put his arm over Harry's shoulders to comfort him. "When I was still in Hogwarts, there had been a rumor going around about a member of pureblood family finding out that she was a mystic soul. Do you know what happened to her?" Harry looked at his godfather. "As I said, pup, it was only a rumor," Sirius reminds him. "I have no idea if it was even true. You attend Hogwarts, so you should know how a new rumor is basically started every week. Sometimes twice a week." "Okay, true," Harry shrugged. "I once heard a rumor that Peeves used to be a lawyer before he died. Considering how he acts, I would never believe that." "You'd be surprised how different ghosts are to how they were when they were alive," Sirius said. "I think there is a town in the United States that has a very large ghost population." "I will ask about that later," Harry said. "Let me show you something, Harry," Sirius says. Sirius had always planned on telling Harry about his powers. It was probably the best way that he knew to help Harry get even more comfortable with the idea of being a mystic soul. Plus, it has been a long time since the Black Family Lord had used his powers. It was too much of a risk to use his abilities while in Azkaban. Even as a mystic soul, his powers would not have been able to keep the large number of Dementors at bay long enough to escape. "What?" Harry was curious, but still a little nervous. "Canine Heart, come to me, trusted ally," Sirius cast. A blue light formed in the palm of his hand. Sirius threw the ball of light in front of them, and in a flash, a little puppy appeared. But this one was an adorable pug made out of light. But even as a being made out of magic, the puppy acted as if it really was alive. It cutely barked, wagged its tiny tail, and stuck its tongue out as it sat on the ground and breathed. Harry's jaw hit the ground as he looked at the magical creation. Even Hedwig was shocked enough that she was completely silent. And as an animal, that was not a very common thing. Harry looked at Sirius with shock, curiosity, and disbelief. "You're a mystic soul," he said, shocked. "I was about 9 years old," Sirius tells his godson. "My parents had just begun their training to make sure that I end up in Slytherin. We both know how that didn't work, but that didn't mean they did not try. After a few torture curses during one session, I ran to the nearest park in order to try and give myself time to heal." Sirius, Harry did not know his family was this bad. Harry had experienced the torture curse firsthand when Voldemort used it on him in the graveyard. To refer to it as total agony would be the understatement of the century. And the sheer thought of Sirius's own parents using it on him, and possibly his brother as well, multiple times was a horrible thought. And even for a famously dark family, it was a horrible thought that parents would do that to their children. "I had always liked dogs," Sirius softly smiled, "long before I was able to become one. And that day, I had what I thought was a burst of accidental magic. I made a little black lab puppy appear. It was like a comforting guardian of sorts. As I grew older, I discovered more of my powers. Your father, James, called it wild dog magic. He, your mother, and Remus were the only ones that I ever trusted to know what I was. I do not know the full extent of my abilities, but I was able to train enough in secret to have control over what I could do. This was certainly quite the story. Harry knew that Sirius was close to his parents, but that level of trust must have been very hard to come by since being a pureblood would give him first-hand knowledge of how mystic souls were treated by wand users. The pug puppy jumped into Harry's lap, making Hedwig fly off of Harry. Harry was even more shocked at how real the puppy felt even when it was made out of light. But it felt like an actual living and breathing creature. Even its fur felt real. Sirius, Harry gasped. This is incredible. That was your father's reaction as well, Sirius chuckled. I think that if I could permanently summon one of my dogs, your father would have asked me to make one for him to have as a pet. Yeah, that sounds like Dad from everything you and Remus have told me, Harry chuckled as well. You used to love my dogs when you were a baby, Sirius tells him. Whenever I would come over, you would always be like, uppy uppy, as your way to try and get me to summon a puppy for you. Well, glad to see that I have not changed that much, Harry grinned as he pets the pug in his lap. Your mother actually always loved my powers as well, Sirius says. She always was more of a dog person than a cat one. She took you shopping once before you all went into hiding, and she wanted you to pick out a stuffed animal. She tested a stuffed cat toy on you to see if you'd like it. You threw it clear down the aisle and was like, Aunt Uppy. Made it clear to Lily that you were definitely a dog person like her and James. Harry laughed at the story. No one ever really told him anything about his parents beyond that he looked like his dad but with his mum's eyes, that his dad was a star Quidditch player and good at transfiguration while his mum was good at charms and potions. Sirius was probably the only one that actually told him about his parents as people, and not some characters that most of the wizarding world thought of. I guess this is why you're a lot more open to Kreno's and Olivia helping us, Harry said. It is partially why, Sirius admitted. But I would have accepted their help even if I was not a mystic soul. I was never against them in the first place, but being one of them only made it easier to understand how they feel and what they go through on a daily basis in order to keep their powers in check. I can actually tell that Kreno tries really hard to keep his powers under control. Harry laid his head on his godfather's shoulders. He told me what happened to his parents. I was forced to remember bits and pieces of what happened to Mom and Dad because of the Dementors, but Kreno remembers everything that happened to his parents clear as day. I can't imagine going through something like that while also having to keep powers like that under control. It must be so hard for him. I can see why you would feel like that, Sirius said. But Kreno has not done anything to them. Harry started to rant. Just because he is powerful does not mean he is a monster. Just because people are different does not mean that gives others the right to hate them. Kreno has told me about the demons that mystic souls face. If mystic souls face those evil beings on a nearly daily basis, then it's the ones that hate them that are the monsters and not the mystic souls. There then was a sudden knock at the door. Since it was the family floor, both of them knew that only someone with permission would have been able to come up onto the floor and be knocking on the door. Come in, Sirius said. Kreno opened the door, standing mostly in the doorway. I hope that I am not interrupting anything, he said. Not at all, Kreno, Sirius tells the teenager as he gets off the floor. Kreno quickly spots the puppy of light in Harry's lap. It would be hard to miss it since it did glow like a lit candle, adding to the comforting feels of having a puppy in your lap. Is that a part of your powers, Sirius? Kreno asked, finding the magical creation utterly adorable. I did tell you that James called my powers wild dog magic, Sirius chuckled. Summoning dogs like that is a part of my magic. It is adorable. Kreno sat down next to Harry and gave the pug a few pets. Harry looked at his godfather. There was a silent message between them as Harry told Sirius something without even saying it. I will leave you two to talk, Sirius said. He left the room, leaving the nature mage and his godson alone. I'm sorry about what Mrs. Weasley said to you, Harry immediately apologized to Kreno. Kreno shook his head, waving off the apology. Do not apologize for the words or actions of another, he said. If you always apologize for what others do, you will never stop apologizing. How old are you? Harry jokes. No way that someone my age is that wise. Kreno chuckled. Mystic souls have always been wise, no matter the age. Plus, I have a friend who has the power to absorb knowledge from any source that he holds his hands over. I wonder what would happen if he tried to use his powers with a computer, Harry said. We keep him away from those, Kreno says. There is no telling what would happen to his brain if he absorbs too much at once. He once absorbed the biggest dictionary in the Crystal Rose Library, and it gave him a headache that lasted an entire week. Yikes! Harry cringed at the thought of a headache lasting that long. The ones he gets from his scar are painful enough. None of us care about what people say about mystic souls anyway, Kreno reassured his friend. We deal with hate and fear a lot. When you are as powerful as we are, you get used to people being afraid of you. Wand users do not understand us more than others, so they are often always afraid of us. What people do not understand, they fear. And what they fear, they try to destroy. Harry remembered that famous quote. Exactly, Kreno said. We have learned to deal with the hate that we received. There is nothing we can do to change the minds of people that do not want them changed. The ones that are too set in their states of mind and ways of life. Like most of the magical people of this country, I will never get why they do not change, Harry says. Not everything is as perfect as they pretend it to be. Not changing their ways is why 2 Dark Lords rose to power in a single century. There is such an extreme level of prejudices on all sides. The dark hates Muggleborns, the light hates dark families and Slytherins. Most people hate magical creatures, and there is a general dislike of anyone that even tries to change the way that things are. Wow! Kreno could not stop himself from facepalming. No wonder this country is known across the world to be 2 centuries behind everyone else. Really? Harry did not hear many foreign opinions since Kreno and Olivia were the first people he officially met for other countries since he did not really spend any time with the students from Drumstrang or Bose Baton the previous year. My friend Abby is a history buff, but for global history, Kreno explained. She has compared dozens of countries against each other to compare cultures, advancements in technology, architecture, and many other things as well. Literally everywhere she has ever studied has been more advanced than magical England. I wish I had as many friends as you seem to have, Harry sighed. All I've ever had were Ron and Hermione. I can probably also consider Neville and Luna as friends, but it is so hard to tell who to trust nowadays. Well, I fight against evil demons every day. Kreno placed a comforting hand on Harry's. Loyalty is an important part of mystic soul culture. You never have to worry about me leaving you, Harry. You have no idea how much that would mean to me, Harry said. Nature's enchantment, Kreno cast. Trumpet flower. A few vines grew around the room. From the vines bloomed beautiful angel trumpet flowers. They all glowed and soft music began to fill the room. Harry looked at Kreno in shock as the nature mage then began to sing. We sign our cards and letters BFF. You've got a million ways to make me laugh. You're looking out for me. You've got my back. It's so good to have you around. You know the secrets I could never tell. And when I'm quiet, you break through my shell. Don't feel the need to do a rebel yell, 'cause you keep my feet on the ground. You're a true friend. You're here till the end. You pull me aside when something ain't right. Talk with me now and into the night, till it's all right again. You're a true friend. You don't get angry when I change the plan. Somehow you're never out of second chances. Won't say, I told you. When I'm wrong again, I'm so lucky that I found a true friend. You're here till the end. You pull me aside when something ain't right. Talk with me now and into the night, till it's all right again. True friends will go to the end of the earth, till they find the things you need. Friends hang on through the ups and the downs, 'cause they've got someone to believe in. A true friend. You're here till the end. You pull me aside when something ain't right. Talk with me now and into the night. No need to pretend. You're a true friend. You're here till the end. Pull me aside when something ain't right. Talk with me now and into the night, till it's all right again. You're a true friend. You're a true friend. You're a true friend. The music ended and the flowers and vines disappeared just as quickly as they had appeared. My sister always said that the best way I know how to communicate is through music, Kreno grinned. Your voice is amazing. Harry was impressed by the song. Thanks, Harry, Kreno chuckled. I just thought that a song like that is what you deserve. You deserve true friends, Harry. How people have treated you in the past is not okay. I am here for you, Harry. Thank you, Kreno. Harry had never been so happy to hear something like that in his whole life. Chapter 16. Preparing to leave. Chapter 16. preparing to leave. The rest of the summer was probably a lot better now that Harry had made it an art form on how to avoid all of the annoying people in his life. Even if he was not on the family floor or in the family library, he was able to find the best places to hide from the people that were seriously starting to annoy him. And by people, it was really just Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley. Sirius, Remus, Olivia, and Krenos were probably the only other constants in number 12, and he had no reason to avoid any of them. But Harry did meet Auror Kingsley one day when Sirius introduced him to the Black Man, and he was glad to meet him, especially since Kingsley had been another person that actually told him things about his parents, as he had been a couple of years behind them in Hogwarts. Kingsley would also sometimes tell Harry about when Sirius was young as well, since Sirius had actually been who trained him to be an Auror before he had been illegally sent to Azkaban. And, as much as I like the actor that played Kingsley in the movies, I imagine him more as being played by Shamar Moore. So, please picture him as Kingsley, thank you. Harry liked Kingsley, and he was certainly a nice difference from being surrounded by the usual Gryffindors and former Gryffindors. Kingsley told him about how he had been a Ravenclaw and how it was totally different than Gryffindor. In Gryffindor, it was usually always so loud and full of activity. In Ravenclaw, they were usually more quiet and private than anything else. Plus, it seemed that in both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, they got their own rooms once they were older. And even in their younger years, they would only have one roommate. Harry certainly wished that was a part of Gryffindor. As much as he liked having friends around, like Neville, he also really liked his privacy and rarely ever got it when he was in the common room or in the dorm. And given how much Ron had been getting on his nerves lately, he would definitely rather room with just Neville. Harry also knew that the time that he had spent with his godfather during this summer was probably the happiest that he had ever been in his life. Sirius always made sure that he knew how much that he loved him, even when he did not actually say it. It did not matter if it was just by talking about his parents, or by teaching him how politics in their country works, or even just by being in the same room with him while not trying to bother him or get him to talk. There were many things that Sirius has done for him that made it known how much he cared about him. He escaped Azkaban to protect him from Pettigrew. He lived off of rats in caves, just so that he would be near him. He returned to a house that he obviously hated and had experienced extreme trauma inside of, just so that he could provide a house to protect him in. He got in touch with Krenos and Olivia to actually get something done about Voldemort in order to protect him. He had done more to protect him than everyone else in the wizarding world combined. And he did it for Harry Potter, his godson. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or Harry Potter, the chosen one. He did it because he loved him with no strings attached. He was the first person that Harry felt in his heart would never treat him differently because of his scar. But now, he had to leave his godfather because it was time to get back to Hogwarts, a place that Harry was really praying would not have life-threatening events this year. Not that he had much hope for that actually happening. First year was a possessed teacher, a cursed broom, the Dark Lord killing unicorns, and a three-headed dog. Second year was a giant basilisk, a ghost with moaning issues, giant spiders, and Hagrid getting sent to Azkaban for no other reason than the Ministry needing to be seen doing something. Third year was probably the least dangerous, even with a Death Eater posing as a rat and Dementors flying around the school with a werewolf as their dada teacher. And then, of course, there was fourth year and dealing with a bloody, deadly tournament, dragons, psychotic mermaids, a maze that kept trying to kill him, and the resurrection of Voldemort. But he knew that the chances that he had at an uneventful year were about 1,000,000 to 1. Plus, he was not exactly known for having the best luck. The only one that came close to his amount of bad luck was Neville, even if most of the things that go wrong for him were because of his lack of self-confidence. Harry vowed to be a better friend to Neville, so that the kind herbology expert could grow more confident in himself. Currently, Harry was packing his trunk. Sirius had found his brother's old trunk when he had been cleaning the family floor. He changed all the Slytherin stuff on the trunk to Gryffindor and gave it to his godson, something Harry was very grateful for since the trunk was very cool. The trunk had multiple magical compartments, each one containing everything he needed for school. There was a compartment that worked as a walk-in closet, one that was a potions lab, one that was a library, one that was a Quidditch changing room where he also kept his broom, and there was also a forest/jungle room that Hedwig loved to hang out in when she was not hunting or delivering a letter. Sirius had told him that Regulus had really loved animals, something that Harry had in common with his godfather's brother. He was packing away his books when there was a sudden thud outside of the trunk and someone swearing in another language. He came out of the trunk and saw Krenos rubbing his head as he was lying on the floor. Krenos. Harry raised an eyebrow. Note to self, never floral swirl into a place protected by blood magic. Krenos groaned from the floor. That was a very rough landing. I am guessing floral swirl is your way of teleportation. Harry chuckled as he fully climbed out of the trunk. Yeah, Krenos got off the floor. I basically vanish in a swirl of petals and leaves. Annoys my sister when I do it near her because she always gets leaves stuck in her hair. Harry did see that there were now flower petals and leaves on the floor when his room had been cleaned before he went into the trunk. So, what brings you by? Harry asked. I am leaving for Hogwarts soon. I wanted to see you guys off. Krenos smiled at his friend. I know most people here are annoying, so I figured you wanted someone sane to be around you. Harry chuckled again. Thanks, Krenos. That would be nice. Especially since Sirius cannot go out without the threat of someone calling the Aurors on him. Olivia is working on helping him just like she helped you, Krenos tells him. It's just moving slower since it was so long ago, and she cannot mess with the timeline too much. As I want Sirius to be free, I don't want to ask so much of you guys when you've already done so much, Harry says. Harry, we want to help you guys. Krenos softly smiled at his friend. Even if the relationship between mystic souls and magical Britain has been burned to ash for almost 1,000 years, we would never abandon anyone that needs our help if we can give it. Besides, taking down egotistical politicians is basically more life-giving to Olivia than oxygen. Harry laughed. She is really good at what she does. The look on Fudge's face when she handed him the lawsuit over his slander of me will forever be the highlight of my year. Olivia may have been young when she joined the council, but she is known as the courtroom shark when she goes into lawyer mode, Krenos snickered. In the courtroom, she is one of the deadliest people there. She has never lost a case. If she was so good in the courtroom, why did she join the council? Harry was curious. Because she knew that with her law knowledge and family history, she could do more good on the council than as a lawyer, Krenos explained. Since she joined the council about 5 years ago, she has pushed a lot of great things to happen, like adding an exchange program between Crystal Rose and the Delphi School so that mystic souls and wand users can get along more in our country. She has also gotten more laws passed to help the guards deal with discrimination, child abuse, and domestic violence. Helps the guards when they work with more than just adults that know when things are wrong. If she worked at the ministry, she would have eaten them all alive, Harry laughed. That, or she would have banished them back to the Ice Age, Krenos smirked. I am both terrified of her and also very much in awe of her as well, Harry stated. As a mystic soul, I deal with things a lot scarier than my cousin, Krenos snickered. Like my sister, for example. Harry laughed again. Krenos always had a way to make him smile and laugh even when he spent his days mostly being annoyed because of the number of people always trying to control everything he says and does. But whether it was because of how he was a nature mage or not, Krenos was just so down-to-earth and funny. He was so easy to talk to, and the best part about him was especially that he actually listened to him when he talked. There were so few people in his life that actually did that. But just as Krenos had previously sung to him, they were true friends. As he laughed, Harry playfully slapped Krenos on his upper left arm. He was surprised when Krenos actually flinched and his face formed a look of pain. I didn't hit you that hard, did I? Harry asked, worried that he might have hurt his friend by accident. No, Harry, it's not you, Krenos said. Krenos took the short sleeve of his shirt and pulled it up, flinching again. Harry's eyes widen as he sees a lot of bandages wrapped around Krenos' upper arm. And after he showed Harry his arm, Krenos lifted his shirt and showed Harry his bandaged left side as well. What the bloody hell happened to you? Harry swore as he gasped. I got on the wrong side of a demon's fireball. That's what happened. Krenos put his shirt back down. Must have been a powerful demon given that you tell me a lot about them and how rare it is for them to ever actually hit you, Harry said. It was more because of their numbers than anything else, Krenos said. Swarm demons travel in groups. Plus, they are known to be like the Hydra in the way that when you vanquish one of them, 2 more appear. So, were you guys ambushed or something? Harry asked. Or something? Krenos responded. It was just a normal day on Olympian Way, which is one of the magical alleyways in Greece where we can buy magical goods. but someone accidentally caused a magical energy explosion that took down the protective enchantments that keep demons out of Olympian way. Yikes, Harry stated. Demons are always trying to break into the alleys, so the place quickly turned into a full-on battlefield, Kreno said. It's a good thing that we do not have the same underage magic laws as this country does. If we did, it would have been a massacre considering how many teens go there without their parents. Well, I am glad that you're okay, Harry says. Thanks, Kreno said. I would have been completely healed since I do have a friend with healing magic, but she had to be called to Lady Hestia Hospital to help out the other healing mages with the worse injuries. So, these enchanted bandages will do for now. I'll be fine in a few days. If I was better at potions, I would help with a burn-soothing potion, Harry tells his friend. I'll be fine, Harry, Kreno said. That tumble I took earlier when I floral swirled in did not exactly help the pain, though. Here, Harry went to one of the drawers in the deck that was in his room and pulled out a potion from it. Sirius has been giving me potions to help me recover from my relatives. This is a pain relief potion, so it should numb the pain. Thanks, Harry. Krenos took the potion from him and quickly drank it. It is always better to get it over with when drinking potions. So true, Harry says. If anything, there should be ways around that. Like, I know that sugar crystals, like processed or refined sugar, make potions useless, but there is nothing said that natural sugars and flavors would make potions stop working. I'm a nature mage, but I am no potions expert, Krenos tells him. May give me a bit more info here since I'm lost. Well, most food has some type of natural sugar in them, Harry explained. Like fruits are naturally sweet, and even some vegetables are a little sweet as well. So, maybe if they were used on more potions, it would make them taste better as long as the fruit also adds something to the potion as well. So, like if you were making an energizing potion, for example, Krenos was seeing just how much Harry had been hiding in terms of his intelligence. Well, since lemon and raspberry are both natural tart and sour fruits, they would both be useful for those types of potions, Harry says. But lemon zest would not be helpful since it would have natural oil from the skin of the lemon. All in all, natural sugars from fruit and vegetables would help make potions more edible. That would definitely be very helpful to anyone in need of a potion, even if they have a strong gag reflex, Krenos chuckled. You say you are not good at potions, but what you just said shows that you definitely are more than you think you are, Harry. I actually love potions, but it is the teacher that is the main problem. Harry sat on his bed. Krenos went over and sat next to him. Isn't your potion teacher that guy called Snape? He raised an eyebrow. I never met him before, but I do like Sirius's nickname for him. Devilish. Haha, that's funny. Harry could not help but chuckle as well, also liking the nickname that his father and Sirius had made for Snape back in their Hogwarts days. Yeah, that would be him, Harry says. Snape is probably the worst teacher in the history of teachers. Even worse than the teacher whose hair I once turned blue because she was letting my cousin beat me up for no reason. Okay, I will ask about that last part later, Krenos said. What makes him such a bad teacher, if you do not mind me asking? I do not mind at all, and I do love ranting about that greasy-haired adult bully, Harry said. The thing about Snape is that he does not even teach. He puts a recipe on the board and walks around the classroom insulting everyone that is not a Slytherin. Not to mention that even when someone outside of his snakes gets a perfect potion, he never gives them a good grade on it just because they are not a Slytherin. Okay, I can see why that would make him such a horrible teacher, Krenos says. I am no expert, but I know my way around a cauldron. Plus, my friends Celeste and Waylon are both potion masters in their own rights. And even my friends Wyatt and Charlotte are both really good at potions as well. It gets even worse. Harry glared at the wall as he thought of the potion professor. He favors his Slytherins so much that even when he watches as they throw random ingredients into the cauldrons of other students, he does nothing. And if the ingredient causes an explosion or makes the cauldron melt, he blames the person working on it instead of the Slytherin student sabotagers. That is wrong on so many levels, Krenos said. Potions are one of the most temperamental things in magic. One wrong ingredient, turning the heat up too high, or even adding too much or too little of an ingredient could cause someone to die if the potion reacts badly enough. Snape wouldn't care unless it was one of his Slytherins that got injured, Harry says. A Slytherin could get away with murder as long as they kill a Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw. He might even give them points for the act. And he is not in jail. Why exactly? Krenos raised an eyebrow as he crossed his arms. Because for reasons that he will tell nobody, Dumbledore trusts Snape and nobody ever questions him, Harry grumbled. I am suddenly very glad to be a mystic and not a wand user more than I have ever been before, Krenos says. I have turned a demon into a tree in the past. Want me to do that to Snape? And punish every other tree in the world by making that Death Eater one of them? Not a chance, Harry said. Fine, but let me know if you ever want him out of the way, Krenos smirked. I can do it, and never even leave a trace that he was ever even near me. I like you more and more every time you visit, Harry laughed. There was a knock on the door. Sirius came in once Harry gave him permission. It's time to go, Harry, he said. Oh, hey, Krenos. Gia, Sirius. Krenos greeted back. Harry sighed. Back to Hogwarts I go. Chapter 17. We're going on a trip. Chapter 17. We're going on a trip. Harry walked down the stairs as his trunk had been shrunk and was now hidden in his pocket. It had a function where it could grow and shrink whenever certain passcodes were said to it. He was no actually doing any of the magic since the trunk itself was enchanted, so it was very useful if the Ministry tried another of their underage magic schemes on him again. Sirius and Krenos walked behind him. None of them were really ready to deal with what was probably more headaches about to be given to them by the annoying trio and the banshee that two of them call a mother. As Sirius watched his godson make his way down the stairs, he hoped that something would come out of all of the planning that he, Remus, and Olivia did. Harry meant everything to him, and he would do anything and everything that he could to keep him safe and happy. He was not about to let anything happen to him when he was able to do something about it. Crystal Rose would hopefully be the place where Harry could finally get time to be himself with no looming threat of death hanging over his head. Mystic souls might deal with demons a lot, but that was nothing compared to a 1,000-year-old basilisk, 100 dementors, a Hungarian horntail, and a possessed teacher with a second face growing out of the back of his head. So, even if any demons get into the school, it was still safer for Harry than Hogwarts has been the past 4 years, especially if the other mystic souls were able to unlock his powers. He was definitely looking forward to seeing Harry becoming a master of weather magic if Harry wanted his powers unlocked. Welcome back, Krenos. Remus smiles as he sees the nature mage walking down the stairs as they all come down to the ground floor. Thanks, Remus. Krenos smiled back. Just thought to pop and make sure Harry was all right. With the idiots that run this country, they might not like how Olivia sued them over their slander against him. They might do more than just send Dementors after him. So, you actually think that it was someone in the Ministry and not Voldemort? Sirius asked the nature mage. It had not been discussed at length, but Sirius, Remus, and Olivia had not been sure who had actually tried to kill Harry this time. Voldemort would easily have been the #1 suspect had it not been for the fact that he had just returned a few months ago, so they doubted that he would have the strength to gain control over the Dementors again. Plus, there was no way that he would let anyone or anything other than himself kill Harry. And since the Ministry had been slandering Harry all summer, it made sense for one of the more corrupt Ministry officials to try and use the creatures to try and shut Harry up. And even when they had failed, the underage magic trial was another chance for them to get Harry out of the way. Whoever did it just did not count on Harry knowing the Patronus charm, or that he would have a very good lawyer for the trial. I just do not think that making a move on Harry so soon would be Voldemort's style if he wanted to keep himself secret, Krenos says. If Harry, his biggest target, were to be killed, then that might prove that Harry was telling the truth about his return. That is a very logical train of thought, Kingsley said. Kingsley, Mad-Eye Moody, and Tonks were all there to escort them all to King's Cross to make sure that they, mostly Harry, were safe from any other attempts on his life. Though, only Kingsley looked to actually care about Harry while the other two were more focused on everyone but him. As a mystic soul, we usually figure out what demons we are dealing with by looking at their victims, Krenos explained. So, logical detective work is what most of us are used to. You seriously need to stop telling such tall tales. Hermione glared at the nature mage. Mystic souls are not real. Magic without a wand is impossible. I see that she is still delusional. Krenos barely even acknowledged her existence. Annoying, isn't it? Fred said. And impossible to get used to, George added. She should be thankful to have not met my sister, yet, Krenos stated. Melody does not take insults hands down. The last demon that insulted her was thrown off a cliff by her sonic scream. Even knowing that, I still want to meet her, Harry tells him. Melody has that effect on people, Kreno chuckled. She also says that she can't wait for when she was able to meet you as well. Considering that you say that she is like a real-life siren, I look forward to it, Harry said. I love music. I will make sure to tell her that, Kreno smiled. Now, as much as I like you two being such good friends, Harry really needs to get to the Hogwarts Express, Sirius tells them. The blatant way that Sirius just ignored everyone else that needed to get going as well was not missed by Harry. But other than Fred and George, it was not like he really cared about anyone else that much, considering how annoying and rude they have been, especially to Kreno and Olivia. Oh, that's no issue, Kreno smirked. Remus recognized the look of mischief in Kreno's eyes. Sirius was fast enough to change into his grim form when he saw Kreno about to raise his arms up. Though, he knew that Kreno was slower on purpose to give him the time needed to change. And then, with a raising of his arms, everyone vanished in a swirl of leaves and flower petals. Their sudden appearance on the platform was definitely noticed by other parents that were there to see their children off to Hogwarts. But it was not like a swirl of leaves and flower petals is one of the most subtle things in the world. Harry was close to falling but was caught by Fred and George. Having taken to operating a lot around number 12, the twins were not as disoriented as everyone else. But Harry did quickly get his composure back and noticed where they were. Kreno had teleported everyone that wanted to go to the platform directly onto it. Wow, he gasped. You're welcome, Kreno smirked again. Okay. You are officially now one of my favorite people ever, Harry grinned, happy to have now experienced mystic soul magic being used on him. Ah, you flatter a boy, Kreno teased him. Harry, the glasses-wearing boy heard nearby, turning to see his friend Neville looking shocked as other people on the platform. Hey, Neville, Harry greeted his fellow Gryffindor. How did you, Neville was speechless and could not find the right question to ask. Well, you have another friend around now. So that is my cue to leave, Kreno stated. I am not about to hang around and get another headache from that banshee and the annoying trio. Peace out, suckers, giving them the peace sign. He then vanished in another floral swirl. Neville was speechless once again as he looked at Harry. I will explain everything, I promise, Harry tells him. He then turned to Remus, Kingsley, and Sirius, the latter still in his dog form. Sirius whimpered a little bit as he now had to say goodbye to Harry again, after only having him around for a little over a month. Plus, Hogwarts has not exactly been the safest place in the world for Harry these past few years. Don't worry, Padfoot. Remus gave his friend/dog a pat on the head. Harry will be fine. I will stay safe just for you. Snuffles, Harry softly grinned as he used his teasing nickname for Sirius's dog form. I will see you during the holidays. We look forward to that, Harry. Remus smiled back at him. Harry gave his godfather and honorary godfather a hug each. But it was obvious to both men that one of the last things that Harry wanted to do was let go of either of them. But he had to do it eventually, so he let go and then followed Neville onto the train. The twins soon followed the two on. The rest were still barely getting their composure back after Kreno had floral swirled them to the platform. And it was not like Sirius, Remus, or Kingsley could blame the nature mage for hightailing it out of there before they did get their composure back and started to yell at him for what he did. But it was entertaining to see all the annoying people looking like they were about to throw up. They deserved it for how they had been acting all summer. You've known Kreno and his family for longer, Kingsley. Remus turned to their Auror friend. You think that they can really help us pull this plan off? Kingsley nodded. If there is one thing that would perfectly describe the Gardner family, it would be their pure and honorable hearts. They always do the right thing, especially when others always do the easy thing. Sirius barked a few times, trying to get across that he believed in the family as well. I am not doubting them, but more like how difficult this plan is, Remus says. Dealing with both Voldemort and Dumbledore is not exactly easy. Then it is a good thing that to mystic souls, the hard way is also the most fun way, Kingsley smirked. He flashed his eyes at the man and dog, telling them both something about Kingsley that they did not know before. But it did make them more relaxed since they now knew that he knew exactly what he was talking about. He had personal experience. Harry, Neville, Fred, and George soon all found a compartment to sit in soon after the train got moving. Once all the students were on the train and it got to 11 in the morning. It was mostly empty except for a single blonde girl that was reading a magazine upside down. She looked sweet and innocent, so none of them were really bothered by her. Plus, the twins seemed to know her. "Hey, Luna." They both greeted her as they came in and sat down. The blonde lowered her magazine, smiling at the twins. "Hello, Fred, George." She greeted them back. "I see you have brought me some company." "Greetings, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom." Harry and Neville exchanged looks at how this girl already knew who they were even without even introducing themselves to her. "Relax, you two. Luna's cool," Fred said. "She's lived close to the burrow her whole life," George added. "Plus, she is like us," Fred smirked. "Just lets all the crazy come out," George snickered. "You two say crazy. I say seeing things in ways that others do not." Luna sweetly smiled, talking in a dreamy tone. "I am glad you seem to have gotten rid of the Nargles, though." "Might not last for long," Fred commented. "They always find ways of coming back," George says. "Just take the piece when you get it," Luna tells them. "The Nargles will be busy until there is nothing new left to talk about." Harry and Neville had no idea what was being said, nor did they know anything about Nargles, but Luna did seem like a very sweet girl. Plus, Harry did not know why, but Luna gave off this aura of warmth and trustworthiness that was very different than what he had been feeling all summer around his so-called friends. Neville was the one that broke the silence. His curiosity over what he had seen on the platform won over his need to ask Luna what the heck she was talking about. "Harry, what happened out there?" he asked his friend. "How did you guys appear in that swirl of plants, and then that one guy vanishes in another swirl of it?" "His name is Kreno, Neville," Harry starts explaining. "He is a mystic soul." Neville's eyes widened. Harry had figured that as a pureblood, Neville would know that they existed. He had just not been sure if his friends had been just as against them as most of the others that Kreno and Olivia had come across at Sirius's house. "I am surprised that any dared to come into Britain," Neville says. "Mystic souls are generally hated by almost the entire country." "From how you sound," Fred started. "We take it you do not agree with them," George finished. "No, I don't agree," Neville says. "There have been a few mystic souls in the Longbottom family tree, and I know that there is nothing to fear about them. The Ministry and most people here might think that they are monsters out to destroy us, but those people are dumber than trolls." Harry had never seen Neville so outspoken before. Neville was usually so shy and timid that speaking his mind was not something that Harry thought that Neville could even do. But it seems that the topic was so important to Neville that he had actually forgotten about his normal personality for a minute. "Well said, Neville, old boy," Fred patted the herbology expert on the shoulder. "Very well said indeed." George patted him as well. Neville blushed, having just realized just how outspoken that he had just been. But he did not take back anything that he had said. "I do agree with you, Neville," Harry says. "Kreno and his cousin Olivia have been visiting a lot over the summer, and I have grown very fond of them. Kreno especially. Mystic souls should never be ridiculed or hated just for being who they are," Neville says. "They are born as mystic souls, just as we are born as wand-using wizards. There is nothing wrong with them. They are just powerful. That's it. People fear what they don't understand and hate what they can't conquer," Luna says. "Andrew Smith said that, and I do agree with him." "Exactly," Neville agreed with Luna. "The Lovegood family is also known for being very accepting and have also had mystic souls in our family tree as well," she says. "My mom was one." "She was," the twins gasped. Luna nodded, shocking the twins. Neither of them had any idea that Pandora Lovegood had been a mystic soul. They had both loved Luna's mom. She had been more of a mother to them than Molly ever was. Pandora was a sweet and kind woman that saw the beauty in everything. She had accepted them and their pranking ways while Molly basically hated them for it. The twins had spent almost every dinner with the Lovegoods since Pandora was both a great cook as well as such a loving person. They had been devastated when they learned about her death when one of her experimental spells went wrong. And while they could not go over to the Lovegood house as often, they still spent time with Luna when they could. "Mystic souls are a lot more common than most in this country would like to think," Neville says. "No kidding," Harry says. "Kreno is actually amazing, and Olivia even helped me get out of trumped-up charges that the Ministry tried to place against me for underage magic. She also sued them and the Prophet for their slander against me. I wondered why they had not written about you in a month," Neville said. Olivia really does great work, Harry smirked. Anyway, Kreno is a nature mage, and he can do just about anything with his powers over nature. That was how we got here and how he left. He calls it floral swirling. I thought the sight was beautiful, Luna smiled. The flower knows what he is doing and hopes to help the weather mage unlock who he really is. Harry and Neville gave her another look, but they were not gonna say anything. They were starting to get that Luna just talked like that, and it was just the way she was. So, how did you guys? Neville was just about to ask when he was interrupted. Ron and Hermione, who had probably just finished prefect duties, had come into the compartment. Harry did not miss the look of annoyance that Ron sent at Luna. He obviously had a very different opinion of her than the twins did. What are you doing here, Loony? Ron asked and insulted her at the same time. Ron, Harry glared at his supposed best friend. Don't call Luna that. She has not done anything. Apologize. Ron did not. He just looked shocked that Harry actually told him to apologize before he glared at the ground and grumbled as he sat down. Harry rolled his eyes, used to Ron not accepting when he has done something wrong, and turned back to Neville. You were saying Nev, he asked. Oh, right. Neville remembered his question. How did you meet Kreno? Hermione huffed, but got no attention other than some side glances from Neville and Luna. Kreno and his cousin are friends of my godfather. Harry left out that Sirius was his godfather, not wanting to scare his friend. They came over to visit and have been helping with all this Voldemort stuff as well as just generally being great company. Kreno nature magic is amazing, and he even grew an entire garden with just a wave of his hand. Yeah, mystic souls have always been powerful, Neville says. Don't tell me that you believe all that fake stuff too, Neville. Hermione huffed again, annoyed. Magic without wands is impossible. Mystic souls are fake, and that boy needs to stop lying about having these powers. Hermione, Harry was getting so tired of her not accepting that she was wrong. You may not believe in mystic souls, but that does not make them any less real. So stop trying to shove your beliefs down the throats of those that do not believe the same thing as you. Kreno is a mystic soul. Olivia is a mystic soul. There are entire communities of mystic souls. So, just stop trying to convince us that they are not real when that is not true. Hermione could only just stare at Harry, having never been talked to like that by him before. And even if she had started talking again, Harry was just gonna ignore her for the entire train ride. And Harry actually did ignore her for the entire ride on the Hogwarts Express. Even when she tried to talk to him, which was mostly to yell at him for daring to talk to her like that, he acted like she did not exist. That only made her angrier, but he did not care. He just talked with Neville, the twins, and Luna for the rest of the ride. And after arriving at Hogwarts and getting to the Great Hall, he had to wave goodbye to Luna as she skipped her way over to the Ravenclaw table. He definitely now understood some of what she had meant. Nargles must have been her own way of describing bullies or just general annoyances. So, when she had mentioned Nargles on the train before, she had been talking about Ron and Hermione. Harry was certainly going to be spending a lot more time with Neville, the twins, and even Luna this year. They were showing to be better friends than Ron and Hermione had been. As they all sat down and the first-year students were sorted, Harry looked over at the Hufflepuff table. He soon spotted Cedric, who was now going to be in his last year of Hogwarts. Cedric caught Harry looking at him, and he smiled at the younger boy. Harry smiled back, glad that they both had managed to survive what had happened at the graveyard. After the new students were all sorted, Dumbledore stood up to make his beginning of the year speech as usual. Welcome to Hogwarts, students old and new, he said. I have a few announcements to make before we begin the feast. First, I would like to introduce you all to your new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Dolores Umbridge. He motioned to the teacher's table, and they all saw a woman dressed entirely in pink. But she also had a face that looked as if she was part toad or frog. She looked to be trying to smile sweetly, but the look in her eyes said that she probably hated children even more than Filch did. And that says something. I know that creatures and humans can have children together, Harry whispered to Neville. But could one of her parents actually be a toad? Neville had to try very hard not to burst into laughter. He may be the future Lord Longbottom, but that did not mean that he actually had to like the employees at the Ministry. I also have some very exciting news to share as well, Dumbledore continued. Oh, bloody hell, Harry complained. He could also see that Cedric had gone a little pale as well. The last time something exciting had happened at Hogwarts, they both nearly died. Hogwarts has been invited to another school for the year to learn magic through their eyes, Dumbledore continued. This is a very unique and amazing opportunity for us to learn the magic of another culture as well as see how things are different from how we do things at Hogwarts. The students all started to mutter to each other and whisper. Something like this has never happened at Hogwarts before, so no one knew what to make of it or even how to really react. The Ravenclaws were glad for the chance to learn more. The Hufflepuffs wanted to make sure they did not offend those in another country. The Slytherins wondered about the laws and politics of the other country, and the Gryffindors were ready for any challenges ahead. The way that things will work is that you will all attend classes with the other students, and the teachers will also be going to classes as well that go with their own classes that they would be teaching here. Dumbledore continued. This is the perfect opportunity to make new friends, learn new magic, and bond with a fellow magical community. And, in his mind, it was also another place where he could collect other soldiers to fight in the war, while he would still collect all the glory after Harry died fighting Voldemort, or he took care of the Potter brat himself. Next week, the school will send the transportation needed that will bring us to their school, where we will be living and learning for the next year. Dumbledore keeps going. Your parents, as well as the ministry, have all already given their approval, so there is no worry about that. I know that you will all enjoy this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get more knowledge, friends, and skills for the future. I also know that you will all be on your best behavior once we arrive there as well. Harry rolled his eyes, knowing that Hogwarts was more a school of bullies and sheep than witches and wizards. If a student was not being a bully, they were following a bully. The number of actual good students that he has met, he could count on one hand and was not afraid to cut off fingers. Not that you can really expect the students to be any better when Snape was probably the biggest bully of them all and he was supposed to be a teacher. Now, I know you all are wondering which school you will be attending for the year, Dumbledore says. Well, Hogwarts has been invited to the Greek magical school of the Crystal Rose Academy of Mysticism. There were even more mutterings and whispering of the students. Most of them had not a single clue as to what school Crystal Rose even was. But Harry already knew, and his eyes widened when he heard the name. Oh, bloody, freaking hell, he swore. You all right, Harry? Neville asked him. Do you know anything? Fred started. About Crystal Rose, mate, George finished. That's Kreno's school, Harry tells the three in a whisper. It's where he and his sister go, and where Olivia went to school as well. So, you're saying Crystal Rose? Neville could barely get any words out. Crystal Rose is a school for mystic souls, Harry says. Chapter 18. A Lesson on Mystic Souls. Chapter 18. A Lesson on Mystic Souls. Harry was not sure if he was nervous or excited, or wanting to rip out his hair out of frustration. While he wanted to see Kreno's school, he did not think that it was a good idea for all of Hogwarts to go to Crystal Rose as well. From the short time that he had seen interactions between wand users and mystic souls, he knew that there was no getting along between them. Plus, Harry also worried about what would happen between them once those like Draco Malfoy, or even Ron and Hermione open their mouths and say something that they should not say. Hermione certainly did not know how to keep her opinion to herself when it came to how she does not believe that mystic souls exist. Kreno may be able to keep his temper in check, but that probably was not the same for every student at Crystal Rose. And with the large number of students that probably attended there were certainly many things that could go wrong. And with the demons that Kreno had told Harry about, there were also some life-threatening things that could happen as well. Not that he thought that any demon would be able to get past Kreno and his plants, but yet at the same time, there was also the opportunity to learn and see such amazing things. Harry wanted to see more of Kreno's nature magic, not to mention finally getting to meet his sister, Melody, with her musical magic. He bet that she could probably sing just as amazing as her brother. He loved music and wished that there were ways that he could listen to it at Hogwarts, especially since the only music that was at Hogwarts was the frog choir and the school song at the beginning of the year, neither of which was the type of music he thought was actually good. He preferred Muggle music to it all, and given Kreno's choice of song, he figured that was his preferred choice as well. Plus, he also wanted to actually see what the castle looked like. The pictures in the books that he had been reading were not the best. The most he could tell was that it was a very large building with a lake close by and forests surrounding it. But yet it also was obviously different from how Hogwarts looked even if the landscape was similar. He wanted to learn so much about the magical school and its students. Just from meeting Kreno and Olivia, he already knew that the school produced some amazing students. The school had their usual feast before everyone was sent off to their common rooms and dorms for the night. All anyone could talk about was the field trip to Crystal Rose. Since almost no one had ever heard of the Greek school, they were all curious about it, and those that did know about the Mystic Soul School did not seem to be sharing that detail, probably out of fear of what that bit of information might cause. The Gryffindor students were all gathered in their common room. None of them could even think about going to bed when there was so much to talk about. Harry was worryingly talking with Neville and the twins. He and the twins had seen the hostility toward mystic souls with their own eyes, from the twins' own mother and younger siblings no less, so they knew that something could and probably would go wrong. Okay, I know that Dumbledore is a few cards short of a deck, but has he actually lost his mind? Harry whispered yelled at his three friends. Why would he ever think that Hogwarts going to Crystal Rose would be a good idea? It certainly cannot actually be about helping students learn, Fred says. Yeah, Dad and Bill have both said how he has been removing classes since he became headmaster, George said. There used to be classes for magical art, alchemy, law, languages, Fred listed, spellcrafting, healing, enchanting, and even a magic studies class like the opposite of Muggle studies, George added to the list. But the classes slowly started vanishing once Dumbledore came into the headmaster position, Fred said. As if he does not want students to actually learn anything worthwhile, George says. Well, that might explain why he keeps Snape on staff, Harry scowled as he mentioned his most hated professor. That horrible excuse for a teacher pretty much ruins potions for 3/4 of the school. Hopefully Crystal Rose has a good potion professor, Neville says. One that does not end up becoming my boggart. Okay, the fact that a teacher was a student's boggart, a creature that only turns into a person's worst fear, that alone should have raised some red flags, Harry said. If a teacher is a student's worst fear, then that teacher obviously needs to be fired. Snape should never have been a professor as this is how he acts. Why Dumbledore even keeps him around is anyone's guess. Fred crossed his arms. He's the only one that even trusts Snape. George pinched the bridge of his nose. No one else does, but they follow that old man like sheep that follow their shepherd, Fred says. Quite annoying when all your life all you hear is about the great and powerful Albus Dumbledore, George complained. And then you meet him and all you actually get is a manipulative old man that thinks he's a god, Fred scoffed. A manipulative old man that people blindly trust, George grumbled. Something tells me that the Crystal Rose students are not going to be as easily manipulated as he would want them to be, Harry smirked. I mean, have you met Kreno? The twins chuckled at that. Kreno definitely had a good head on his shoulders. Plus, he was also very independent and would most definitely never treat anyone with respect until they earn it. You can like him all you want, but getting him to like you back is when things get difficult. Kreno probably only took a liking to Harry so easily because of hearing things about him from Sirius so much until they actually met and he saw that those good things were true. But if there was also one thing that they knew about Kreno, it was that he took no nonsense from no one. He was one of the sassiest and most sarcastic people that they have ever met, second only to Olivia, who was probably the sassiest person ever born. They had a feeling that Melody was probably just like her brother and cousin, a master of sassy and sarcastic speaking. Magical Britain would probably never survive 3 people as sassy and sarcastic as the Gardner family, whose Kreno was suddenly heard by the 4 boys. They all jumped a little by the sudden appearance of the 3 Gryffindor chasers, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell. The 3 girls were all like big sisters to Harry, and they treated him like their little brother. They were probably some of the few people in Gryffindor that Harry was completely comfortable with along with Neville and the twins. Everyone else was on thin ice because of how they treated him since he got to Hogwarts, turning against him in his first year because of the 150 points being taken away by McGonagall, thinking he was a rising Dark Lord in his second year because of how he was a Parseltongue. Not to mention how very few of them actually believed him when he said that he did not put his name in the Goblet of Fire the previous year. He was so done with most of them since their loyalty was fickle at best and non-existent at worst. Katie had been the one to ask the question. Hey, girls, Harry smiled at the 3 chasers. Hello, Harry, Angelina smiled back. Hey, Harry, Alicia grinned. Hi, Harry. Katie gave her usual soft smile. How much did you 3 hear? Neville could not help but ask, having always been one that hates it when people eavesdrop on his conversations, even if it was mostly Hermione that does that. We did not mean to hear anything, but he caught the name as we were coming over to say hi, Alicia admitted. As long as you did not mean to eavesdrop, Harry says, knowing how much Neville does not like those that eavesdrop. So, who was this Kreno's you were talking about? Katie asked again. Harry saw no reason to keep Kreno's secret, especially since they were going to his school the next week, so they would probably meet him anyway. Plus, what harm would there be in trying to make sure that a full-out war between the Mystic Souls and the Wand Users did not break out the second they get to Crystal Rose? And Harry doubted that the Wand Users would win given that Kreno's alone could probably turn most of them into trees with a wave of his hand. Kreno's was someone I met the twins and I met over the summer, Harry says. He was visiting from Greece and is actually a student at Crystal Rose. Wow, talk about coincidence, Angelina says as the three girls sit next to the four boys. Yeah, coincidence. Harry shares a look with Neville and the twins. The four of them all knew that a coincidence this was not. Dumbledore was definitely planning something, and the students at both Crystal Rose and Hogwarts were simply just getting caught in the crossfire of this very deadly feud between Voldemort and their headmaster. It was definitely not fair for so many kids to be caught in the middle of what was basically a war between Dumbledore and Voldemort, not light and dark. So, do you guys know anything about Crystal Rose since you met a student from there? Alicia asked them. Well, Krenos told us about how special his school is, Harry says, not knowing how to bring up the whole Mystic Soul thing. Special how? Angelina asked. The boys all shared a look. Neville was okay with Mystic Souls, but they all knew that not everyone would be like him and Luna. There were probably more students that would be like Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and Mrs. Weasley, hating on Mystic Souls for any reason that they can think of. But they had to start somewhere, and if everyone just goes in blind, that is when things could go wrong the most. What do you three know about Mystic Souls? Harry asked the three girls. That was certainly a question that none of the chasers had been expecting. Sure, Harry was not exactly the most normal of seekers that they had ever known, especially given that he nearly swallowed the snitch in his first Quidditch game. But that was still something they never expected him to ask. Well, my parents work in the Department of Magical Transportation at the Ministry, Angelina says. So, I have heard about Mystic Souls a little bit from them whenever they have to reject portkeys or flew network connections to countries with thriving Mystic Souls communities. I once had a friend that could talk to animals, Alicia admitted. But my parents took me away from her when they caught me playing with her. They grounded me for a week and ordered me to never go near her or their kind ever again. Oh, Merlin, Neville swore. They all then looked at Katie, who had not yet answered the question. She just shrugged in response. I'm a half-blood, she tells them. My dad is a police detective in the Muggle world while my mom is which that writes quite a popular series of transfiguration and charm books. I don't know what Mystic Souls are. That made sense to the boys. Katie would not know given that she probably had to grow up in a Muggle town because of her father's work. And with a mom that wrote books for a living, especially on subjects that did not involve knowledge of Mystic Souls, she would not have taught Katie about them either, or even have known that they existed. Mystic Souls are witches and wizards like us, Katie, but they have different magical cores that their kind get their name from, Angelina tells her friend. They are born the same as we are, but their magic is a lot more different than the type we use. Do they use more powerful spells or something? Katie asked. I thought that the only way to use magic would be with a wand. Or maybe a staff since Merlin was said to use a staff instead of a wand. Not exactly, Harry says. Krenos, along with other Mystic Souls, are all born with extraordinary abilities. Mystic Souls have powers that range from a very wide range of capabilities, from summoning monsters, to shape-shifting into animals, to controlling time, to almost anything you can think of. If you take Krenos for example, Fred started. His magic is that he controls nature, George finished. Wow, Katie gasped. That's incredible. Not everyone thinks so, Alicia sighed. As I told you, my parents did not like that I made friends with a Mystic Soul even when I had only been 5 at the time. That type of opinion is shared by most of magical Britain. I know it is not the same in other countries, but it is very widespread here. Alicia is right, Neville spoke up. Mystic Souls are hated and viewed as monsters by most of magical Britain. But that is really only because they are scared and paranoid because of how powerful they are. There have been a few mystic souls in the Longbottom family, so I would never think that about them. The Ministry has always been paranoid about those that even appear more powerful than them. Alicia shook her head. That would certainly explain about all the laws that are against werewolves, vampires, and other magical creatures that can think for themselves and also do magic, Angelina says. Even without magic, they are powerful. With magic, they could be serious threats if they wanted to be. So, the Ministry does everything they can to take away as much power from them as they could. It's pathetic, really, Harry growled. They are all so corrupt that they think anyone with power wants to take over. They never even consider the possibility that they just want to live normal magical lives, and that they do not want to rule over anyone. And who wants to bet that Umbridge woman is here to do something about Harry? Fred crossed his arms. It is pretty obvious that the Ministry sent her since she is also Fudge's senior undersecretary, George added. Great, Harry rolled his eyes. Just what I need right now. The Ministry's still going after me even after being served a lawsuit for slander, as well as a magical restraining order from Olivia. That certainly made the three chasers shoot their heads in Harry's direction. They had no idea that any of that had happened. But it was not like Harry had given them the full rundown of everything that had happened that summer. What? They all gasped at once. Okay, this is gonna be a long night, Harry sighed before he got to explaining to the three girls what had happened. To say that they were furious would be an understatement. The boys were all a little worried if they would actually storm out of the castle to raid the Ministry. Would any of them stop the three if they did? No. Would they grab some popcorn and watch the show? Hell to the yes. Chapter 19. Arriving at Crystal Rose. Chapter 19. Arriving at Crystal Rose. Now, out of all of the things that have happened at Hogwarts, this field trip to Crystal Rose was actually one that Harry was dreading the most. Kreno's was powerful on his own, and he has also said that his sister, Melody, was able to bend music and sound to her will. If everyone at their school was as powerful as them, then that could not end well for a lot of the students at Hogwarts. Hogwarts, Harry had sadly discovered during his first year there, was like a breeding ground for bullies and brats. Kreno's had already shown that he had a low tolerance for bullies, bigots, and anyone that tries to yell at him in general. And if others at his school were just as intolerable toward those types of people, then it was likely that there would be a bloodbath on the first day at the school. And Harry was willing to bet the entire Potter family fortune that one of the first students to open his mouth would be Malfoy, since he never learned to shut his mouth no matter what was going on. It was why the fake Moody had turned him into a ferret in the first place, because of Malfoy's language and him trying to curse Harry in the back. Harry found it very ironic that none of the teachers ever protect their students from bullies, and yet it was a Death Eater in disguise that had been the only one to ever punish a bully. All the other teachers either never see the bullying happen, are willingly blind to it, or take part in it like Snape. In Harry's own opinion, he thought that the really only good teacher at the school was Flitwick. Not only was he one of the kindest and most helpful teachers at Hogwarts, but at the start of each class on the first day of the year, he tells all his students what hours he will be in his office in case any of them have questions or have trouble understanding their homework. He was pretty much the definition of the phrase, small but mighty. Plus, Harry had to give props to the professor for having the patience to deal with Seamus and his constant fires whenever the Gryffindor messes up his charms. And he does that a lot. How Seamus was able to set his feather on fire with a botched levitation charm was beyond Harry. All the other teachers were either useless or just did not seem to do anything other than teach subpar classes. McGonagall never did anything about bullying even when she was a witness to it. Plus, she was the cause of his bullying when she took away 150 points in his first year just for being out after curfew. It was his first time caught after curfew, and she took that many points from him, Hermione, and Neville. It was completely unfair, especially since she only took 20 off of Malfoy. And with Sprout, he had actually liked her until he saw that she was just as judgmental as all the others in the school. She had treated him coldly in his second year after it was discovered that he was a Parseltongue. And she also had treated him very badly in his fourth year after his name had come out of the Goblet of Fire. Not even Cedric standing up for Harry and telling his house that he believed that Harry did not enter his name changed anything. Most of the house still bullied him over it. Then you come to the useless teachers. Binns and Trelawney. Binns was a ghost that did nothing but drone on and on about the Goblin Wars, Goblin Rebellions, and basically every other historical event that centered around his hatred of the goblins, something of which there was not a lot of. So he basically was teaching the same stuff every year and putting the students to sleep every class. And with Trelawney, she was probably almost as big of a fraud as Lockhart. She was no seer, and she definitely had no right to teach a subject that could not even be taught to those that had no seer, oracle, or fortune-teller blood in them. Not to mention that basically every time that she sees him, she constantly predicts his death. But this leads to probably the biggest problem in all of Hogwarts. Snape. Snape was nothing but an adult bully that cared more about his grudge against a dead man than he did about being an actual teacher. If he was not insulting the students of the other houses, he was taking points from them or giving detention for things like breathing too loud or smiling. And yet with his Slytherins, he is praising their work nonstop or giving them points for things like showing up on time or greeting their teacher. It was no wonder most students hate Slytherins when their head of house acted like that. Snape was probably the worst person on the planet to be a teacher. All he did was put a recipe on the board, tell them to get started, and then walk around insulting them while praising his Slytherins. Not to mention how he treats both himself and Neville. For crying out loud, Neville's boggart was Snape, and if a creature that transforms into a person's worst fear turns into a teacher, then red flags should immediately be raised. It was no wonder why people avoid Slytherins when their head of house acts the way that he does. It is because of those like Snape and Malfoy that make it hard for others to get to know the Slytherins that are not like them when those two always prevent it. And since they do, that's what makes people rely so much on the stereotypes of Slytherin being the house of darkness and evil. He did wonder what the teachers would be doing if the students would be taking classes at Crystal Rose. Not that most of the teachers actually ever did much in general, but would they just be doing nothing all year? He did not know. He just hoped to actually learn something at school for once. As the day for Hogwarts to go to Crystal Rose arrived, there was certainly a buzz of activity around the school. There were a lot of students that were excited to see a new school, but those were also the students that did not know about Mystic Souls. And for those that did know about Crystal Rose being a school for them, they were either quiet about it or looking upset about having to be around beings that they hated. Harry sat in the twins' dorm, his shrunken trunk already in his pocket. He watched the twins and Lee packing up their things as he chatted with them. "I still don't like this," he tells them. "Neither do we, Harrykins," Fred agreed with him. "But we can't do anything about it," George says. "Your family is supposed to be all about light, and yet your own mother, Ron, and Ginny were all against Kreno's and Olivia," Harry said. "If supposed light wizards hate them, then this is gonna be a disaster. Maybe it won't be as bad as you think." Lee was ever the optimist. The twins, with permission from Harry since they did not think anyone else's opinion on things mattered, told Lee about everything going on. The Order, Harry's home life, the Mystic Souls, everything. Did they know that their mother and Dumbledore would never want them to tell Lee these things? Yes. Did they care for a second about what they thought and wanted? Hell to the no. Lee, as a half-blood, "You do not know how much most wand users hate Mystic Souls," Fred tells their friend. "It's even worse than how Death Eaters treat Muggleborns," George says. Merlin's beard, Lee swore, not knowing that it was that bad. And Dumbledore still thought that it was a good idea to have a field trip there? Dumbledore only does what Dumbledore wants when it benefits one person. Dumbledore himself, Harry growled. He probably thinks he can manipulate the students of Crystal Rose to be like a private army for him. Something tells us that that is not happening, Fred says, and that's something being everything Kreno's did over the summer, George said. Plus a little common sense as well, Fred added. Yeah, that too. George nodded in agreement with his brother. I personally can't wait to see what the students do if any of the bullies here try and pick on them, Harry snickered. They will be in for the shock of their lifetime. Didn't Kreno's also say that he had a friend that could bend ice to her will? Fred remembered. I bet she will not take any nonsense from anyone and will freeze anyone that tries with her, George chuckled. Sounds like that girl would get along with Daphne Greengrass in Slytherin, Lee says. She is not called the Ice Queen of Slytherin for nothing. I never interacted with her, but I have seen her always glaring at Malfoy while hanging out with both Blaise Zabini and Tracy Davis, Harry says. The Greengrass, Zabini, and Davis families are all known to be neutral, Fred says. They have never sided with the light or dark in centuries, George added. Even if there have been rumors that the Malfoy family has been trying for years to force the Greengrass family to sign a marriage contract with them, Fred says. Makes even more sense for Daphne to hate Malfoy, so much since her family must be really annoyed about having to constantly refuse, George said. It's Malfoy, Lee scoffed. He thinks he is Merlin's gift to both wizardkind and womankind. He has got to be one of the most pathetic people that I have ever met. Harry crosses his arms. If he is not bragging his blood status or his family's money, he is throwing temper tantrums that a 5-year-old would be jealous of or threatening to sick his father on them. My father will hear about this. The 3 older boys all taunted the blonde peacock. They all laughed after hearing the taunt. Exactly, Harry says. Malfoy is a coward, hiding behind his father just to get what he wants because he knows that he cannot get it alone. That certainly explains why he bribed his way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team, Fred says. Because he had no way to get on it otherwise, George said. I just felt bad for the former seeker for their team, Harry says. Terrence Higgs is what I think his name was. He was not really that bad of a bloke. He did not cheat like the rest of his team. Maybe that was one of the reasons why Flint allowed Malfoy to replace a good seeker like Higgs so easily, Lee suggested. Because he wanted someone that was willing to cheat like the rest of them. There really are a lot more decent Slytherins than people care to admit, Fred said. I could not agree with you more, brother dear, George nodded. Actually, now that houses have been brought up, does Crystal Rose also have houses for students to be sorted into? Lee wondered out loud. From what I have read, they do, Harry tells the Quidditch announcer. Unlike the 4 houses at Hogwarts, Crystal Rose has 7. Unicorn, Siren, Winter Wolf, Dryad, Dragon, Griffin, and Mermaid. The book I used did not say anything about what each house's qualities are, though. Well, we will probably get to learn when we get there, Fred says. And maybe since we are staying for the year, also get sorted into their houses as well. George was excited for that. That does make sense for how they would deal with housing so many students for the year as well, Lee said. Always the logical one. The twins chuckled. Harry smiled at the 3 of them. He always did think that some of the best people in Gryffindor, the ones that have not turned against him at the drop of a hat, actually seemed to belong in other houses. The twins could be in either Slytherin or Hufflepuff if they wanted to. Lee was certainly a Ravenclaw in Gryffindor colors. Neville would also fit much better in Hufflepuff as well. It was soon time for everyone to start leaving their dorms and head outside. Harry left the 7th-year dorm with the twins and Lee. As everyone was leaving Gryffindor Tower, Ron and Hermione, unfortunately, joined the 4 as they left the tower as well. Harry ignored their demands to know where he had been. He had been growing really sick of them constantly demanding to know where he is, what he was doing, and who he was with. Their need to control almost every aspect of his life was utterly exhausting to deal with, and they were not very subtle with it either, so he had no idea how he had not noticed it earlier. If he had to guess, it was because of how the Dursleys treated him. He grew up with no love at all. So, it made sense for him to have latched onto the first people to show him affection because of how starved for love that he had been. It was why he cared so much about Hagrid, and why he so easily forgave Ron the previous year. He valued his friendships. Obviously, a lot more than either of his supposed best friends did since they followed Dumbledore's orders to not contact him with no fight at all. Once the entire school was outside, Dumbledore and the rest of the teachers all stood in front of them. Now, students, our transportation to Crystal Rose Academy will arrive shortly, Dumbledore informs them. I remind you all that we will be in a different country with different types of people. So, be respectful of their ways and do not cause any trouble. Harry rolled his eyes as he heard all this. Dumbledore may be saying those things, but it was not like he actually would enforce anything that he was saying. Dumbledore liked to appear as if he was a good headmaster, but his school was a breeding ground for bullies and brats, and he probably knew it as well. Not like he ever did anything to stop actual bullying, usually going with the slap them on the wrist and tell them to not do it again, before sending them on their way. It was ridiculous. Students were whispering, each wondering how they would get to this other country. Many were thinking of how the Beauxbatons and Drumstrang students arrived the previous year. They were looking at the sky and the lake to see if anything was going to show up. What do you think, Harry? Neville asked his friend. I honestly don't have any idea, Neville, Harry responded. With the number of powers at Crystal Rose, there could be almost anything that they could send to get us to Greece. Maybe it will just be a simple portal or magical doorway, Neville suggested. It could be any number of things, and all of them make me excited to see what it could be, Harry grinned brightly, and as if one cue, the ground started to shake. Many of the students either fell or held onto each other for support. A lot tried looking around for what could be the source of the sudden earthquake. As Harry did, he caught sight of Luna. Surprisingly, she was not shocked at all and actually seemed to act as if the shaking ground was more like a nice massage. She was a very unique girl, and Harry wanted to get to know her better. The shaking grew a little before plants started to rapidly growl behind where the teachers were standing. Vines shot out of the ground, twisting each other into tight braids. The vines had sprouted from two different places, and they ended up joining together directly at the center of the point between where the two different vine groups had grown. The ground stopped shaking once the vines stopped growing. Flowers then bloomed around the vines. Roses of all different colors with one giant red rose at the very top of the vine arch. "I think we just found out how we are getting there," Neville stated. "This has Kreno's written all over it," Harry chuckled. "Wow, it's incredible." Neville looked at the arch with such amazement since he was the herbology expert of the school. "Kreno's must be really powerful." "He really is," Harry smiled. The flowers on the arch then began to glow. The area of the arch doorway then lit up with a big swirl of blue and white magical energy. The whole thing was obviously a portal. "Well, this is obviously the welcome mat that Crystal Rose has sent us," Dumbledore says. "Follow us, students." "Dumbledore, you can't be serious," Umbridge protested right away. "This type of magic is impossible. It has to be some type of illusion." But Dumbledore ignored her as he and the rest of the teachers went toward the portal with the students following after them. Umbridge had to quickly go with the teachers when she realized that no one had listened to her and that she would be left behind if she did not go now. Everyone walked through the portal after the teachers went in first. It was definitely a very odd feeling. It was as if walking through a bright wind tunnel for a few seconds before they would feel like a wave of energy wash over them as they came out the other side of the portal. "Wow!" Most of the students gasped as they entered the grounds of Crystal Rose. Harry could easily see why the school is often called one of the most beautiful parts of magical Greece. There was a large castle with a forest on one side and a lake on the other. The forest was made of oak, pine, cherry blossom, and willow trees. There were all types of animals running free in the trees and on the grounds. The lake looked so clean you could probably see your reflection. There were sea and water animals playing in the water. The castle was the most amazing part. The castle was about 3 times the size of either Hogwarts in England or Ilvermorny in America. The whole castle was made of silver cement blocks that were glistening with protective enchantments. The windows were lined with gold bricks. In front was a large set of doors made from maple wood. There are a few towers, and also a few turrets coming from the roof of the castle. There are statues of different magical creatures dotted around the whole building as well. There were large stables on one side of the castle and the top of a glass dome near the back of the castle. All in all, it was a truly beautiful sight. After the last student came through the portal, it closed behind them, which was probably a good thing to do to stop anyone unwanted from using it to get access to the Mystic Soul Academy. In a swirl of leaves and petals came probably the one person that Harry knew would be able to handle this crowd. Krenos, Gia, students and teachers of Hogwarts, the nature mage greeted them all. "Welcome to Crystal Rose Academy of Mysticism,"